Sugar and Sage. Chapter 1. The Stillness Before the Fire. 3:15. Always 3:15. Emma Harding's alarm hadn't needed to sound in years. Her body knew the rhythm: wake in darkness, dress in silence, walk through empty streets to Sugar and Sage, while Braxton-on-Devon slept beneath a blanket of coastal fog. The bakery door creaked its familiar greeting as Emma slipped inside, flipping on just the kitchen lights. The front would remain dark for hours yet, creating the illusion that nothing special happened here in the pre-dawn quiet. But magic required preparation. Emma tied her chestnut hair into a practical knot and reached for the worn apron hanging by the door. Cream-colored canvas with Sugar and Sage, embroidered in faded mint thread. Her mother's stitches. Her mother's recipe book waiting on the counter. Her mother's absence still tangible 5 years later. "Morning, old friend," Emma whispered to the industrial mixer, patting its stainless steel bowl before gathering ingredients. Flour billowed as she measured precisely, creating miniature snow clouds that caught the kitchen light. Butter softened on the counter. Never microwaved, a cardinal sin in the Harding baking tradition. Sugar crystals glistened as they fell into measuring cups. The kitchen transformed under Emma's practiced hands. Scone dough rested while she prepared croissant layers, rolling and folding butter into dough with methodical precision. Cinnamon rolls proofed in the warm corner by the oven. Coffee cake batter waited for its streusel topping. Each item had its moment, its purpose, its place in the morning dance that Emma conducted with quiet authority. By 4:30, the first batch of crusty sourdough loaves slid into the oven. The comforting aroma wrapped around her like a familiar embrace, and Emma closed her eyes, inhaling deeply. This moment, the first bake of the day, always brought a flicker of peace. Here, in the controlled chaos of her kitchen, everything made sense. Measurements yielded predictable results. Effort created reliable rewards, unlike life outside these walls. As dawn's faint glow appeared through the kitchen window, Emma's shoulders softened. The morning rush approached, but these quiet hours belonged to her alone. She sipped coffee from a ceramic mug, blue with white speckles, chipped at the rim, and watched the town slowly awaken through the bakery's rear window. Fishing boats glided out from the small harbor. Streetlights blinked off one by one. Another day in Braxton-on-Devon began to unfold. Emma turned back to her dough. Her world waited for her hands to shape it. "You're pressing too hard, honeybee." Emma blinked, momentarily disoriented, as her mother's voice echoed in her memory. Her hands hovered over the raspberry scone dough, and she realized she'd been working it with unnecessary force. "Gentle touch for tender crumb," she murmured, easing her grip as she cut perfect triangles. These moments still caught her unaware, her mother appearing in fragments of memory, usually in this kitchen. Lily Harding had been gone 5 years, but her presence lingered in every corner of Sugar and Sage. Emma arranged the scones on parchment, remembering a summer morning when she was 9. Her small hands had struggled to master the delicate balance of working butter into flour without melting it. "Fingertips only," Lily had instructed, her voice patient. "Feel the texture changing. That's how you know it's right." They had stood side by side at this very counter. Emma on a stepping stool, sunlight streaming through windows, not yet curtained by the morning rush. Her mother's hands guiding hers, teaching not just techniques, but something deeper, how to bring comfort through creation. "Baking isn't just about feeding stomachs," Lily would say. "It's about feeding souls." Emma brushed egg wash across the scones, watching the pastry gleam under her brush. Her mother had fought cancer with the same determined precision she'd applied to her recipes, measuring treatments and side effects, adjusting her approach, never giving up until the very end. Unlike Emma's father, who had abandoned them both when the going got tough, Victor Harding had walked out when Emma was 14, just months after Lily's first diagnosis. Their struggling finances collapsed entirely, leaving mother and daughter to salvage what remained. The bakery, already barely profitable, became their lifeline. Their home, above it, their refuge. Emma slid the scones into the oven with perhaps more force than necessary. 18 years later, and the anger still simmered beneath her carefully controlled exterior. The timer dinged, pulling her back to the present. Emma extracted perfectly golden croissants, their buttery layers visible even through the burnished exterior. Her mother would have approved. "Well done, honeybee," Emma whispered to herself, allowing one brief moment of pride, before moving to the next task on her mental checklist. At precisely 6 o'clock, Emma flipped the sign to open and unlocked the front door. The morning stillness shattered within minutes. "Morning, Emma! Same glorious day in paradise," called Harold Jenkins, first in a daily procession of regulars known collectively as the morning crew. 4 retirees who gathered at the corner table by the window, solving the world's problems over coffee and pastries. "Morning, Harold. Bernice beat you today." Emma nodded toward his wife, already settled with her customary black coffee and apple cinnamon muffin. "Woman never could sleep past 5:30, Harold grumbled good-naturedly, joining his wife. 2 blueberry scones and the largest coffee you can legally sell me." Frank Henderson slapped his palms on the counter, hardware store apron already dusted with something that looked suspiciously like sawdust. "And whatever gossip you've collected since yesterday." Emma smiled despite herself. Frank's perpetual scowl concealed the softest heart in town. "Fresh batch just cooled, and I've got nothing. You know I'm the last to hear anything." "That's because you're always in here." Frank gestured around the bakery. "Town's talking about some fancy developer sniffing around the harbor shops. Might want to keep your ears open." Emma felt a familiar tightness in her chest, but kept her expression neutral as she bagged his scones. "Developers have been sniffing around Braxton for years. Nothing ever comes of it." "Maybe," Frank shrugged, dropping exact change on the counter. "But this one's got connections. Mayor's practically picking out new bow ties for the ribbon-cutting ceremonies." Before Emma could press for details, the bell above the door announced the arrival of Mayor Holloway himself, bow tie already firmly in place at 7 in the morning. "Emma, my dear, those cinnamon rolls calling my name?" The mayor's booming voice filled the small space as he straightened his perpetually crooked glasses. "Set one aside specially, Mayor." She reached beneath the counter for his order, already wrapped. "Coffee to go?" "No time this morning. Council meeting." He lowered his voice dramatically. "Big things coming to our little town. Very big things." Emma nodded noncommittally, having heard similar proclamations for years. Braxton-on-Devon existed in a perpetual state of almost changing, the small coastal town caught between its fishing village past and whatever future kept failing to materialize. The morning rush continued. Mrs. Peterson from the florist shop, the young couple who ran the bookstore, fishermen grabbing coffee before the second tide. Each transaction brief but personal, each customer part of the intricate tapestry that was Braxton. Through the large front windows, Emma watched her town in motion. The harbor sparkled in the distance, boats bobbing in morning light. Main Street's colorful shops, each in a different faded pastel like a row of weathered seashells, came alive as owners swept sidewalks and arranged displays. The clock tower above Town Hall chimed 8, sending pigeons swirling against the blue sky. It was picture-perfect, postcard-worthy. And sometimes, in moments of uncomfortable honesty, Emma wondered if it was slowly suffocating her. The mid-morning lull brought Grace Whitmore, silver-haired and elegant despite her practical shoes and well-worn cardigan. She carried a stack of books that she placed carefully on the counter. "Those recipe collections you asked about," Grace said, patting the books. "Found them buried in the history section. Criminal miscategorization." "You're a lifesaver." Emma wiped her hands on her apron and poured 2 cups of tea without asking. Earl Grey for Grace, always. Grace's bookshop cafe sat adjacent to Sugar and Sage, the 2 businesses sharing not just a wall, but a natural clientele. More importantly, they shared a friendship that had sustained Emma through her darkest days after her mother's passing. "Slow morning?" Grace asked, accepting the tea. "Not particularly. The usual crowd. mayor hinting at mysterious development plans. Grace's expression shifted subtly. Ah, you've heard then. Heard what, exactly? Emma leaned against the counter. Frank mentioned developers, but that's nothing new. Grace stirred her tea deliberately. This time it might be. Prescott and Shaw representatives are in town. Amelia Shaw herself, in fact. Emma frowned. The real estate development firm? The very same. They've apparently been purchasing options on several properties along Harbor Street. A cold feeling settled in Emma's stomach. Harbor Street? That's? Just around the corner, yes. Grace reached across the counter to pat Emma's hand. Don't panic yet. Nothing's certain. Who's panicking? Emma straightened, squaring her shoulders. My lease is solid for another year. Of course it is. Grace sipped her tea. And anyway, who could possibly want to replace the best bakery in 3 counties? That would be madness. Emma forced a smile. Exactly, madness. But uncertainty crept in like fog off the harbor. The building housing Sugar and Sage was one of the oldest in town, charming but perpetually in need of repair. Her absentee landlord had been making noise about selling for years. If developers were serious, they're having drinks at the Harbor Inn tonight, Grace continued. Might be interesting to hear what they're planning. Spying, Grace? That doesn't seem your style. Information gathering, Grace corrected with a spark in her eyes. Join me. 7 o'clock? Emma shook her head. I'm up at 3 tomorrow, like every day. Routine is comfortable, dear, but sometimes comfortable becomes a trap. Before Emma could respond, the bell jangled as new customers entered. Grace gathered her books with a knowing smile. Think about it. You might be surprised what happens when you step outside your carefully ordered world. Evenings at Sugar and Sage always ended the same way. Last customer out by 5:30. Counters wiped down by 5:45. Floors swept and mopped by 6. Prep for tomorrow's baking complete by 7. Home to the small apartment above the bookshop, a temporary arrangement after her mother's death that had somehow stretched to 5 years, by 7:30. Emma's evening routine was as methodical as her morning one. Shower, simple dinner eaten while reading, recipe testing or adjustments in her notebook. In bed by 9, latest, safe, predictable, lonely. She stood at her apartment window, bowl of soup cooling on the counter behind her. From here, she could see the harbor, streetlights reflecting on water that stretched toward the horizon. The same view she'd watched for 5 years. Her phone buzzed with a text from Grace. Still time to change your mind. Meeting at Harbor Inn, 7 p.m. Emma set the phone down without replying. She should get to sleep early. Tomorrow would be exactly like today. And the day after. And after. The spoon clinked against her bowl as she stirred soup she no longer wanted. When had comfort become confinement? When had routine become a shield against actually living? Her mother's voice seemed to whisper from the shadows. Life's too short for fear, honeybee. Emma glanced at the clock. 6:40. If she hurried. Before she could second-guess herself, Emma was changing clothes, trading flour-dusted comfort for jeans and a soft blue sweater she'd forgotten she owned. A touch of mascara. Lip gloss. Hair released from its practical knot. The stranger in the mirror looked younger, uncertain. This is ridiculous, Emma told her reflection. You're just going for information. But as she stepped onto the sidewalk and turned toward the harbor, instead of immediately retreating back upstairs, Emma felt something unfamiliar flutter in her chest. Not quite excitement, not quite fear. Possibility. The evening air carried salt and pine as she walked past darkened shop windows. Her reflection moving like a ghost through familiar streets, made strange by nightfall. Harbor Inn's golden lights beckoned ahead, laughter spilling from its open door. Emma paused on the threshold, suddenly aware of how long it had been since she'd entered this space. 3 years? 4? The last time had been with suppliers, a strictly business dinner. Inside, warmth and conversation wrapped around her like a blanket. The old pub's wooden beams glowed with amber light. nautical maps and fishing memorabilia covering walls that had witnessed centuries of Braxton-on-Devon life. She scanned the room, looking for Grace's silver hair among the crowd. Instead, her gaze caught on a stranger at the bar. Tall, dark-haired, back straight, in a way that immediately marked him as not from Braxton. His charcoal suit belonged in Boston boardrooms, not a coastal pub where flannel qualified as formal wear. As if sensing her scrutiny, the man turned, meeting her eyes across the room. Time suspended for one heartbeat, too. Emma broke the connection first, spotting Grace at a corner table and moving deliberately toward her, ignoring the unexpected acceleration of her pulse. Just one evening away from routine, she reminded herself. Tomorrow would return to normal, safe, predictable. But as she slid into the seat beside Grace, Emma couldn't stop herself from glancing back toward the bar. The man was still watching her, the ghost of a smile playing at his lips. Chapter 2. 7 down rain fell in sheets, transforming Braxton-on-Devon's charming streets into glistening rivers. Emma huddled beneath the bakery's striped awning, keys in hand, staring at the deluge that had appeared without warning. Her apartment was just 5 blocks away, but even with an umbrella, which she'd left upstairs naturally, she'd be soaked within seconds. Perfect end to a perfect day, she muttered, shoving the keys into her pocket. Today had tested even her ironclad composure. First, the industrial mixer had made an ominous grinding noise mid-batch. Then Mrs. Henderson had mentioned, quite casually, that her nephew was a commercial real estate agent looking for investment opportunities in Braxton. And finally, a delivery of subpar flour that would barely meet her standards. Thunder rumbled overhead like a celestial warning. The rain showed no signs of letting up, and darkness was falling rapidly. Emma glanced down Harbor Street toward the golden glow of the pub. She'd avoided returning since that strange night 3 days ago when Grace had convinced her to gather intelligence about the developers. They'd learned little, though the memory of the dark-haired stranger watching her from the bar had lingered uncomfortably. Another thunderclap decided for her. The Harbor Inn was closer than home, and standing beneath an awning during a lightning storm seemed unwise. Pulling her cardigan over her head, Emma dashed through the downpour. By the time she pushed through the pub's heavy wooden door, her clothes clung to her like a second skin, and her hair hung in dripping tendrils. The immediate warmth wrapped around her, carrying scents of wood smoke, roasting meat, and the distinctive hoppy aroma of the local brewery's offerings. Emma Harding, as I live and breathe. Twice in 1 week, the apocalypse must be upon us. Hank Thompson, who'd owned the Harbor Inn since Emma was in pigtails, grinned from behind the bar, already reaching for a towel. Very funny, Hank. She accepted the towel gratefully, just waiting out the storm. Your usual corner's open. Sam'll bring you a hot toddy on the house. You look half drowned. Emma started to protest, but Hank had already turned away, bellowing orders to his harried server. Surrendering to the inevitable, she made her way to the small booth tucked beneath the window that had been hers in another lifetime. The Harbor Inn defied the passage of time. The same scuffed oak tables that had hosted fishermen's tales for generations still bore their initials and nicks. Brass lanterns cast honeyed light across the low-beamed ceiling, while a massive stone fireplace dominated the far wall, its crackling flames drawing soggy patrons like moths. Emma settled into her booth, suddenly aware of how rarely she allowed herself such simple comfort. The pub hummed with gentle conversation and occasional laughter, the sounds of people actually living their lives instead of just moving through them. A steaming mug appeared before her, cinnamon and cloves wafting upward with the promise of warmth. "1 hot toddy," Sam announced. "And today's paper. Looked like you might be staying a while." Emma wrapped her fingers around the mug, absorbing its heat. "Thanks, Sam." The newspaper was slightly damp at the edges, abandoned by some earlier patron. She flipped idly through local announcements and fishing reports until reaching the crossword puzzle, partially completed in blue ink, the handwriting precise but unfamiliar. A small basket beside the condiments caught her attention. Pens and tiny pencils nestled there, alongside folded papers. Drawing one out, Emma discovered photocopied crossword puzzles from newspapers dating back weeks. Apparently, the Harbor Inn had developed a crossword culture in her absence. "Old Malcolm started it," Sam explained, noticing her curiosity while delivering a bowl of chowder she hadn't ordered but suddenly desperately wanted. "Said it kept his mind sharp. Now half the town drops by to work on them. Some nights there's competitions." Emma smiled faintly, imagining the unlikely spectacle of Braxton's fishermen hunched over crosswords, debating clues with the same intensity they argued about bait. Outside, rain lashed against centuries-old glass, creating a cozy cocoon that made the world beyond seem unreal. Emma sipped her toddy, feeling tensions slowly release from her shoulders. Perhaps breaking routine occasionally wasn't entirely terrible. The pub door swung open on a gust of wind, admitting a tall figure who brought the storm's energy with him. Emma glanced up, then quickly backed down as a recognition sparked. The man from before, the one in the out-of-place suit. Tonight, he'd abandoned formal wear for dark jeans and a charcoal sweater that looked cashmere soft even from across the room. His dark hair, dampened by rain, curled slightly at the temples. Everything about him, from his leather boots to his confident posture, screamed outsider. Emma busied herself with the crossword, suddenly intensely focused on 7 down. She didn't need distractions, especially not 6-foot-something distractions with shoulders that filled doorframes. But her peripheral vision betrayed her, tracking his movement to the bar, where Hank greeted him by name. So he'd been here long enough to establish himself as a regular. Interesting. He accepted a drink, amber liquid in a tumbler, neat, and turned to survey the room. When his gaze settled on her corner, Emma felt the weight of his attention like a physical touch. She kept her eyes firmly on the puzzle, refusing to acknowledge him. The clue for 7 down blurred before her eyes, tinged with sadness and pleasure, both. And 11 letters. Emma tapped her pen against the paper. The 3rd letter was T, already filled in by the previous solver. The rest remained blank. She sensed movement and looked up to find the stranger standing beside her table, his expression impossible to read. "Bittersweet," he said, nodding toward the puzzle. 7 down. Emma blinked, momentarily thrown by his voice. Deeper than expected, with a hint of gravel that didn't match his polished appearance. "I'm sorry?" The answer. He pointed to the clue with long, elegant fingers. "Bittersweet. 11 letters, starts with B, 3rd letter T." Emma counted the spaces mentally. "That fits." She jotted the letters carefully, aware of him watching. "Thank you, Mr. Liam." He offered his name like a gift, simple and unadorned. "Just Liam." "Emma," she returned, not adding that in a town Braxton's size, he likely already knew not just her name, but her shoe size and coffee preference. "Mind if I join you? Unless you're waiting for someone." His question hung between them. A dozen excuses rose to Emma's lips, yet she heard herself say, "Please," gesturing to the empty bench across from her. Liam folded his considerable height into the small space with unexpected grace. Up close, she noticed the fine lines at the corners of his eyes, laugh lines, and the slight asymmetry of his features that kept him from conventional perfection, but somehow made him more interesting. "You're attacking that puzzle like it personally offended you," he observed, humor warming his voice. Emma glanced down at her white-knuckled grip on the pen. "Force of habit. I approach most things with unnecessary intensity." "I doubt that's unnecessary. Some things deserve intensity." His gaze held hers a moment too long. Emma dropped her eyes back to the crossword. "Are you a puzzle enthusiast, or just happen to know that particular answer?" "Guilty as charged. Sunday Times crossword is practically religious observance." He sipped his drink, "though I'm more impressed by people who can create something tangible with their hands." "Like what?" "Buildings, furniture." He gestured toward her flour-dusted sleeve. "Pastries." Heat touched Emma's cheeks. "Baker recognizes baker?" His laugh, genuine, unguarded, transformed his face. God, no. I've been told my cooking should be classified as a criminal offense, but I recognize the signs. Flour in the fingernails, burns on the wrists, that look of someone who measures life in proving times and oven temperatures. Emma found herself smiling despite her determination to remain aloof. You're very observant. Occupational hazard. He didn't elaborate. The conversation flowed with surprising ease. Emma discovered that Liam possessed the rare gift of attentive listening, asking questions that suggested genuine interest rather than polite obligation. So, what brings you to our little coastal nowhere? Emma asked, working on her second toddy, crossword abandoned between them. You're not exactly blending in with the locals. Liam traced the rim of his glass. Is it the lack of flannel or the absence of fish stories that gives me away? Both. Plus, you pronounce all your consonants, which is suspicious. He laughed again, the sound warming her more effectively than the toddy. Business, mainly, but I'm finding Braxton has unexpected charms. Business? Emma raised an eyebrow. Unless you're opening a designer boutique or a gourmet cheese shop, business options are limited here. Something flickered in his expression. Caution, perhaps. My family's firm has interests in various markets, small towns included. How mysterious. Emma leaned forward slightly. And does this nameless firm have a particular interest in Braxton? Potentially. He matched her posture, bringing them closer across the small table. We see possibilities where others might not. That sounds suspiciously like developer speak, for we're going to build condos where the fishing pier used to be. Liam's smile turned enigmatic. Not a fan of change, Emma. Change for improvement, absolutely. Change for the sake of profit margins at the expense of community? Not so much. And if something could achieve both? Then I'd say whoever managed that particular miracle deserves a parade. Their eyes locked in silent challenge, the air between them charged with something more complex than mere attraction. Emma realized with a start that she was actually enjoying herself. The verbal sparring, the undercurrent of flirtation, the simple pleasure of conversation with someone who matched her rhythm. Your hometown means a lot to you, Liam observed, his tone softening. It's complicated. Emma traced a water ring on the wooden table. Braxton is comfortable, safe. But? She glanced up, surprised by his perception. What makes you think there's a but? The way you said comfortable, like it's both blessing and sentence. Emma felt suddenly exposed, as if he'd peered straight through her carefully constructed defenses. You're reading too much into a single word. Occupational hazard, he repeated with a half-smile. Words matter. Speaking of words, Emma gestured to the crossword between them, desperate to shift focus away from her conflicted feelings about Braxton. 4 across. Reckless courage, 8 letters. Audacity, Liam replied without hesitation, eyes never leaving her face. Something tells me you have plenty of that, beneath all that careful control. Emma glanced at her watch and startled. It's nearly 9. I need to go. The storm's passed, Liam noted, though his expression suggested disappointment. Indeed, the rain had tapered to a gentle patter, no longer hammering against the windows. Emma gathered her belongings, suddenly awkward. The easy connection of moments before seemed fragile in the face of departure. This was... She paused, searching for the right word. Bittersweet? Liam suggested with a small smile, recalling their first exchange. Unexpected, Emma corrected, returning his smile. In a good way? He stood as she did, revealing again his imposing height. Let me walk you home. It's dark. Braxton has exactly 0 recorded incidents of anything remotely dangerous happening after dark, Emma pointed out. Unless you count old Pete fishing off the pier after 3 whiskeys and nearly hooking himself instead of cod. Humor me. Liam reached for a navy scarf hanging on the coat rack beside their booth. City habits die hard. Outside, the night air felt freshly washed, stars emerging between dissipating clouds. They walked in companionable silence, footsteps echoing on wet cobblestones. Emma found herself slowing, stretching the short journey to her apartment above Grace's bookshop. "This is me," she said finally, stopping before the narrow staircase that led to her door. Liam looked up at the quaint building with its painted trim and flower boxes. "Charming! Very you." "You don't know me well enough to determine what's very me," Emma pointed out, though without heat. "I'd like to." His directness caught her off guard. "Know you better, that is." Emma felt a flutter of something dangerous. Hope, perhaps, or anticipation. Things she'd carefully packed away years ago alongside her mother's recipe cards and her dreams of something beyond sugar and sage. "I'm at the bakery most days," she offered, a safer response than the one pounding in her chest. Most days being all days, if we're being strictly accurate, though Sundays we close at noon. Liam smiled, the expression reaching his eyes. "Then I know where to find you. Sleep well, Emma." He turned to leave, hands in pockets, shoulders hunched slightly against the cool night air. Emma was halfway up the stairs when she realized. "Your scarf!" she called after him. Liam glanced back, illuminated by the street lamp. "Keep it. Gives me an excuse to see you again." Then he was gone, disappearing around the corner toward the harbor, leaving Emma standing with the soft wool clutched in her hands. She brought it unconsciously to her face, inhaling the unfamiliar scent of cedar and something distinctly masculine. Inside her apartment, Emma hung the scarf carefully by the door, telling herself she'd return it tomorrow. Just another task on her meticulously organized list. Nothing special. But as she prepared for bed, far later than her routine allowed, Emma found herself wondering what other unexpected detours might be worth the disruption. And for the first time in years, she fell asleep thinking not of tomorrow's bread schedule, but of laugh lines and cryptic answers, and the particular shade of amber in a stranger's eyes. Chapter 3. Butterscotch and Banter. Emma couldn't stop thinking about his shoes. Of all the details to fixate on about Liam, his laugh that seemed to start somewhere deep and genuine, his easy confidence, the way his eyes crinkled slightly at the corners when he smiled, it was his shoes that kept appearing in her thoughts as she shaped dinner rolls the next morning. Italian leather, subtly burnished at the toe, far too expensive for Braxton's salt-weathered boardwalks and rain-soaked streets. City shoes meant for marble lobbies and power lunches. Entirely impractical for coastal life, yet somehow fitting on him. Like the scarf currently hanging by her door. Cashmere, in a deep navy that highlighted his eyes. Emma had checked the label that morning, confirming what her baker's fingers had immediately recognized. Quality, craftsmanship, care. "You're overthinking a scarf," she muttered to herself, pressing the heel of her hand into dough with unnecessary force. But it wasn't just the scarf or the shoes. It was the way he'd instantly known bittersweet for 7 down. The confidence with which he'd filled in audacity without hesitation. His vocabulary hinted at education, his posture at privilege. Everything about him felt like a page from a different book entirely than the one she'd been carefully writing for herself. Emma brushed flour from her hands, checking the proofing cabinet where cinnamon rolls were slowly rising. Her routine continued as always, measuring, mixing, shaping, but her thoughts refused to follow their usual orderly paths. She'd dated, of course. Braxton wasn't that small. There had been Mike from the hardware store, too eager to settle down, and brief flirtations with summer tourists who disappeared with the season, and even a 6-month attempt at long distance with a Boston chef she'd met at a regional baking competition. But no one had lingered in her thoughts like this after a single evening of conversation. "Ridiculous," Emma informed the sourdough starter as she fed it. "Completely ridiculous." She would return his scarf the next time he came to the Harbor Inn. They would exchange pleasantries, and that would be the end of this strange disruption to her carefully calibrated life. After all, men in Italian leather shoes and cashmere scarves didn't belong in Braxton-on-Devon any more than butterscotch belonged in bechamel sauce. The bell above the door jingled, announcing her first customers. Emma straightened her apron, pushed thoughts of Liam firmly aside, and prepared to greet the morning crew with their usual orders and measured smiles. Her world realigned to its proper axis. Simple, predictable, safe. Until precisely 10:17 a.m., when the bell chimed again, and Emma looked up to find Liam standing in her bakery, looking simultaneously out of place and exactly where he belonged. He'd traded yesterday's casual sweater for a light blue button-down beneath a charcoal blazer. The sleeves were rolled to reveal strong forearms, and he'd paired it with dark jeans that somehow straddled the line between casual and polished. His hair was slightly tousled, as if he'd run his fingers through it moments before entering. Emma became acutely aware of the flour dusting her cheeks and the wild curls escaping her practical bun. "Good morning," Liam said, his voice carrying across the half-empty bakery. The remaining customers, 2 elderly women and a young mother with a toddler, all turned to examine this newcomer with unveiled interest. "Good morning," Emma replied, grateful that years of customer service kept her voice steady. "What can I get you?" He approached the counter slowly, eyes scanning the display cases with genuine interest. "I hear your scones are legendary, specifically the—" What was it? The orange cranberry scones would make angels weep, according to Grace at the bookshop. Emma couldn't help smiling. Grace exaggerates, though they are pretty good. "I'll be the judge of that." Liam's eyes met hers, warm with amusement. "And coffee, please. Black." Emma selected the largest orange cranberry scone with careful precision, hyper-aware of his gaze following her movements. She placed it on a real plate, not the takeaway bags she typically offered during morning rush, and poured coffee into a ceramic mug. "Planning to stay?" she asked, nodding toward a corner table. "If that's allowed, I brought work." He patted a leather messenger bag slung across his shoulder. As if to prove his point, he extracted a newspaper folded to reveal, of course, the crossword puzzle. "Very convincing work," Emma observed, sliding his breakfast across the counter. "Critical thinking exercises," Liam countered with a half-smile. "Strictly professional." He paid, adding a generous tip to the jar, then hesitated. "Unless I'm disturbing your routine." The question felt weighted, as if he'd somehow sensed her internal disorder that morning. Emma gestured toward the near-empty bakery. "Mid-morning lull. Knock yourself out." She watched as he settled at the corner table, spreading out his newspaper with methodical precision. His first bite of scone produced a raised eyebrow and appreciative nod in her direction. Something warm unfurled in Emma's chest at his obvious enjoyment of her baking. The bell chimed again, drawing her attention back to work. But throughout the next hour, Emma found her gaze drifting repeatedly to the corner where Liam sat, pen tapping thoughtfully against his lips as he considered clues, occasionally glancing up to catch her watching. "Your secret ingredient in these butterscotch cookies, is it browned butter?" Emma looked up from the display she was arranging to find Liam leaning against the counter, empty coffee mug in hand, and curiosity in his eyes. 2 hours had passed since his arrival, the bakery emptying and filling in gentle waves around him. "That would be telling," she replied, pleased he'd detected the subtle flavor. "Professional baker's privilege." "I respect trade secrets." He pushed his mug forward slightly. "Refill possible? I've hit a wall on 14 across." Emma took the mug, their fingers brushing briefly. "What's the clue?" "What's often found at the end of one's rope. 6 letters. Frayed," Emma answered without hesitation, filling his cup. Liam's expression brightened. "Of course! I was stuck on noosed, but it didn't fit the cross letters. Dark turn there. Occupational hazard. Lawyers tend toward the macabre." Emma's hands stilled on the coffee pot. "You're a lawyer?" Something cautious flickered in his eyes. "Corporate counsel. Less dramatic than it sounds. Mostly contracts and acquisitions." "For this mysterious family business with interests in various markets?" She couldn't keep the slight edge from her voice, remembering Frank's warnings about developers. "Among other clients," Liam acknowledged, "but I didn't come here to talk about work." Emma set the coffee pot down with perhaps more force than necessary. "Why did you come here, Liam?" His answer was disarmingly simple. "Because I couldn't stop thinking about you." The direct admission caught Emma off guard, heat rising to her cheeks. Before she could formulate a response, the bell chimed and 3 tourists tumbled in, exclaiming over the display case. Emma turned to help them, grateful for the interruption. When she glanced back, Liam had returned to his table, attention seemingly focused on his crossword. But the slight smile playing at his lips suggested he was perfectly aware of the effect his words had on her. As the morning progressed, Liam remained at his corner table, occasionally approaching for refills, or to ask her opinion on particularly difficult clues. Their conversation developed a comfortable rhythm, weaving between crossword hints and gentle probing questions that revealed small, seemingly insignificant details about each other. She learned he preferred winter to summer, could recite obscure baseball statistics but couldn't throw a proper curveball, and harbored a secret fondness for old black-and-white films. He discovered her preference for savory over sweet despite her profession, her collection of vintage rolling pins, and her habit of naming sourdough starters after literary characters. "Heathcliff seems moody today," she explained when the starter she was feeding bubbled aggressively. "Naturally temperamental," Liam agreed, watching her work with genuine interest, though I always felt he was misunderstood. "You're defending a fictional character's emotional instability? Very lawyer of you." "Everyone deserves representation," he countered with a grin. Each exchange revealed new layers, subtle connections forming between them like the delicate lamination in her croissant dough. Separate elements folding together to create something unexpectedly complex. "So," Grace began without preamble, settling onto the stool behind the bakery counter during the afternoon lull. "The bar guy." Emma concentrated on piping buttercream with surgical precision. "I assume you're referring to Liam? Tall, dark crossword enthusiast who spent 3 hours in your bakery today?" "Yes, that's the one." Grace's eyes twinkled mischievously. "Half the town is talking." "Half the town needs better hobbies," Emma muttered, though without real irritation. "He seemed quite taken with your orange cranberry scones, asked for the recipe." Emma's head snapped up. "You didn't give away your secrets? Please." Grace waved dismissively. "I told him great art requires mystery and patience." Emma resumed piping, trying to appear nonchalant. "He mentioned you sent him here." "Did I? How enterprising of me." Grace's innocent expression fooled neither of them. "Though I may have commented on your exceptional baking when he inquired about local establishments worth visiting." "Subtle matchmaking, Grace?" The older woman placed a hand over her heart in mock offense. "I would never. Though if a handsome, educated man happens to appreciate both literature and freshly baked goods, it would be a shame not to direct him toward compatible interests." Emma snorted softly. "He's a corporate lawyer passing through town, hardly compatible with a small-town baker." Grace studied her for a moment. "You know, Lily always said you had your father's talent for building walls and your mother's gift for creating warmth behind them." The mention of her parents, especially in the same breath, caught Emma off guard. "My mother believed everybody deserved a second cookie and the benefit of the doubt, not always the wisest approach." "And yet, she lived a life filled with joy despite its challenges." Grace's voice softened. "She'd want the same for you, you know." "I am happy," Emma insisted, focusing intently on perfect rosettes. "Content, perhaps. There's a difference." Grace stood, straightening her cardigan. "He asked if you like jazz, by the way." Emma's piping faltered slightly. "What did you tell him?" "That you'd never mentioned it, but you appreciate unexpected harmonies." Grace headed toward the door, pausing with her hand on the knob. "He's at the Harbor Inn most evenings, apparently, just in case you were wondering." With a knowing smile, she departed, leaving Emma staring at her buttercream flowers and wondering when exactly she'd lost control of her carefully ordered world. The first time had been coincidence. The second visit could be attributed to Grace's recommendation. But by Liam's 5th appearance at Sugar and Sage in 2 weeks, Emma had to acknowledge the obvious. He was courting her attention as deliberately as he selected his crossword answers. More surprising was her own response, the way she found herself creating new recipes that might interest him, the extra care she took with her appearance each morning, the flutter of anticipation when the bell chimed around his usual arrival time. He never stayed less than an hour, sometimes stretching well into the afternoon if business was slow. Always with his crossword, always claiming the same corner table, always watching her with those attentive eyes that seemed to find her fascinating, even when she was simply measuring flour or chatting with regular customers. Emma found herself sharing stories she'd forgotten she possessed. Summers spent learning to sail with her father before he left. The first time she'd successfully laminated dough under her mother's guidance. The cookbook of family recipes she'd started but never completed. "Why not finish it?" Liam asked one quiet afternoon, helping her sort through a delivery of specialty flours. Emma shrugged, avoiding his eyes. "Time, money, fear that I couldn't do my mother's recipes justice." "I find that hard to believe," he said, his voice gentle but firm. "You're extraordinarily talented, Emma." The simple confidence in his assessment warmed her more than she cared to admit. Without her conscious permission, Liam had become integrated into the rhythm of Sugar and Sage. Regulars greeted him by name, the morning crew occasionally consulted him on crossword clues, and even Frank Henderson, town cynic extraordinaire, had grudgingly accepted his presence after discovering they shared an appreciation for vintage woodworking tools. Emma tried to maintain perspective. He was temporary, a business visitor who would eventually return to his real life in Boston or New York or wherever men in Italian shoes belonged. Opening herself to this connection was probably unwise. Yet each morning, she found herself glancing at the clock as his usual arrival time approached, her heart performing an embarrassing little skip when the bell announced his presence. "I have something for you." Liam stood before the counter on a rainy Tuesday afternoon, messenger bag slung across his chest and a slightly nervous smile playing at his lips. The bakery had emptied after the lunch rush, leaving them alone among the scent of sugar and yeast. Emma wiped her hands on her apron. "Oh?" He reached into his bag and produced a small paper-wrapped package. "A token of appreciation for 2 weeks of exceptional baking and crossword assistance." Emma hesitated before accepting it, the package surprisingly heavy in her palm. "You didn't need to. I wanted to," he interrupted gently. "Open it?" Carefully unwrapping the paper, Emma revealed a wooden object nestled in tissue. A rolling pin, but unlike any she'd seen before. Roughly the size of her palm, its surface was intricately carved with tiny flowers and vines that spiraled from end to end. "It's a cookie roller," Liam explained, "for imprinting designs. I noticed your collection and thought, well, it reminded me of you. Beautiful craftsmanship creating something both functional and lovely." Emma ran her fingers over the detailed carving, deeply touched by the thoughtfulness of the gift and the sentiment behind it. "Where did you find this?" "I didn't." His voice held a note of uncertainty she hadn't heard before. "I made it." Her head snapped up in surprise. "You made this?" Liam's ears reddened slightly. "Woodworking is a hobby. Started in high school shop class, kept it up through law school as stress relief. This is maple. Food-safe finish, of course." Emma stared at him, this corporate lawyer with his crossword puzzles and perfect shoes, trying to reconcile this new information. "You made this, for me." He shrugged, attempting nonchalance, though his eyes watched her carefully. "The world needs more beautiful cookies." The absurdity of the statement, its perfect, earnest ridiculousness, hit Emma all at once. Laughter bubbled up from some long-sealed place inside her, spilling out uncontrolled and slightly wild. Not the careful, measured chuckles she allowed herself in public, but genuine, unguarded delight. Liam's expression transformed, eyes widening before crinkling at the corners, as he joined her laughter. "I've been practicing that line for days, and that's the response I get?" "I'm sorry," Emma gasped. trying to compose herself and failing utterly. "It's just beautiful cookies." Fresh peals of laughter overtook her, and she had to lean against the counter for support. "Your laugh is incredible," Liam said softly, when she finally caught her breath. "I've been waiting to hear it properly." The simple observation sobered Emma slightly, making her realize how rarely she allowed herself such uninhibited joy. "I don't usually—" "I know." His eyes held hers, warm with understanding. "That's what makes it special." Emma looked down at the rolling pin in her hands, tracing one perfect flower with her fingertip. Something had shifted between them, or perhaps, within her, a door cracked open to possibilities she'd kept firmly locked away. "Thank you," she said finally, meaning far more than appreciation for the gift. Liam nodded, seeming to understand everything she wasn't saying. "You're welcome, Emma." The rolling pin found a place of honor on the shelf behind the counter, its carved flowers catching the afternoon light. And if Emma found herself touching it occasionally throughout the day, remembering the sound of her own uninhibited laughter mingling with his, well, that was between her and the beautiful cookies. Chapter 4. Paperwork and Promises. The envelope was unremarkable, white, business-sized, with sugar and sage printed neatly in the address window. Emma almost missed it among the flower supplier invoices and equipment catalogs as she sorted through the morning mail. Only the unfamiliar return address, Holcomb Property Management, caught her attention. She slid her finger beneath the flap, extracting a single sheet of crisp letterhead while balancing her coffee mug in her other hand. The legal language registered in fragments, phrases jumping out like shards of broken glass. "Regret to inform you. Termination of current lease agreement. Property entering contract for sale. Vacate premises. Within 60 days. Coffee splashed over the rim of her mug, scalding her fingers, but Emma barely noticed. She read the letter again, then a third time, certain she'd misunderstood. But the words remained unchanged, black ink on white paper, formal and final. After 5 years of perfect payments and meticulous maintenance, Sugar and Sage was being evicted. Emma set her mug down with deliberate care, her hands suddenly unsteady. 60 days. Just 2 months to dismantle the business her mother had built, the legacy they'd shared, the only home Emma had truly known since returning to Braxton. "No," she said aloud to the empty bakery. "This isn't happening." Her gaze swept across the space. The vintage display cases her mother had found at auction, the hand-painted Sugar and Sage sign that local artist Mabel Jenkins had created 20 years ago, the worn wooden counter polished by thousands of transactions and conversations. Every corner held memories, every fixture told stories. The industrial mixer hummed steadily in the background, kneading dough that might never be baked in this kitchen. Outside, morning light spilled across Harbor Street, illuminating a town that had no idea its heart was being cut out, one small business at a time. Emma checked the clock. 7:45, early enough to catch Lawrence Holcomb before he began his daily regime of avoiding tenants. She reached for the phone, the eviction notice clutched in her trembling hand, determination hardening within her like sugar reaching hard crack stage. "I'm sorry, Miss Harding, but there's nothing I can do." Lawrence Holcomb's voice remained professionally detached, despite Emma's increasingly desperate questions. "The preliminary sale agreement has already been signed." "Without any notice to your tenants?" Emma paced the small office behind the bakery, phone pressed to her ear. "I've been here 5 years, Lawrence. My mother ran this bakery for 15 years before that. Doesn't that count for anything? Business is business." His sigh carried the boredom of a man who'd had this conversation too many times. "The property has been underperforming as an investment for years. This offer was substantially above market value. I've never missed a payment, never even been late. And I appreciate that truly, but your rent barely covers the property taxes and maintenance costs. The building needs significant updates to meet current code requirements. The new owners have the capital to make those improvements. Emma closed her eyes, attempting to regulate her breathing. Who are they, the new owners? A pause. I'm not at liberty to disclose that information until the sale finalizes. So you're selling to someone who won't even stand behind their purchase publicly? That doesn't concern you? Ms. Harding, Holcomb's voice cooled further, the buyers are a reputable development firm with extensive experience revitalizing small commercial districts. Their plans will ultimately benefit the entire town. By displacing local businesses? How exactly does that benefit Braxton? I understand you're upset, but this is happening. The 60-day notice exceeds what's legally required by your lease agreement. I suggest you use that time constructively to make other arrangements. Emma gripped the phone tighter. My lease has an option to renew. Section 14, paragraph 3. I was planning to exercise that option next month. That option is subject to the property remaining under current ownership. Section 18 outlines procedures in the event of a sale. His tone suggested he knew she hadn't memorized Section 18. The new owners aren't bound by previous renewal options. The calculated precision of it all hit Emma like a physical blow. Someone had engineered this carefully, timing the purchase just before her renewal date, exploiting contract language she'd trusted her landlord to honor in good faith. I want a meeting, Emma said finally, with you and the buyers. I deserve to look them in the eye and hear directly why they're destroying my business. Holcomb sighed again. As I said, confidentiality agreements prevent. Then I'll go to Mayor Holloway and the town council and the Braxton Beacon. Emma's voice steadied with resolve. I'm sure they'd all be interested in how outside developers are secretly buying up Harbor Street. Silence stretched between them. Finally, Holcomb spoke, resignation evident. I'll see what I can arrange, but I make no promises, Miss Harding, and the eviction timeline stands regardless. After ending the call, Emma stood motionless in the small office, the magnitude of the situation crashing over her in waves. Everything she'd built, everything her mother had built before her, balanced on the precipice of erasure. But beneath the shock and grief, something else ignited. Determination, fierce and clarifying. Whoever these developers were, they'd chosen the wrong baker to intimidate. Town Hall stood at the center of Braxton-on-Devon, like an aging dowager, its white columns and copper-domed clock tower maintaining dignity despite peeling paint and sagging steps. Emma climbed those steps with purpose, ignoring the curious glances from passing townspeople. The eviction notice rested in her bag like a live coal, burning through her forced composure. She'd spent the morning researching property laws and tenant rights, making calls to every contact who might provide information. Now, she needed official records only Town Hall could provide. The records office smelled of dusty paper and furniture polish. Ancient filing cabinets lined the walls, while a single aging computer sat on the clerk's desk. Braxton's reluctant nod to the digital age. Emma, what brings you here? Emergency permit for a cupcake tower? Doris Wilkins adjusted her cat-eye glasses, smile warm beneath bouffant gray hair that hadn't changed style since 1975. Property records, actually. Emma kept her voice casual. I'm trying to verify some information about the Sugar and Sage building. Doris's smile faltered slightly. Oh? Something wrong with the old place? Just doing some due diligence. Emma wasn't ready to share her situation until she had facts. I need to see recent transaction records for that block of Harbor Street, plus any permit applications filed within the last month. That's specific. Doris eyed her with newfound interest. This wouldn't have anything to do with those fancy city folks taking measurements around town, would it? Emma's attention sharpened. What city folks? Men in suits, clipboards, very official looking. Doris lowered her voice conspiratorially. Mayor's been squiring them around like prize stallions at the county fair. Closed-door meetings, too. Rumor has it they're from some big development company. Which company? Emma pressed, heart accelerating. Doris shrugged. Name escapes me. something corporate-sounding, Prescott and something. Shaw? The name escaped Emma's lips before she could stop it. Prescott and Shaw? That's it. Real estate development firm out of Boston. Very high-end. Doris tilted her head. How did you know that, Emma? But Emma barely heard the question, blood rushing in her ears. Prescott. The name Liam had so carefully avoided mentioning during their conversations. His family business with interests in various markets. The pieces aligned with sickening clarity. The records, Doris, Emma managed, struggling to keep her voice steady. Please. 20 minutes later, Emma sat surrounded by property documents, permit applications, and proposed zoning amendments, the truth laid bare in official stamps and signatures. Prescott and Shaw had been systematically acquiring options on Harbor Street properties for months, preparing for a comprehensive redevelopment project. And there, on a preliminary application for architectural review, was the name she'd dreaded finding. Liam Prescott, General Counsel, the crossword puzzles, the convenient appearances at the Harbor Inn, the careful questions about town dynamics, and her attachment to sugar and sage. Every interaction now reframed as calculated reconnaissance. Emma gathered the documents with trembling hands, making copies of key pages. She'd been played for a fool, providing insider information while falling for the charm of the very man orchestrating her bakery's destruction. As she left town hall, storm clouds gathered over Braxton-on-Devon, mirroring the darkness spreading through her heart. The Harbor Inn's afternoon quiet enveloped Emma as she pushed through the door, scanning the familiar space. Rain pattered against windows, creating the same cozy atmosphere that had facilitated their first meeting. Now, that memory felt tainted. A beautiful lie. She spotted him immediately. Corner table, shirt sleeves rolled up, papers spread across the worn wood surface. Not a crossword puzzle this time, but architectural renderings and contracts. His true purpose in Braxton no longer disguised. Liam looked up as she approached, a smile warming his features before faltering at her expression. He straightened, concern replacing welcome. Emma, what's wrong? She placed the eviction notice on the table between them, followed by the architectural review application bearing his signature. Tell me this isn't you, she said, voice barely audible above the rain. Liam stared at the documents, color draining from his face. His silence confirmed everything. Liam Prescott. Emma pronounced his full name like an accusation. Of Prescott and Shaw Development, not just their lawyer, a Prescott. The family business you so carefully avoided discussing. He stood slowly, hands spread in a placating gesture. Emma, I can explain. Explain what? How you've been lying to me for weeks? How you sat in my bakery day after day, knowing you were part of the plan to destroy it? Her voice remained controlled, despite the storm raging inside her. It's not destruction, it's revitalization, Liam said, shifting into a tone she hadn't heard before. Professional, persuasive. The Harbor Street project will ultimately benefit the entire community. Don't. Emma's single word sliced through his practiced pitch. Don't you dare sell me the corporate line, not after everything. Liam ran a hand through his hair, frustration evident. This isn't how I wanted you to find out. How did you want me to find out, after you'd extracted every bit of useful information about the town? After I'd fallen completely for your act? Emma's composure wavered. Or maybe after Sugar and Sage was demolished to make way for whatever upscale boutiques fit your vision for Braxton? It's not like that. Liam moved around the table toward her, but Emma stepped back. The project includes space for existing businesses. We're not trying to erase Braxton's character. We want to enhance it. By evicting shop owners who've been here for decades. By driving up rents until only chains can afford to stay. Emma shook her head in disbelief. Do you actually believe what you're saying? The current buildings are outdated, inefficient, some barely up to code. Liam's jaw tightened. The redevelopment provides modern facilities, attracts tourism, creates jobs. Spare me the investor prospectus. Emma's laugh held no humor. God, I feel so stupid. All those conversations about community and connection. Was any of it real? Or was it all research for your project? Pain flashed across Liam's features. My feelings for you are real, Emma. That has nothing to do with the development. It has everything to do with it. Her control slipped, voice rising. You knew what sugar and sage meant to me. You knew about my mother, about what we built together, and you sat there, accepting my hospitality, all while planning to take it away. I'm not taking it away. The plan includes space for sugar and sage, a better space, with modern equipment, proper ventilation. At triple the rent, under your ownership, with corporate-approved designs that match your aesthetic? Emma's eyes burned with unshed tears. That's not sugar and sage. That's a performance of authenticity for tourists to photograph before heading to their luxury condos. The few patrons in the pub had fallen silent, watching their confrontation with undisguised interest. Emma was past caring. I fought for concessions, Liam insisted, voice lowered. The original plan was complete demolition. I pushed for historical preservation elements, for spaces allocated to existing businesses. How noble of you! Emma's voice dripped with sarcasm that barely masked her pain. Should I be grateful that you designed a slightly gentler way to destroy my life? Liam's expression hardened slightly. This isn't just about your bakery, Emma. It's about the future of Braxton. The town is economically stagnant. Young people leave because there's no opportunity. Buildings are deteriorating. This project brings capital, jobs, tourism. We don't want to be a tourist attraction. We're a community, real people living real lives. Emma gestured toward the window, toward the rain-slicked streets of her hometown. But you wouldn't understand that, would you? To you, we're just another acquisition, another deal to close. That's unfair. Liam's professional veneer cracked, genuine hurt showing through. I care about this town. I care about you. If you cared about me, you would have been honest from the start. Emma's voice quieted, making space for the deeper hurt beneath her anger. But you weren't. You calculated exactly how much to reveal, how to gain my trust, how to gather information that would benefit your project. Emma. Liam reached for her hand, but she pulled away. The worst part is that I believed you. Her voice threatened to break. I let myself think that maybe, that you might. She shook her head, unable to finish the thought. It doesn't have to end like this. Liam's eyes held something like desperation. We can find a solution. I can talk to the board, revise the proposal. Stop. Emma gathered the documents, hands steadier than she felt. There's nothing more to say. Your family wants to build its vision of what Braxton should be. My family built something real here, something that matters. Those visions are incompatible. She straightened, summoning dignity from some reservoir she hadn't known she possessed. Goodbye, Liam. I hope your development project is worth what it cost you. Emma walked through the rain without feeling it, past blurred storefronts and concerned glances, seeing nothing but the path before her feet. Her body moved automatically, while her mind replayed every moment with Liam, recategorizing memories from treasured to tainted. The hand-carved rolling pin, the shared crossword puzzles, the way he'd listened, really listened, when she spoke about her mother. All of it now suspect, potentially calculated to gain her confidence. The rain mingled with tears she finally allowed to fall, washing both down her cheeks in rivulets that matched the streams flowing along Harbor Street toward the sea. She'd been so careful for so long, built walls around her heart, established routines that protected her from precisely this kind of pain. Yet somehow, Liam Prescott had bypassed every defense with his gentle persistence and apparent understanding. What a fool she'd been. Emma paused beneath the awning of sugar and sage, staring at the worn sign her mother had commissioned when Emma was just a child. The ampersand between sugar and sage had always been her favorite part, a flourish suggesting partnership, connection, togetherness. Now it seemed a painful reminder of all she stood to lose. Inside, the empty bakery welcomed her with familiar scents and shadows. Emma moved through the space like a ghost, touching countertops and equipment as if to reassure herself they still existed. 60 days. How could she possibly say goodbye to this place in 60 days? The industrial mixer stood sentinel in the corner, faithful companion through countless pre-dawn baking sessions. The display cases her mother had lovingly restored now held the day's remaining pastries, unaware of their uncertain future. Emma sank onto a stool, eviction notice still clutched in her hand. The paper had grown damp from the rain, ink beginning to blur at the edges, official words dissolving like so many promises. She'd survived her father's abandonment. She'd survived her mother's death. She would survive this too. But as Emma sat alone in the gathering darkness of sugar and sage, rain tapping a melancholy rhythm against the windows, she wondered how many pieces of herself would remain when the surviving was done. Chapter 5. Firelight. Emma's apartment felt emptier than usual that evening. Rain tapped against the windows in an irregular rhythm, matching her restless thoughts as she moved through her nightly routine by rote. Tea steeped in her mother's chipped mug, worn cookbook open to a half-revised recipe, notebook ready for annotations she couldn't focus enough to make. 3 days had passed since her confrontation with Liam. 3 days of avoiding the Harbor Inn, of forcing smiles for customers, of pretending the countdown to eviction wasn't constantly ticking in her mind. She hadn't cried again. The initial shock had crystallized into something harder, determination mixed with a dull ache that followed her like a shadow. Emma adjusted the recipe proportions mechanically, testing variations that might transfer to a smaller kitchen when Sugar and Sage lost its home. The thought sent a fresh wave of pain through her chest. She'd begun contacting rental agents, exploring alternatives, but Harbor Street properties were scarce, and other locations meant losing the morning regulars who'd structured their routines around hers. Outside, the rain intensified, drumming against the roof. Emma checked her watch. 9:17 p.m. Earlier than her usual bedtime, but exhaustion pulled at her. Sleep offered temporary refuge from planning and worry, and memories of a certain lawyer's eyes when she'd walked away. The wail of sirens shattered the rainy quiet. Emma looked up, momentarily disoriented by the sound. Braxton rarely saw emergencies beyond fishing accidents or the occasional fender bender. The siren grew louder, joined by another, their urgent cries splitting the night. A strange orange glow flickered through her rain-streaked window. Something primal and instinctive sent Emma to the window before conscious thought could form. Through sheets of rain, Harbor Street was transforming. The glow intensified, pulsing with unnatural brightness 2 blocks down, where Sugar and Sage stood. "No," Emma whispered, breath fogging the cold glass. Fire trucks rounded the corner, red lights painting wet pavement in crimson streaks. Figures in rain gear gathered on sidewalks, pointing toward. "No!" The word tore from her throat as understanding crystallized. Emma grabbed her keys and ran, not bothering with a coat, barely remembering to shut her door. She took the stairs 2 at a time, bursting onto the sidewalk into driving rain. The street had come alive with chaos. Neighbors emerging from warm homes, emergency vehicles blocking intersections, police directing growing crowds away from Harbor Street, and above it all, the unmistakable crackling roar of fire devouring wood and history and dreams. Emma ran toward the blaze, rain soaking her clothes within seconds. An officer tried to block her path at the corner. "Ma'am, you need to stay back." "That's my bakery!" Emma ducked under his outstretched arm, slipping past before he could react. The scene that greeted her stole her breath. Flames licked from the windows of the building adjacent to Sugar and Sage, the long vacant hardware store that shared a wall with her bakery. Smoke billowed into the rain-dark sky, orange-tinged and thick. Firefighters swarmed the street, unrolling hoses and shouting instructions that were swallowed by the storm and the fire's hungry roar. Emma scanned desperately for the familiar mint-green awning of Sugar and Sage. It remained intact, but smoke seeped from beneath its edges. The shared wall, The one her mother had always complained was too thin, glowed with ominous light from within. Chief Reynolds spotted her, breaking away from a cluster of firefighters. "Emma, you can't be here!" "My mother's recipes," she gasped, rainwater streaming down her face. "The original sugar and sage ledgers. They're in the office safe. We're doing everything we can, but that building's been empty too long. Electrical fire, most likely. Your wall is already compromised." As if confirming his assessment, a window in the hardware store exploded outward, sending glass shards across the wet pavement. Flames reached higher, grasping for the night sky despite the rain's attempt to subdue them. "I need to get the safe." Emma moved toward the bakery entrance, but Reynolds caught her arm. "Absolutely not. We've evacuated the block. It will take 2 minutes. The safe is right inside the office door." "Emma, no structure entry. That's final." But Emma was no longer listening. Behind Reynolds, a section of the hardware store's facade crumbled, sending a shower of sparks toward Sugar and Sage. In that moment, she saw beyond the building to what it contained: her mother's handwritten recipes, the original bakery logo sketch, photographs of opening day, ledgers recording 20 years of community connections, the tangible remains of Lily Harding's legacy. When Reynolds turned to shout instructions to a firefighter, Emma slipped away, circling behind the emergency vehicles toward the bakery's rear entrance. The alley behind Sugar and Sage remained unblocked. Emma used her key with shaking hands, slipping inside the dark kitchen. Immediately, acrid smoke stung her eyes and throat. The shared wall with the hardware store radiated heat, and ominous cracking sounds emanated from within. Emma pulled her damp shirt over her nose and mouth, moving quickly through the familiar space despite the darkness. She navigated around counters and equipment by memory, making her way toward the small office at the back. The smoke thickened as she neared the office, making her eyes water and lungs burn. The door felt warm beneath her palm. Too warm. Emma hesitated, then pushed it open. Orange light filtered through cracks in the shared wall, illuminating the small space in hellish flickers. The heat struck her like a physical blow. The safe stood where it always had, squat and solid against the far wall. Emma dropped to her knees, dialing the combination with trembling fingers. Above her, the ceiling groaned, a low, threatening sound. Sweat mingled with rainwater on her skin as she yanked the safe door open, grabbing the leather-bound recipe book and stack of irreplaceable documents. A thunderous crash shook the building. Emma clutched the precious items to her chest, turning toward the door just as a section of the ceiling collapsed, blocking her exit with flaming debris. Trapped. Smoke closed around her like a shroud, searing her lungs with each desperate breath. Heat pressed against her skin, intensifying by the second. Emma backed against the far wall, mind racing for escape options through waves of rising panic. The window, too small, security barred. The front, too far through smoke and fire. The collapsed ceiling, impenetrable. Darkness edged her vision as oxygen thinned. Her knees buckled, sending her sliding down the wall to the floor. The recipe book remained clutched against her chest, her mother's legacy that would apparently claim her own. Through the thickening smoke and her fading consciousness, Emma thought she heard her name. "Emma!" The voice seemed distant, disconnected from reality. Emma struggled to focus, her thoughts scattered by smoke and fear. "Emma, answer me!" Louder now, familiar, impossible. "Here!" She tried to call, but smoke stole her voice, reducing it to a ragged whisper. Movement beyond the debris, a dark shape pushing through impossibly narrow gaps in the smoldering ceiling fragments. A flashlight beam cutting through smoke. "Emma!" Liam materialized from the haze like an apparition, face streaked with soot, eyes wild with fear. He dropped to his knees beside her. "Can you walk?" No gentle questions, just urgent assessment. When she nodded weakly, his relief was palpable. "We need to move, now!" He helped her up, one arm around her waist, the other clearing a path through fallen debris. Emma clutched the recipe book with one hand, gripping Liam's soaked shirt with the other. "The ceiling came down!" she managed between coughs. I noticed. His voice was tight with controlled panic. There's another way. Trust me. Trust. After everything. Yet in this moment, what choice did she have? Liam guided her not toward the kitchen, but deeper into the bakery, toward the storage closet. Emma wanted to question him, but couldn't find breath for words. The smoke thickened around them, and heat radiated through the shared wall in pulsing waves. At the closet, Liam directed his flashlight upward. Roof access. Old buildings like these were connected. We go up, then across to the bookshop. Emma vaguely remembered her mother mentioning the access hatch, a relic from when deliveries came by rooftop in winter, when streets were impassable. She'd never used it herself. Liam moved shelving with urgent efficiency, revealing the forgotten ladder bolted to the wall. You first. I'll be right behind you. Emma tucked the precious documents into her shirt and grabbed the rungs. Her arms trembled with adrenaline and smoke inhalation, but determination drove her upward. The metal hatch protested, but yielded to her push, releasing her onto the rain-soaked roof. Fresh air hit her lungs like a shock, sending her into a coughing fit as she crawled away from the opening. Liam emerged seconds later, securing the hatch behind them. The roof provided a horrifying vantage point. Flames now engulfed the hardware store completely, reaching for sugar and sage with hungry fingers. Firefighters below directed hoses at the blaze, their efforts seeming futile against its ferocity. Rain continued to fall, steam rising where it met fire in a futile battle. We need to move! Liam's hand found hers, warm and solid in the chaos. The fire is spreading too quickly. Emma allowed him to lead her across the flat roof, away from the advancing flames, toward the adjacent bookshop. Her lungs burned with each breath, her vision blurring intermittently. A loud crack split the night. Beneath their feet, the roof shuddered. Run! Liam pulled her forward, as portions of the roof began to buckle behind them. They raced across the remaining distance, rain pelting their faces, smoke swirling around their legs. The gap between buildings loomed ahead, 3 feet of empty space separating the bakery from Grace's bookshop. In daylight, a manageable jump. In rain and smoke, with weakened structures. I'll go first, Liam shouted above the storm and flames. Then help you across. Before Emma could respond, he backed up several steps, then launched himself across the gap, landing solidly on the bookshop's roof. He turned immediately, extending his arms toward her. You can make it! I've got you! Emma clutched the recipe book tighter, backing up as Liam had done. The roof groaned beneath her feet, threatening to give way at any moment. No time for hesitation or fear. She ran forward and jumped. For one terrifying moment, she was suspended in nothing, smoke and rain and firelight swirling around her. Then Liam's hands caught her arms, pulling her firmly onto solid roofing. The momentum sent them both tumbling backward, Liam cushioning her fall with his body. They lay there for precious seconds, rain washing over them, chests heaving with exertion and relief. Below, shouts indicated their rooftop escape had been noticed. Liam helped Emma to her feet, guiding her toward the bookshop's roof access door. Almost there, he murmured, his arm supporting her waist as her adrenaline began to fade, leaving exhaustion in its wake. Emma glanced back once at Sugar and Sage, watching as flames finally breached the shared wall, claiming her sanctuary in brilliant orange destruction. Ms. Harding, you need oxygen, now! The paramedic's stern face brooked no argument, but Emma tried anyway. I'm fine. Her voice emerged as a rasp that undermined her claim. Just smoke. They sat in the back of an ambulance, emergency lights painting the rain-slicked street in rhythmic flashes of red and white. Around them, organized chaos continued as firefighters battled to contain the blaze that had already claimed the hardware store and was consuming Sugar and Sage despite their efforts. You've got second-degree burns on your hands, smoke inhalation, and probable shock. The paramedic, Jenkins, according to his nameplate, countered. That's not fine by any definition. Emma glanced down at her hands, surprised to find them bandaged. She didn't remember being burned. The recipe book rested in her lap, its leather cover smoke-stained but intact. What about him? She nodded toward Liam, who stood several feet away, talking intently with Chief Reynolds. His clothes were soaked and soot-streaked, his hair plastered to his forehead, but he'd refused the shock blanket offered by another paramedic. Mr. Prescott has already declined treatment, Jenkins said with professional disapproval. Though he shouldn't have. Now please, the oxygen. Emma reluctantly allowed him to place the mask over her face. Cool, pure oxygen flooded her lungs, easing the burning sensation that had accompanied each breath. She closed her eyes briefly, the night's events crashing over her in waves. Sugar and sage was gone. The realization hit with physical force, driving the air from her lungs despite the oxygen mask. 20 years of history, of community, of her mother's legacy, reduced to charred timber and ash in minutes. Emma. She opened her eyes to find Grace beside her, the older woman's face lined with worry. "Thank God you're all right," Grace said, clutching Emma's bandaged hand carefully. "When they said you were inside—" She broke off, emotions overtaking her usually composed demeanor. "I had to get these." Emma gestured to the recipe book and documents. "Mom's original recipes, the bakery history." Grace nodded understanding, dabbing at her eyes. "Your mother would be proud of your priorities, and horrified by your methods." A ghost of a smile touched Emma's lips beneath the oxygen mask. It was exactly what Lily would have said. "The bakery?" Grace asked gently, though the answer blazed behind her. Emma shook her head, unable to form the words. "Insurance will cover rebuilding," Grace assured her. "And until then, you'll stay with me, no arguments." Before Emma could respond, a commotion near the police line drew their attention. A man in a rumpled suit was arguing with an officer, gesturing emphatically toward the fire. With a jolt, Emma recognized Lawrence Holcomb. "Vultures circle quickly," Grace observed, following Emma's gaze. "Probably calculating insurance payouts already." Another figure joined Holcomb, a polished woman in a tailored coat, her blonde hair perfectly styled despite the rain. She surveyed the scene with clinical detachment, nodding at whatever Holcomb was saying. "Amelia Shaw," Grace supplied. "Prescott and Shaw's project manager, Liam's cousin." The pieces connected in Emma's mind with sickening clarity. The long vacant hardware store, scheduled for demolition in the developer's plans. The electrical fire that had started there, conveniently accelerating their timeline. Sugar and sage destroyed not by eviction but by accident, with devastatingly thorough results. Emma pulled the oxygen mask down. "They did this," Grace frowned. "What?" "Prescott and Shaw. The fire gives them exactly what they wanted. Immediate access to the properties without the messiness of evictions and public relations problems." Emma's voice strengthened with each word, anger burning away shock and exhaustion. "Emma, you can't possibly think—" "He was there, Grace, at the exact moment the fire started. How convenient." "He saved your life," Grace reminded her gently. "That's not the action of someone who set the fire." "Or it's the perfect cover." Emma replaced the oxygen mask, too tired to argue, but unable to silence the suspicious voice whispering in her mind. Jenkins returned to check her vitals, frowning at her elevated heart rate. "You need to remain calm, Miss Harding. Your body's had enough stress tonight." Emma nodded absently, gaze fixed on Liam as he broke away from Chief Reynolds and approached the ambulance. "How is she?" he asked Jenkins, concern evident in his voice. "Stubborn," the paramedic replied, "refusing hospital transport despite my recommendations." "I'm right here," Emma said irritably, pulling the mask down again. "And I'm not going to any hospital." Liam's eyes met hers, searching. Whatever he found there made him step back slightly. "I'll make sure she gets proper rest and follow-up care," Grace assured Jenkins. I'm taking her home with me tonight. The paramedic hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. I'll get the release forms, but if symptoms worsen, difficulty breathing, confusion, increased pain, bring her in immediately. As Jenkins moved away, uncomfortable silence descended among the three of them. Rain continued to fall, gentler now, hissing where it met hot debris from the still smoldering buildings. Thank you, Grace said finally, addressing Liam. For what you did tonight? He shook his head dismissively. Anyone would have— No, Grace interrupted firmly. They wouldn't have. Running into a burning building isn't standard procedure, even for knights in slightly tarnished armor. Liam's gaze returned to Emma, something unreadable in his expression. I wouldn't expect gratitude, but I'd like a word if you're feeling up to it. Emma wanted to refuse, wanted to hold on to the anger that provided convenient armor against other, more complicated emotions. But Grace was already making excuses about release forms, leaving them alone in the artificial privacy of the ambulance's open doors. Rain fell in gentle curtains around them as they stood facing the ruins of Sugar and Sage. Emma clutched the shock blanket around her shoulders, its inadequate warmth nothing compared to the cold emptiness spreading through her chest. Beside her, Liam maintained careful distance, respecting boundaries she hadn't articulated. The fire had been contained, but not before claiming both the hardware store and her bakery. Charred timbers jutted like broken bones from collapsed walls. Water pooled in the street, reflecting emergency lights and smoldering embers in equal measure. I'm sorry, Liam said finally, breaking the fragile silence. Emma continued staring at the remains of her life's work. For which part? The eviction? The lies? Or this? She gestured toward the destruction. All of it. His voice held no defense, no corporate polish. But especially for not being honest with you from the beginning. Would it have made a difference? She turned to face him, searching for answers in his soot-streaked features. If you'd told me who you were that first night, would anything have changed? Liam considered the question with the seriousness it deserved. The project would have proceeded, but without the deception between us. You still would have destroyed Sugar and Sage. We would have relocated it, yes. He didn't sugarcoat the truth. But I would have worked with you, not around you. That's the difference. Emma laughed without humor. And now it's moot. Convenient timing for Prescott and Shaw. Something flashed in Liam's eyes. Hurt, anger, she couldn't tell. You think I had something to do with this fire? I think your family stands to benefit considerably from it. My family doesn't operate that way. His voice sharpened. And neither do I. How would I know? You've been lying since we met. I omitted details about my work. I never lied about who I am. Liam ran a hand through his damp hair, frustration evident. And I sure as hell didn't burn down your bakery, Emma. They stared at each other, the accusation hanging between them like smoke. Finally, Emma looked away. How did you know I was inside? She asked, changing direction. I was meeting with the fire chief about building code updates when the call came in. When I heard the address. He swallowed visibly. I knew you'd try to save things that mattered to you. It's who you are. The simple truth of his assessment stung more than she expected. I was coming to see you tomorrow, Liam continued quietly, to propose an alternative. What alternative? Integrated historical preservation, maintaining the original Sugar and Sage structure while updating it to code, a compromise. Emma glanced at him sharply. Your investors would agree to that? I made them agree. After our conversation at the Harbor Inn, I spent 3 days revising plans. Sugar and Sage is the heart of Harbor Street. Removing it would destroy what makes Braxton special. The admission lodged in Emma's chest alongside grief and exhaustion. And now? Liam gestured toward the smoldering ruins. Now we rebuild. Better. We. The insurance will cover structural losses. Prescott and Shaw will fund the difference to create a bakery that honors what was while providing what you need. Emma stared at him, trying to reconcile this offer with her image of corporate developers. Why would you do that? Liam's expression softened. "Because I wasn't going to let you burn." The words carried double meaning that wasn't lost on either of them. Emma felt the careful walls around her heart tremble dangerously. Before she could respond, Grace approached with Jenkins, release forms in hand. "Time to go, Emma. You need rest." Emma nodded, suddenly overwhelmed by exhaustion. As she turned to leave, Liam slipped off his coat, somehow still drier than her clothes, and draped it around her shoulders over the shock blanket. "Keep it," he said quietly, echoing words from another rainy night that seemed a lifetime ago. "Gives me an excuse to see you again." In Grace's guest bedroom, Emma sat motionless at the window, watching dawn creep over Braxton-on-Devon. Sleep had evaded her despite bone-deep weariness. Each time she closed her eyes, she saw flames consuming her mother's legacy, felt smoke filling her lungs, heard the terrible groaning of timbers giving way. Liam's coat lay across her lap, still carrying traces of his cedar cologne beneath the acrid smell of smoke. Her fingers traced the expensive fabric absently as conflicting emotions waged war within her chest. How could she reconcile the man who had lied to her with the one who had risked his life to save hers? How could she trust the company that had planned to evict her with rebuilding what fire had claimed? Emma pulled the coat closer, remembering the certainty in Liam's voice. "Because I wasn't going to let you burn." Outside, rain had finally ceased, leaving Braxton washed clean in early light. Harbor Street would be cordoned off, investigators combing through debris, neighbors gathering to assess the damage. By noon, casseroles would appear at Grace's door, Braxton's traditional response to tragedy. Life would continue, as it always did after disaster. Emma touched the leather-bound recipe book on the nightstand, smoke-scented but intact, her mother's handwriting preserved within its pages. Some things survived, even fire. She wrapped herself tighter in Liam's coat, allowing herself to absorb its warmth without analyzing what that might mean. Tomorrow would bring decisions, plans, rebuilding. Tonight had brought destruction and rescue in equal measure. For now, in the quiet limbo between night and morning, Emma finally surrendered to exhaustion, drifting into sleep still wrapped in the contradictory comfort of Liam Prescott's coat. Chapter 6. Borrowed Space. "This is impossible." Emma glared at the ancient oven in Grace's kitchen as if it had personally offended her. In many ways, it had. The temperature fluctuated unpredictably, heating unevenly, and transforming perfectly good pastry into a patchwork of overdone and underbaked sections. Her third batch of scones that morning had emerged with bottoms like charcoal and tops barely set. "They have character," Grace offered diplomatically, eyeing the rejected batch. "Rustic is trendy these days." "Rustic is not the same as inedible." Emma dumped the scones into the trash, with perhaps more force than necessary. "And the mixer wobbles like it's about to launch into orbit." 5 days had passed since the fire. 5 days of adjusting to displacement, of fielding concerned inquiries from regulars, of nightmares featuring smoke and collapsing ceilings. 5 days of working in a kitchen that felt like trying to dance in shoes 3 sizes too small. Grace's cafe kitchen had served its purpose adequately for decades, brewing coffee, warming muffins, assembling simple sandwiches. It was never designed for serious baking. The counter stood 2 inches too high, making Emma's shoulders ache after hours of rolling dough. Storage was limited to a handful of mismatched cabinets. The refrigerator hummed an off-key melody that set Emma's teeth on edge. "I know it's not ideal," Grace said gently, placing a comforting hand on Emma's flour-dusted arm, "but the customers appreciate your efforts." Emma sighed, surveying the small morning selection she'd managed to produce, a fraction of Sugar and Sage's usual offerings. They deserve better than compromised quality. They deserve having you still here, in whatever capacity. That matters more than perfect pastry. The simple truth softened Emma's frustrations slightly. The morning after the fire, she'd awoken determined to continue operations somehow. Grace had immediately offered her cafe kitchen, rearranging her own business hours to accommodate Emma's pre-dawn baking schedule. The community had rallied with touching immediacy. Frank Henderson had installed additional electrical outlets the same day. The morning crew arrived with their toolboxes to build extra shelving. Mayor Holloway orchestrated a temporary permit for combined operations that bypassed weeks of bureaucracy. Yet despite the support, Emma felt adrift. Each unfamiliar cabinet, each temperamental appliance, reminded her of what she'd lost. "The oven temperature gauge is off by at least 20 degrees, she muttered, adjusting settings for her fourth attempt. "And there's a hot spot in the back left corner." "Then we'll work around it," Grace replied with practical optimism. "Remember when your mother's mixer broke right before the Founders' Day celebration? She baked for 300 people using hand whisks and determination." Emma smiled despite herself, "and recruited half the town as impromptu bakers, including me, with my notoriously heavy hand with cinnamon. The cinnamon incident of '99, never forgotten." They shared a quiet laugh, easing the tension that had been building all morning. Emma reached for her mother's recipe book, smoke-scented but intact, and flipped to the section on adaptations. "Mom always said a good baker adjusts to circumstances, not the other way around." "Wise woman," Grace nodded, though I doubt she imagined adjusting to my prehistoric oven. Emma studied the kitchen with renewed determination. Different didn't have to mean impossible. She began mentally cataloging adaptations, rotation schedules for even baking, production priorities based on equipment limitations, simplified offerings that would maintain quality standards. "I'll need to recalibrate everything," she said, dusting flour from her hands. "Every recipe, every technique." "If anyone can, it's you," Grace replied, conviction evident in her voice. Emma nodded, though uncertainty lingered. This borrowed space, like this borrowed time while insurance claims processed and reconstruction discussions commenced, felt temporary and tenuous, a placeholder rather than a solution. The bell above the bookshop door chimed, signaling early customers. Grace squeezed Emma's shoulder gently before heading to the front, leaving her alone with the stubborn oven and her thoughts. Emma measured ingredients for another attempt, her movements mechanical: flour, butter, sugar, salt. The familiar components that had always yielded predictable results now required recalculation, reconsideration. Like everything else in her life since the fire. Since Liam. She hadn't seen him since that rainy night outside the smoldering remains of Sugar and Sage. His coat remained folded on the guest room chair, a tangible reminder of complications she wasn't ready to address. Emma cut butter into flour with unnecessary force, sending a cloud of white dust across the unfamiliar countertop. "Different doesn't mean impossible," she repeated aloud, though the words felt hollow in the borrowed kitchen's confines. The bell's cheerful jingle announced another customer, just as Emma slid a tray of blueberry muffins into the temperamental oven. She dusted her hands, mentally calculating baking time adjustments, when Grace appeared in the kitchen doorway. "You have a visitor," she announced, her expression carefully neutral, though her eyes held a glimmer of something Emma couldn't quite interpret. Before Emma could inquire further, Liam appeared behind Grace, his tall frame nearly filling the doorway. He balanced a cardboard tray of coffee cups in one hand and carried a leather satchel in the other. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, but his smile remained warm as it settled on Emma. "Morning," he offered tentatively. "I come bearing caffeine and possible solutions." Emma stared, suddenly acutely aware of her flour-dusted apron and wild curls escaping her hasty bun. "Liam, what are you doing here?" "I'll leave you two to chat," Grace interjected smoothly, disappearing before Emma could protest. Liam stood awkwardly in the doorway for a moment, before venturing further into the kitchen. "Grace mentioned you were having equipment issues." "Grace has a remarkable talent for sharing information that isn't hers to share," Emma replied, though without real heat. He approached cautiously, setting the coffee tray on a relatively clear corner of the counter. "These might help with the adjustment period. Triple espresso, splash of cream, no sugar." Emma eyed the cup suspiciously, though the rich aroma called to her exhaustion. How did you know my coffee order? I pay attention. Liam shrugged, the gesture disarmingly humble. To things that matter. The simple statement hung between them, loaded with unspoken complexity. Emma accepted the coffee grudgingly, its warmth seeping into her flour-dusted fingers. Thank you, she conceded. But that doesn't explain why you're here. Liam patted his satchel. I thought these might help. He unzipped the leather bag, extracting several sleek devices. Oven thermometers, professional grade. They'll give you accurate readings, regardless of what that antique claims. He placed them on the counter before continuing. Infrared temperature gun for checking surface heat. Digital scales for precision. And he produced a final item with a flourish. Silicone baking mats calibrated for heat distribution. They'll help even out those hot spots Grace mentioned. Emma stared at the equipment, momentarily speechless. Each item represented a solution to problems she'd been battling all week. These are professional tools, she finally managed. Yes. They cost hundreds of dollars. Yes. Liam. Please, he interrupted gently. Let me do this small thing. Their eyes met over the gleaming equipment. The rational part of Emma's mind shouted warnings about accepting favors, about complications, about maintaining distance. But the baker in her, the practical craftsperson who respected proper tools, couldn't deny their usefulness. I can't accept gifts from you, she said finally. It's inappropriate given everything. Not gifts. Liam reached into his satchel again, producing a sheet of paper. Loan documentation. These belong to Prescott and Shaw's Project Development Division. You're borrowing them until permanent solutions are arranged. Emma took the document, scanning official letterhead and formal language. You drew up a contract for baking equipment. I'm a lawyer, he replied with a half smile. Paperwork is my love language. Despite herself, Emma felt the corner of her mouth twitch. Fine. A temporary loan. For professional purposes only. Liam nodded, his expression revealing relief beneath his calm exterior. Absolutely professional. This doesn't change anything between us, Emma added, needing to establish boundaries, even as she reached for the infrared thermometer. Understood. Liam stepped back, maintaining careful distance. I just want to help, Emma. No ulterior motives. The oven timer chimed, startling them both. Emma turned away, grateful for the interruption. As she rescued her muffins, still unevenly baked despite her adjustments, she felt Liam watching with that same quiet intensity he'd shown during his visits to Sugar and Sage, before everything had combusted, both literally and figuratively. Your oven's running 32 degrees hot on the left side, he observed, glancing at the ancient control panel. And you're losing heat from a faulty door seal. Emma glanced over her shoulder. You know about ovens? I know about buildings and equipment, structural integrity, heat exchange, mechanical function. He approached cautiously, examining the oven without touching it. May I? After a moment's hesitation, Emma nodded. Liam knelt before the oven, examining the door with professional focus. The seal is completely deteriorated here and here, he pointed. I can replace it this afternoon if you'd like. It won't fix everything, but it should help with temperature stability. The offer was practical, sensible. Emma found herself nodding before she could overthink it. That would be helpful. Thank you. Liam smiled. Not his polished corporate smile, but the genuine one that reached his eyes. I'll be back at 4 then. With parts and tools? Fine. Emma turned back to her cooling muffins, afraid her expression might reveal the confusing mix of gratitude and wariness churning beneath her practiced composure. By the time she looked up again, Liam had gone, leaving only the professional equipment and the lingering scent of his coffee as evidence of his visit. True to his word, Liam returned at precisely 4 o'clock with tools and replacement parts. To Emma's surprise, he arrived in worn jeans and a simple Henley shirt, looking more like a handyman than a corporate attorney. He worked efficiently, replacing the oven seal, while explaining each step with respect for her intelligence rather than patronizing simplicity. When he finished, he stayed to test the repair, calibrating temperatures and documenting settings in a small notebook he left beside the oven. The following day, he appeared just after the morning rush with a reconditioned stand mixer to replace Grace's wobbling model. The day after, he installed custom-cut shelving to maximize the limited storage space. Each visit followed the same pattern: practical improvements delivered with professional courtesy, careful distance maintained despite the increasing comfort of their interactions. Emma found herself grudgingly impressed by his competence and obvious effort. More concerning, she found herself checking the clock as 4 o'clock approached each day. By the end of the second week, a tentative routine had developed. Liam would arrive after Emma's busiest hours, bringing some small improvement or tool. He would work quietly while she prepared the next day's dough or filled special orders. Their conversation remained mostly practical: oven temperatures, storage solutions, equipment maintenance, though occasional personal details slipped through the professional facade. She learned he'd studied engineering before law school, explaining his technical knowledge. He discovered her preference for classic jazz while working, prompting the appearance of a small Bluetooth speaker the following day. Small, seemingly insignificant exchanges that gradually rebuilt something neither of them acknowledged directly. Grace observed with poorly concealed interest, making herself conspicuously scarce whenever Liam appeared. The morning crew developed sudden fascinations with Grace's book selection around 4 each afternoon, positioning themselves to observe through the cafe's connecting doorway. Even Frank Henderson found reasons to deliver hardware supplies during Liam's visits. "Your renovation project has quite the audience," Emma noted dryly one afternoon as Liam installed under-cabinet lighting that made reading recipes significantly easier. He glanced toward the cafe where several townspeople quickly pretended interest in nearby bookshelves. "Small towns run on gossip and good intentions." "And which are you providing them?" Liam paused, screwdriver in hand. "Neither, I hope. Just trying to make things right, Emma. One repair at a time." The simple sincerity in his voice undermined her carefully maintained defenses. Each day, each improvement, each moment of unexpected competence made it harder to reconcile this Liam with the corporate lawyer who had concealed his identity and intentions. "The insurance adjuster came yesterday," Emma said, changing the subject. "They're processing the claim for sugar and sage." Liam nodded, returning to his work. "I heard. The structural assessment came back too. The foundation's salvageable, but most of the building will need complete reconstruction. Have you seen the reports?" "Yes." He didn't attempt to hide his involvement. "I requested copies as interested party in adjacent property development." "And what does Prescott and Shaw plan to do with this information?" Liam secured the final light before turning to face her fully. "That depends on what you want, Emma." The question, simple yet loaded with implications, caught her off guard. "What I want? It's your bakery, your legacy." He gestured around Grace's kitchen. "This is temporary. The permanent solution should reflect your vision, not corporate convenience." Emma studied him, searching for the calculated businessman beneath the earnest exterior. "Why would Prescott and Shaw care about my vision?" "They might not," Liam admitted, "but I do." The quiet confession hung between them, too honest to dismiss, yet too complicated to fully accept. Emma turned back to her dough, focusing on the familiar motion of kneading rather than the unfamiliar territory of trusting Liam Prescott. No, you're manhandling it. Croissant dough isn't a disobedient pet." Liam froze, hands hovering above the delicate pastry sheet he'd been attempting to fold. "I'm being gentle." "You're being hesitant, which is worse." Emma moved beside him, demonstrating the proper technique. Confident but delicate, like this. The impromptu baking lesson had begun innocently enough. Liam had arrived to install a spice rack, finding Emma struggling with her third batch of croissants that day. The borrowed kitchen's peculiarities had thrown off her lamination process, resulting in butter leakage and uneven layers. I thought you might need a second pair of hands, he'd offered. Before she could formulate a reason to refuse, he'd rolled up his sleeves and waited expectantly. Now they stood side by side at Grace's counter, early evening light filtering through rain-speckled windows, the scent of butter and yeast enveloping them in a fragrant cocoon. The cafe had closed hours ago, leaving them alone in the quiet kitchen, save for the gentle jazz playing from Liam's small speaker. "Try again," Emma instructed, stepping back to observe. "Remember, the goal is layers, distinct, separate layers of butter and dough that will create pockets when baked." Liam approached the dough with renewed determination, his large hands surprisingly deft as he executed the turn with improved precision. "Like this?" Emma nodded approval. "Better. Now the letter fold." She watched as he carefully folded the dough in thirds, like an elegant correspondence. His focus was absolute, brow furrowed in concentration, bottom lip caught between his teeth. The expression reminded her of his crossword puzzles, the same intensity he brought to 7 across, now directed at pastry. "Why croissants?" Liam asked as he completed the fold. "Of all the things to bake, these seem unnecessarily complicated." "That's exactly why." Emma checked his work, making minor adjustments. "They require precision, patience, respect for process. You can't rush lamination or take shortcuts. The dough knows." "The dough knows," he repeated with a small smile. "You make it sound sentient." "Isn't it? It responds to temperature, to handling, to environment." Emma ran her fingers lightly across the smooth surface. "It forgives small errors, but punishes arrogance." "Now you sound like my law professor." Liam carefully wrapped the dough for its next rest period. Baking and law have more in common than you might think. Both require following precise rules while understanding when adaptation serves the greater purpose. And both can create flaky situations when mishandled, he added with a grin. Emma groaned at the pun, but couldn't suppress her smile. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. Made you smile, though. The simple observation hung between them, warm and unexpected. Emma busied herself with cleaning the workspace, suddenly aware of flour dusting her cheeks, of escaped curls framing her face, of Liam's proximity in the small kitchen. "What now?" he asked, gesturing toward the wrapped dough. "Now we wait." Emma checked the clock. "About an hour for this rest. Then we'll do another turn, another rest, and finally shape them." "That's extensive." "Good things take time." She wiped down the counter, hyper-aware of him watching her movements. "You don't have to stay for the whole process. It'll be late by the time they're baked." "I don't mind." Liam leaned against the counter, sleeves rolled to his elbows, forearms dusted with flour. "Unless you'd prefer I go?" The question held no pressure, just genuine inquiry. Emma considered the easy excuse, the simple dismissal that would maintain safe distance. Instead, she heard herself say, "You can stay, if you want." Something shifted in the atmosphere between them, subtle yet undeniable, like dough beginning its rise. They filled the waiting time with companionable activity. Liam completed his original task of installing the spice rack, while Emma prepared for the next day's baking. Their conversation flowed more naturally than it had since before the fire, weaving between professional observations and personal revelations. "My mother would have liked you," Emma admitted as they began the second turn of the dough. "She appreciated competence and direct speech." Liam's hands stilled momentarily. "I would have liked to meet her. Grace speaks of her with such fondness." "Everyone does. She was the heart of this town in many ways." Emma demonstrated the next fold, her shoulder brushing against his. "Sugar and sage was her dream before it was mine." "And now? Is it still your dream?" The question penetrated deeper than Emma expected. "I don't know," she answered honestly. For so long, it was about preserving what she built, continuing her legacy. "And for yourself?" Emma considered this as they worked in tandem, their movements falling into natural rhythm. "I love baking. The precision, the creativity within structure, the way it brings people together. She paused, articulating something she'd rarely acknowledged aloud. But sometimes, I wonder if I'm living her dream instead of discovering my own. Liam nodded, understanding in his eyes. Legacy can be both gift and burden. Speaking from experience, Emma glanced sideways at him. Prescott and Shaw is a fourth-generation family business, he confirmed. My grandfather expanded it from local construction to regional development. My father took it national. And what has Liam Prescott contributed? He smiled ruefully. Complicated legal contracts and an unexpected aptitude for oven repair, apparently. Their laughter mingled in the warm kitchen, genuine and unguarded. As the evening progressed, they shaped the croissants together, Liam's initial clumsiness giving way to increasing confidence under Emma's guidance. When the first batch emerged from the oven, golden and flaky despite the temperamental equipment, his expression of wonder was reward enough for the extended lesson. That's remarkable, he said, examining a perfectly laminated croissant, butter-scented steam escaping as he broke it open. All those layers, created by just folding and patience. Try it, Emma encouraged, watching as he took his first bite. Liam's eyes closed in appreciation, a small sound of pleasure escaping him. This is what heaven tastes like, he declared, licking butter from his fingers unconsciously. The simple, sensual enjoyment of his reaction sent unexpected warmth cascading through Emma's chest. She'd watched countless customers appreciate her baking, but something about Liam's uninhibited response felt intimately different. You have flour, he said suddenly, gesturing toward her face. Hazard of the profession. Emma reached up, missing the spot entirely. Here, let me. Liam stepped closer, his thumb gently brushing her cheek. Time suspended in that moment, his hand lingering against her skin, eyes meeting over the small distance between them. The kitchen seemed to shrink around them, the scent of warm butter and yeast, creating an intimate atmosphere that made everything outside this moment seem distant and unimportant. Emma wasn't sure who moved first. Perhaps they both did, drawn together like elements seeking natural balance. His lips found hers with gentle certainty, tasting of butter and possibility. Her hands rested lightly against his flour-dusted shirt, feeling his heartbeat accelerate beneath her fingertips. The kiss remained soft, tentative, both of them aware of boundaries recently crossed and fragile trust newly forming. When they separated, Liam's expression held wonder tinged with caution. I've wanted to do that since you solved 7 down at the Harbor Inn, he admitted quietly. Emma's laugh emerged breathless and surprised. That long? Longer, if I'm being honest, since I first saw you across that crowded pub. His sincerity disarmed her remaining defenses. Emma reached up, brushing flour from his cheek in mirror of his earlier gesture. That wasn't in your corporate development plan. Best deviation I've ever made. Liam captured her hand, pressing a gentle kiss to her palm that sent shivers along her arm. I know things between us are complicated, Emma, but this, he gestured between them, this feels real, more real than anything I've felt in a very long time. The honesty in his voice matched the vulnerability in his eyes. Emma found herself nodding, acknowledging truth she'd been attempting to deny since the night of the fire. It scares me, she confessed, trusting you. I know. He didn't offer empty reassurances or dismissive comfort. All I can ask is for the chance to prove, one day at a time, that I'm worthy of that trust. Another croissant batch timer chimed, breaking the moment with its insistent ring. Emma reluctantly stepped back, returning to the oven while processing the seismic shift that had just occurred between them. As they worked side by side to finish the evening's baking, occasional touches, fingers brushing while transferring trays, shoulders meeting as they navigated the small space, carried new significance, each contact a small confirmation of something neither rushed to define. Later, alone in Grace's guest room, Emma stood by the window, watching raindrops trace lazy patterns down the glass. Her lips still carried the memory of Liam's kiss, soft yet certain, like the first perfect bite of a newly perfected recipe. For so long, she had built her life around predictability and control. Her carefully structured routines had been protective armor against the unpredictability of emotions, against the risk of loss that had shaped her since her father's abandonment and her mother's death. Yet here she was, contemplating the terrifying possibility of opening herself to someone whose very presence in Braxton had initially threatened everything she'd built. Emma touched her fingers to her lips, remembering the gentle pressure of his mouth against hers, the tenderness in his eyes afterwards. Not calculated, not strategic, just genuine connection between two people finding unexpected common ground in a borrowed kitchen. Trust had never come easily to Emma. Her father had taught her early about the unreliability of promises. Her mother's death had reinforced that lesson, that loving deeply meant risking devastating loss. But perhaps Grace had been right all along. Perhaps her careful routines and emotional distance had been less about independence and more about fear. The fear that opening herself to possibility, to joy, to connection, to love, meant vulnerability she couldn't afford. The croissant kiss, as she already thought of it, had cracked something open inside her. Like perfectly laminated dough, revealing its intricate layers under heat, Emma felt her carefully constructed barriers beginning to yield. Terrifying, yes, but also, potentially, wonderful. Emma drew the curtains against the rainy night, decision forming as she prepared for bed. She would proceed cautiously, yes, but she would proceed. One careful step, one honest conversation, one shared moment at a time. After all, as she'd told Liam earlier that evening, good things take time. And perhaps the most worthwhile creations required the greatest patience, the most careful handling, and the courage to trust the process. Chapter 7. Ghost Letters. The morning rush at Grace's cafe hummed with familiar energy. Coffee orders shouted over steaming machines, the rustle of newspaper pages, murmured conversations punctuating the clatter of ceramic mugs against saucers. 3 weeks had passed since the fire, and Emma had established a tentative new rhythm in the borrowed kitchen, her adjusted recipes adapting to equipment limitations. She handed Frank Henderson his usual blueberry scone, deliberately ignoring his pointed glance toward the clock. Nearly 4. Liam's typical arrival time. The entire town seemed invested in their cautious dance toward reconciliation. "Mail's here," Grace announced, appearing at Emma's elbow with a small stack of envelopes. Mostly bills and sympathy cards, though this one looks different. She extended a cream-colored envelope, hand-addressed in neat block lettering Emma didn't recognize. No return address, just her name and Grace's bookshop location written in careful blue ink. "Thanks." Emma tucked it into her apron pocket, too busy with the afternoon customers to investigate. "I'll check it later." The envelope sat forgotten through the remainder of her shift, through cleanup and prep for tomorrow's baking, through her quiet dinner with Grace. Only when she finally retreated to the guest bedroom did Emma rediscover it, the paper now slightly crumpled from its hours in her pocket. She turned it over in flour-dusted fingers, curiosity finally overriding fatigue. The postmark showed Newburyport, Massachusetts, a coastal town about 2 hours north. No one she knew lived there. Emma slid her finger beneath the flap, extracting a single sheet of the same cream-colored paper, covered in the same careful handwriting that had addressed the envelope. "Emma, I heard about the fire at Sugar and Sage. News travels between coastal towns, especially bad news. I wanted to reach out, to offer help, but I know my help hasn't always been welcome. I've respected your boundaries these past years. I understand why they exist, but perhaps this situation allows me to offer something meaningful, not to erase the past, but to contribute to your future. I'm staying at the Harbor Inn through Saturday, room 212. If you're willing, I'd very much like to see you. Any time that works for you works for me. With love and regret, your father Victor." Emma lowered the letter, her hands suddenly unsteady. "Victor, here in Braxton." After 18 years of absence, broken only by occasional Christmas cards and birthday notes, most returned unopened. She read the letter again, searching for demands or manipulation, and finding only careful restraint. The signature caught her attention. Your father crossed out lightly, as if he'd reconsidered his right to the title, replacing it with simply Victor. The fire had made the news beyond Braxton's borders. Of course it had. But for it to reach Victor, for him to travel here in response, Emma wasn't prepared for the conflicting emotions that surged through her chest. Anger came first, familiar, almost comfortable in its heat. How dare he appear now, when she was already vulnerable from losing Sugar and Sage? What right did he have to witness her struggling to rebuild? But beneath the anger lurked something more complicated. A flicker of curiosity. A whisper of that child who had once adored the father who taught her to sail and build sandcastles and identify constellations in the night sky. Before he became the father who walked away when things got difficult. Before he chose escape over family. Before he left a 14-year-old Emma to watch her mother battle cancer alone. She placed the letter on the nightstand and moved to the window, watching raindrops trace patterns down the glass. Victor was here, just blocks away at the Harbor Inn. The same place where she'd first met Liam, where everything had begun to change. Emma closed her eyes, unprepared for the memories that flooded back. Unwelcome, uncontrolled, and undeniably potent. "Higher, Daddy! Higher!" 7-year-old Emma squealed with delight as Victor pushed the small sailboat through the waves, her tiny hands gripping the wooden sides. Salt spray caught in her tangled hair, summer sun warming her shoulders as her father guided their handcrafted vessel through Braxton Harbor. "Hold tight, sailor," Victor called, his voice carrying across the water. "Big wave coming." Emma's laughter rang out as they crested the small swell, the boat momentarily airborne before splashing down. Her father's strong hands kept her safe, his smile as bright as the sunlight dancing across the water. Later, exhausted and sun-kissed, she'd fallen asleep against his shoulder as they walked home along the shore, his quiet humming mixing with the rhythm of the waves. "It's crooked, Emmy Bean." 10-year-old Emma frowned at the bookshelf she was helping her father build, frustration evident in her furrowed brow. "I measured twice," she insisted, consulting her small notebook where she'd recorded the dimensions in careful pencil. "Just like you showed me." Victor knelt beside her in his workshop behind their house, sawdust catching in his beard as he examined their project. "Measurements are perfect," he confirmed, brown eyes warm with approval. "It's the execution that's tricky. Here, let me show you." His large hands guided hers on the sanding block, patient and steady. "Woodworking teaches us about life," he told her as they worked. "Measure carefully, cut decisively, and when things don't fit quite right, adjust with patience rather than force." The scent of fresh-cut pine enveloped them as they worked side by side, creating something that would last. "You promised!" 13-year-old Emma stood in the kitchen, disappointment etched across her face, as Victor searched for his car keys, clearly in a hurry. "I know, Emmy, but this client is important. The Richardsons' renovation could keep us afloat for months." He didn't meet her eyes, focused on gathering his tools. "We'll go sailing next weekend." "That's what you said last weekend, and the one before that." Emma's voice cracked slightly. "Mom made me a picnic and everything." Victor paused, guilt flickering across his features, before he masked it with a tight smile. "Business is tough right now, kiddo. You understand that, right? These opportunities don't come along every day." Lily appeared in the doorway, her expression carefully neutral, though her eyes communicated volumes to her husband. "We understand, Victor. Don't we, Emma?" Emma nodded, swallowing her disappointment like a bitter pill. "Sure, Dad, next weekend." But there was no next weekend. Or rather, there were dozens of next weekends that came and went without sailing, without the father-daughter time that had once been sacred. Victor's carpentry business struggled as cheaper contractors undercut his prices. The careful craftsmanship that had been his hallmark became a liability in a market that valued speed over quality. The promised outings dissolved into broken commitments. The workshop behind their house gathered dust. Victor spent evenings hunched over account books instead of building memories. And then came the diagnosis. Lily's cancer. Advanced, aggressive, terrifying. The medical bills mounting as Victor's business continued its decline. The arguments behind closed doors that Emma wasn't supposed to hear, but did. "We'll fight this together," Lily had insisted, her voice steady despite the fear Emma could hear beneath the words. Victor's response was lost to memory, but his actions remained permanently etched in Emma's mind. 2 weeks after Lily's first chemotherapy session, Emma returned from school to find her mother sitting alone at the kitchen table, an envelope before her. "Where's Dad?" Emma had asked, dropping her backpack on a chair. Lily looked up, her eyes red-rimmed but dry. "He's gone for a while, honeybee." "Another job site?" Emma reached for a cookie from the jar, the normalcy of the action at odds with the strange stillness in the kitchen. "No." Lily took a deep breath. "He's left Braxton. He needs some time away." "Away from what?" Emma's 14-year-old mind couldn't process the implications immediately. "When will he be back?" The hesitation before her mother's response told Emma everything. "I don't know, honeybee." That night, Emma had searched the house, cataloging her father's absences. His clothes gone from the closet, his razor missing from the bathroom, his toolbox emptied from the workshop. He'd left virtually everything else. Family photographs still hanging on walls, half-finished projects abandoned in the workshop. The wooden sailboat he'd built for Emma's 7th birthday still displayed on her bookshelf. He'd taken himself away from them as thoroughly as if he'd never existed. No goodbye, no explanation to Emma, just absence where presence should have been. Lily never spoke ill of him, even as she battled cancer while working double shifts at Sugar and Sage to keep them afloat. "Your father is fighting his own battles," she would say when Emma's anger bubbled over. "Someday you might understand." But Emma never did understand. How could she? What battle could possibly justify abandoning your wife during cancer treatment? What struggle excused leaving your child without a word? The sailboat gathered dust on her shelf. The handcrafted bookcase remained, though Emma removed the photographs it held. And the woodworking lessons, measuring twice, cutting once, adjusting with patience, faded into bitter irony. Emma shook herself from the memories, surprised to find tears tracking down her cheeks. 18 years later, and the pain remained fresh, waiting just beneath the surface of her carefully constructed life. Victor was here, in Braxton, waiting for her response. Emma picked up her phone, hesitated, then typed a brief message to Grace. "I need advice." 3 minutes later, her door opened gently to reveal Grace in her quilted robe, concern evident in her eyes. Wordlessly, Emma handed her the letter. Grace read it carefully, her expression softening. "Are you going to see him?" "I don't know." Emma wrapped her arms around herself. "Should I?" Grace settled onto the edge of the bed. "Only you can answer that. But I will say this. Running Sugar and Sage these past weeks has shown me how much of your mother lives in you. Your determination, your generosity, your skill. But there are parts of Victor in you too." "Like what?" Emma asked, unable to keep defensiveness from her tone. "Your precision, your attention to detail, your ability to build beauty from raw materials." Grace's voice remained gentle. "And perhaps your tendency to protect yourself by maintaining distance." Emma flinched slightly at the observation. "He left us, Grace, when we needed him most." "Yes, he did." Grace didn't offer excuses or justifications. "And nothing can change that. The question is whether you want to understand why, after all these years." "Why now? Why after the fire?" "Perhaps crisis clarifies priorities." Grace placed the letter back on the nightstand. "Or perhaps he's finally found the courage to face the damage he caused." Emma sank onto the bed beside her. "What would Mom say?" Grace smiled softly. Lily always believed in second chances, but she also believed in protecting your heart. She patted Emma's hand. You can meet him without forgiving him. Listening doesn't require absolution. After Grace left, Emma sat for a long time, staring at the letter that had disrupted her carefully reconstructed equilibrium. Finally, she reached for her phone and typed a brief message to the number included at the bottom of the letter. Molly's Cafe. Tomorrow, 2 p.m. Just talking, nothing more. The response came almost immediately. Thank you, Emma. I'll be there. I can't accept a building from you. You can. His voice gained conviction. Not as debt repayment. Nothing could repay what I owe you both, but as acknowledgement that your mother's legacy deserves to continue, and that I can finally contribute something meaningful to that continuation. Emma stared at the envelope, conflicting emotions swirling through her chest. Accepting felt like forgiveness she wasn't ready to offer. Refusing felt like allowing the past to dictate her future. I need time, she said finally, to think about all of this. Victor nodded, relief evident in his expression, not at acceptance, but at not being immediately rejected. Of course, I'm at the Harbor Inn through Saturday, but I can extend my stay if needed. That won't be necessary. Emma's tone softened slightly, seeing disappointment flash across his features. I'll have an answer by then, one way or another. When they parted outside the cafe, no hugs were exchanged, no promises made beyond Emma's commitment to consider his offer. Victor looked as if he wanted to say more, but restrained himself, respecting the fragile connection they'd established. Thank you for meeting with me, he said simply. Emma nodded, unable to form an adequate response to all that had been revealed. She turned away first, walking quickly toward the harbor, needing space to process the seismic revelations of the afternoon. The harbor embraced Emma with familiar sounds and scents, salt air, creaking boats, seagulls wheeling overhead. She walked along the weathered boardwalk, past fishing vessels and pleasure craft bobbing gently in the late afternoon light. 18 years. Her father had been absent for longer than he'd been present in her life. The wounds of his abandonment had shaped her in ways both obvious and subtle. Her independence, her caution with relationships, her need for control in an unpredictable world. Yet the man she'd met today wasn't the monster her younger self had created to make sense of his leaving. Not a villain, just a deeply flawed human who had made catastrophic choices under pressure. The recognition didn't erase the damage, but it complicated her carefully preserved anger. Emma paused at the end of the pier, where she and Victor had sailed their handcrafted boats on summer days long past. The muscle memory remained. How to tie sailors' knots, how to read wind direction from ripples on water, how to navigate by stars if necessary. Her father's lessons, embedded despite his absence. The deed weighed heavily in her bag, representing both opportunity and complication. The Marshall Building was perfect for a reimagined Sugar and Sage, large enough for expanded operations, historically significant enough to maintain Braxton's character, structurally sound according to Grace's occasional updates on town properties. Accepting it meant acknowledging Victor's attempt at amends, not forgiveness necessarily, but recognition of his effort to contribute positively to her future. Emma settled on a weathered bench facing the open ocean, the same spot where her mother had often brought her after Victor left, where they'd shared hot chocolate and watched the horizon together. "What would you do, Mom?" she whispered, fingers tracing the outline of the locket around her neck. No answer came beyond the gentle lapping of waves against the pier. But Emma could almost hear her mother's practical voice. Don't let pride steal opportunities, honeybee, and don't let the past poison your future. The sun began its descent toward the horizon, painting Braxton Harbor in golden light. Emma made no decisions as she sat watching boats return home, but something loosened slightly in her chest, a knot of anger and hurt fractionally unwinding after 18 years of constant tension. Victor Harding stood across the street from Grace's bookshop, partially concealed by the awning of the hardware store. Through the large front windows, He could see activity in the cafe portion. Customers chatting over coffee, browsing books, a normal afternoon in Braxton-on-Devon. In the back, visible through the connecting doorway, Emma moved through the borrowed kitchen with the same focused grace her mother had possessed. Her hands shaped dough with confident precision, her expression revealing the same slight furrow between her brows that had appeared when she concentrated as a child. She was magnificent, strong, talented, resilient despite the damage he'd caused. Whatever success she'd achieved had been earned entirely without his contribution. The knowledge brought equal measures of pride and shame. Victor watched as Emma laughed at something Grace said, her face transforming momentarily into the carefree girl he remembered from before everything fell apart. The sound didn't reach him across the street, but he could imagine it. Musical, uninhibited when she truly meant it. A tall man entered the kitchen from the bookshop side, dark-haired, casually well-dressed, carrying what appeared to be tools. Victor observed the way Emma's posture changed subtly at his arrival, the way she tucked an escaped curl behind her ear, the tentative smile she offered as the man approached. Interesting. His daughter had found someone who mattered. Victor stepped back as Emma glanced toward the windows, unwilling to be caught watching. He'd promised himself strict boundaries. No intrusion, no pressure, no expectations beyond the meeting she'd granted him. The building was hers, whether she chose to acknowledge him or not. Her life was hers, separate from his attempts at redemption. He turned away, walking slowly toward the harbor, where his rented room awaited. 18 years too late, perhaps, but he'd finally done one small thing right. Offered support without conditions, opportunity without obligation. Whether Emma chose to accept either the deed or eventual relationship remained entirely her choice. Victor had forfeited his right to expectations long ago, on the day he'd chosen escape over responsibility, alcohol over family. But as he walked Braxton's familiar streets, breathing air scented with salt and memory, Victor allowed himself a moment of cautious hope. Not for forgiveness, he deserved none, but for the possibility that his daughter might someday find use for the skills he'd once taught her, measuring twice, cutting once, and adjusting with patience rather than force. The rest was in Emma's hands now, as it should be. Chapter 8. Cracked Shells. The insurance adjuster had warned her, but warnings couldn't prepare Emma for the reality of Sugar and Sage's ruins. 4 weeks after the fire, the restoration company had finally cleared enough debris for a supervised visit, deeming the structure stable enough for a brief inspection. Emma stood in what had once been her kitchen, morning sunlight filtering through exposed rafters where ceiling should have been. The familiar layout remained discernible, the outline of her workstation still visible on the soot-stained floor, the skeleton of her industrial oven, a blackened monument against the far wall. Yet everything felt alien, as if she'd stepped into a nightmarish parallel universe where her carefully constructed life had been reduced to ash and memory. "Take as much time as you need," the restoration supervisor said gently. "I'll be just outside when you're ready to discuss next steps." Emma nodded mutely, grateful for the privacy as footsteps retreated. Alone among the ruins, she inhaled deeply, expecting the acrid scent of smoke and destruction. Instead, something unexpectedly familiar reached her, the ghost of vanilla, cinnamon, and butter that had permeated these walls for decades. Even fire couldn't completely eradicate some essences. She moved carefully through the wreckage, stepping around fallen beams and avoiding the sagging portion of floor near the storage room. Her fingers trailed along the counter edge where she'd shaped thousands of pastries, taught dozens of workshops, measured her days in batches and proof times. The marble pastry slab, her mother's prized possession, lay cracked diagonally, its smooth surface now rough against her fingertips. Emma recalled the day they'd installed it, her mother practically dancing with delight at the extravagance. "Some tools transform work into artistry," Lily had declared, running reverent hands across the cool surface. "This marble isn't merely functional, it's an investment in possibility." Now that possibility lay fractured, like everything else in this hollow shell of her former sanctuary. Near the front, Emma discovered the partially melted remains of the vintage register, the ancient mechanical contraption she'd refused to replace despite Grace's gentle teasing about embracing technology. The drawer hung open, as if offering evidence of its emptiness. Emma remembered her mother's hands on those same keys, the familiar ka-ching that had provided percussion to her childhood. Along the eastern wall, where morning sun had always bathed the kitchen in golden light, a portion of her cookbook collection remained, protected by a fallen section of shelving. The familiar spines, some merely singed, others charred beyond recognition, stood as monuments to knowledge both preserved and lost. Emma carefully extracted her mother's handwritten recipe book from the pile, its leather cover smoke-damaged but intact, its pages rippled from water damage, but largely readable. "You survived," she whispered, clutching it to her chest, the familiar weight both comfort and catalyst for sharper grief. In the dining area, ghostly outlines marked where tables once stood, where customers had lingered over coffee and conversation. The community table, a massive oak slab that had hosted everything from first dates to funeral gatherings, remained recognizable, though badly damaged, its surface bubbled and scarred from intense heat. Emma knelt beside it, running her fingers over the carved initials hidden along its edge. Generations of Braxton residents who had marked their presence in this space that had served as the town's unofficial living room. Her own initials were there, carved under her mother's supervision, on her 10th birthday, a permanent connection to the bakery's legacy. Time slipped oddly as Emma moved through the ruins, each discovery triggering cascading memories. The broken clock that had hung above the doorway, permanently frozen at 11:42, the moment firefighters had cut power to the building. The shattered remains of the hand-painted sign her mother had commissioned from a local artist when she'd first opened Sugar and Sage. The blue lettering now barely discernible beneath soot and water damage. Something crunched beneath Emma's boot, pieces of the mural plates that had lined the hallway to the restrooms, each one depicting a Braxton landmark, created by local schoolchildren during the bakery's 10th anniversary celebration. She knelt, carefully gathering fragments, recognizing the lighthouse from one, the town square gazebo from another. Each broken piece represented more than physical damage. These weren't merely items. They were artifacts of community, tangible manifestations of the connections that had made Sugar and Sage more than just a bakery. The destruction felt visceral, personal, as if the fire had deliberately targeted the physical embodiment of her roots. Emma reached a partially collapsed nook near the back window, the same corner where she'd found her father's letter nearly 2 decades ago, where her mother had sat during quiet moments between rushes, where Emma herself had hidden to process the news of her mother's diagnosis. She braced herself against the remaining section of wall, suddenly overwhelmed by the layers of loss, not just the recent fire damage, but the accumulated grief she'd never fully processed. Her mother's death, her father's abandonment and complicated return, the gradual erosion of certainty in her carefully structured life. The wall felt solid against her palm, one of the few structural elements that had withstood the conflagration. According to the inspectors, the bones of the building remained fundamentally sound despite significant damage, much like Emma herself, she supposed. Damaged but not destroyed, altered but still standing. But for how much longer? The first tear surprised her, a warm trail cutting through dust on her cheek before she realized she was crying. Then came another and another, until Emma found herself sliding down the wall to sit among the debris, shoulders shaking with the force of suppressed grief finally unleashed. Not quiet, dignified tears, but harsh, guttural sobs that tore from somewhere deep and previously inaccessible. Emma pressed her fists against her eyes, but the dam had broken beyond her ability to repair. Years of carefully maintained composure disintegrated as thoroughly as the ceiling above her. She cried for Sugar and Sage, not just the physical structure, but the sanctuary it had represented. For her mother, whose legacy was encoded in these burned walls and fractured floors. For the girl she'd been when her father walked away, and for the woman she'd become in his absence, shaped by abandonment and self-reliance. Emma cried for opportunities missed while maintaining protective distance, for relationships sacrificed to the altar of independence, for the vulnerability she'd rejected as weakness rather than recognizing as potential strength. "I can't," she gasped between sobs, though what precisely she couldn't do remained undefined even to herself. Rebuild? Trust? Allow herself to need others? All of it seemed equally impossible in this moment of complete emotional collapse. Through streaming eyes, Emma surveyed the devastation surrounding her, the physical manifestation of disaster that had been building inside her long before flames had touched Sugar and Sage. The crumbled walls mirrored her crumbling defenses. The exposed beams reflected her own suddenly exposed heart. She had operated within carefully constructed parameters for so long, measuring emotions like ingredients, maintaining precise boundaries like oven temperatures, timing relationships with the same attentiveness she gave to proofing dough. Now those parameters lay in ruins around her, leaving her without the framework that had defined and protected her for years. "Mom," she whispered, clutching the recipe book like a lifeline, "I don't know how to do this alone." The truth she'd never allowed herself to acknowledge emerged through cracked defenses. She was afraid, not just of rebuilding the bakery, but of rebuilding herself without the armor of self-sufficiency she'd worn since her father's departure. Afraid of needing others, of allowing herself to be seen in all her imperfection, of risking the vulnerability that true connection required. Emma curled forward, pressing her forehead against her knees as fresh sobs overtook her. The carefully compartmentalized grief of decades converged in this moment, in this ruined space that had witnessed both her greatest joys and deepest losses. Her body shook with the force of release, dust and ash swirling in the beam of sunlight that fell across her huddled form. She cried until her throat ached and her eyes burned, until the front of her shirt was damp with tears, and her breathing came in hiccuping gasps. When had she last allowed herself to truly feel the full weight of her losses? Had she ever? Even after her mother's funeral, Emma had channeled grief into productivity, extending bakery hours, perfecting recipes, establishing the routines that would define her adult life. Control had been her response to chaos, structure her answer to abandonment. Yet here, amid the devastation of Sugar and Sage, control seemed a hollow victory. The precisely measured life she'd constructed had been as vulnerable to disaster as these walls had been to flame. The illusion of self-sufficiency offered no protection against reality's harsher truths. "I'm not okay," she admitted aloud, the confession echoing in the open space above her. "I'm not okay." The simple truth, never before articulated, brought with it not additional pain, but an unexpected sense of release, as if naming her vulnerability somehow diminished its power to overwhelm her. Emma's sobs gradually subsided, replaced by quieter tears and exhausted emptiness. She remained curled against the wall, hollowed out and oddly peaceful in the aftermath of emotional storm. Something had broken open inside her, something long calcified by fear and protective distance. The sensation wasn't entirely unpleasant, though it left her feeling scoured and raw. Dust motes danced in sunlight streaming through the absent roof as Emma's breathing slowly normalized. She didn't move, didn't attempt to restore her usual composure. For once, she simply allowed herself to exist in this moment of absolute honesty, stripped of pretense and performance. "I'm not okay," she repeated softly. "And maybe that's okay too." "Emma?" Liam's voice reached her before she saw him, concern evident in the single utterance of her name. Emma looked up, not bothering to hide her tear-streaked face or reddened eyes. She lacked the energy for pretense. He stood in what had once been the doorway between kitchen and dining area, work boots dusted with ash, expression shifting from worry to gentle understanding as he took in her huddled position among the ruins. "The supervisor called," he explained softly. "Said you'd been in here a while. He was concerned." Emma nodded, not trusting her voice immediately. Liam approached cautiously, navigating debris with careful steps until he reached her corner. Without asking permission, he simply slid down the wall to sit beside her, close enough for presence without demanding response. For long moments, they sat in silence. Emma expected discomfort in this exposed state. She'd never allowed Liam to see her so thoroughly undone, but instead found unexpected relief in sharing her vulnerability without explanation or apology. "It's worse than I imagined," she finally said, voice raspy from crying. Liam nodded, following her gaze across the damaged space. The first viewing is always the hardest. When you've only seen it in flames or through reports, there's distance. Being here makes it real. "You speak from experience." "Some." He spoke quietly, matching her subdued tone. "I've walked clients through fire damage assessments before. The emotional impact is often more significant than the structural damage." Emma appreciated his matter-of-fact approach, the absence of platitudes or forced optimism. "Everyone keeps saying it could have been worse," she said, a trace of bitterness edging her voice. "As if that diminishes what was lost. People say that because facing the actual loss is uncomfortable. It's easier to minimize than to witness pain without trying to fix it." Liam glanced at her, his expression open. "But it could have been worse doesn't negate that it's already devastating." His simple acknowledgement of her grief's legitimacy brought fresh tears, though these fell quietly rather than in storming sobs. Emma didn't wipe them away, beyond caring about appearances. "I found my mother's recipe book," she said, opening her hands to reveal the smoke-scented volume. Liam's smile was gentle. "That's significant. It's just a book." "We both know it's considerably more than that." Emma traced the embossed cover, fingers lingering on her mother's initials. "I was sitting in almost this exact spot when I found my father's goodbye letter, 18 years ago." Liam listened attentively, offering the gift of silence rather than response. "He left a note on the kitchen table for my mother. Nothing for me directly." Emma surprised herself with the confession, never having shared this detail even with Grace. "Just disappeared. One day there, the next gone. While Mom was going through chemo. I'm sorry, Emma." The simple words conveyed genuine empathy without presumption. "I keep thinking about my conversation with him at Molly's, how he explained his leaving as the result of alcoholism and fear." Emma shook her head slightly. "His explanation made logical sense, but it doesn't erase the damage. Understanding why someone hurt you doesn't automatically heal the wound." "No, it doesn't," Liam agreed. "Understanding and healing are different processes that sometimes travel together and sometimes follow completely separate timelines." The perception in his observation caught Emma's attention. "You sound like you've had some experience with this." A shadow passed across Liam's features, a brief glimpse of old pain quickly masked. "My mother left when I was 9. No explanation, no contact afterward. My father raised me alone." The revelation, offered without dramatics but clearly significant, shifted something in the space between them. "I didn't know," Emma said quietly. "It's not something I discuss often." Liam drew an idle pattern in the dust beside him. "Unlike your situation, I never got explanations or eventual contact, just absence where presence should have been." Emma recognized her own phrase echoed back to her, words she must have spoken during one of their conversations in Grace's kitchen. The realization that he remembered her exact phrasing warmed something in her chest despite the surrounding desolation. "Does it get easier?" she asked. "The absence?" "Different, not easier," he answered thoughtfully. "It becomes part of your foundation rather than an active wound, something that shaped you but doesn't necessarily define you." His shoulder rested lightly against hers, sharing warmth in the cool, damaged space. The simple contact anchored Emma in the present moment, preventing her from drifting too deeply into painful memories. "I've spent so many years being strong," she confessed, voice barely above a whisper. proving I didn't need anyone, that I could handle everything myself. "You are strong," Liam affirmed. "That's never been in question. But today Emma gestured helplessly at her tear-streaked face, her dust-covered clothes, the general disarray of her usual composed self. Had a completely appropriate emotional response to significant loss? Liam suggested, a hint of gentle humor softening his words. "That's not weakness, Emma. That's humanity." "It feels like weakness. That's because you're judging yourself by impossible standards." His voice remained kind but direct. "No one is self-sufficient all the time. No one should have to be." Emma leaned her head back against the wall, exhaustion seeping through her body in the aftermath of emotional release. "I'm not very good at needing people." "Few of us are," Liam replied with quiet honesty, "especially those of us who learned early that depending on others could lead to disappointment." The simple observation, so accurately capturing her core fear, brought fresh tears to Emma's already reddened eyes. "How do you do that?" she asked, turning to face him directly. "Do what?" "See things I've never articulated even to myself." Liam's expression softened further, affection evident in his gaze. "I pay attention, Emma. To you. To what matters." The echo of his words from Grace's kitchen, spoken when he'd brought coffee and baking tools weeks earlier, created an unexpected connection between then and now, between the beginning of their cautious reconciliation and this moment of deeper understanding. "I keep thinking about what my father said," Emma admitted after a comfortable silence had settled between them, "about how he couldn't face my mother's courage because he had none of his own." Liam shifted slightly, giving her his full attention. "What about it resonates with you? The recognition that sometimes courage isn't about fearlessness, it's about moving forward despite the fear." She traced a pattern in the dust coating the floor beside her. "I've been so afraid of needing people, of being vulnerable, that I've built walls even Grace struggles to scale sometimes. Self-protection is a natural response to abandonment," Liam observed. "Not a character flaw. But at what point does protection become prison?" Emma's question emerged barely above a whisper. "I've been so determined to prevent anyone from walking away that I've never fully let anyone walk toward me. Not really." The admission cost her, vulnerability still unfamiliar territory, despite her emotional breakdown. Liam seemed to recognize the significance, his expression reflecting gentle appreciation of her honesty. "The bakery was my safe space," she continued, gesturing to the ruins surrounding them. "The one place where I felt completely secure, completely myself. Now it's gone and I feel exposed, like I've lost my armor along with these walls." Maybe that exposure, difficult as it is, offers opportunity too. Liam spoke carefully, as if conscious of treading sensitive ground. The chance to build something new, not just physically, but emotionally, something that incorporates protection without isolation. Emma considered his words, finding unexpected wisdom in the perspective. "That's terrifying," she admitted. "The most worthwhile things usually are." His small smile conveyed shared understanding rather than dismissal of her fear. "Vulnerability requires tremendous courage, Emma, more than false invulnerability ever could." "Is that what you think I've been doing? Creating false invulnerability?" "I think you've been surviving the best way you knew how." Liam's voice held no judgment, only compassion. "We all develop strategies to protect our hearts after they've been damaged. Some strategies serve us well until they don't anymore." Emma found herself nodding, recognition dawning despite lingering resistance. "When did you get so wise about emotional damage?" "Therapy," he answered with surprising candor. 10 years worth, starting in college, when I finally admitted that pretending my mother's abandonment hadn't affected me wasn't actually working." The frank admission, offered without embarrassment or qualification, shifted something fundamental in Emma's perception of him. This vulnerability, freely given, created space for her own. I've never been to therapy, she said. Mom suggested it after Dad left, but I insisted I was fine, that I didn't need to talk about it. And were you? Fine? Emma glanced around the ruins of sugar and sage, then down at her tear-stained clothes, a rueful smile touching her lips. Apparently not as fine as I convinced myself. Liam's quiet chuckle matched her own, the shared moment of gentle self-awareness creating unexpected intimacy amid the destruction. His hand found hers in the dust between them, fingers intertwining naturally. For what it's worth, he said softly, I think you're remarkable, Emma Harding. Not despite your cracks, but because of how you've weathered them, how you've continued creating beauty despite damage. She looked down at their joined hands, his larger one encompassing hers with gentle pressure. I've been unfair to you, she admitted, holding you to impossible standards, because I was afraid to trust what was developing between us. You had legitimate reasons for caution, Liam countered. My approach to introducing myself and my connection to Prescott and Shaw was problematic. True, Emma acknowledged with a hint of her usual spirit. But your actions since then have consistently demonstrated integrity. I just wasn't ready to see it. And now? The simple question hung between them, laden with significance beyond its 2 syllables. Emma met his gaze directly, allowing herself to be seen without the usual protective filters. Now I'm trying to practice courage instead of fear, to recognize that needing connection doesn't make me weak. Her voice steadied as she spoke, conviction growing with articulation. I'm still learning, Liam. I can't promise I won't retreat behind walls sometimes, but I want to try something different, something braver. His expression softened with understanding, and something deeper, an emotion neither of them had directly named despite its growing presence between them. That's all any of us can do? Try, one day at a time? Is that from your therapy wisdom too? Emma asked, a small smile lifting the corner of her mouth. Actually, that one's from my sobriety sponsor. The same advice works for recovery of all kinds, it seems. Their conversation flowed with unexpected ease, shifting between profound observations and lighter moments, creating connection that transcended their dust-covered surroundings. Gradually, Emma felt something easing in her chest. Not the complete dissolution of grief or fear, but the creation of space alongside those emotions for something else to grow. Neither could pinpoint exactly when comfort became something more. When Liam's thumb, tracing gentle patterns on her knuckles, shifted from reassurance to caress. When Emma leaned closer, seeking more than just emotional support. The transition happened organically, need for connection transforming seamlessly into different but equally profound hunger. You've been crying, Liam observed softly, his free hand gently brushing a tear track from her cheek. Observant of you to notice, Emma replied, surprising herself with unexpected playfulness amid the emotional wreckage of the day. His smile in response warmed something deep inside her. I notice everything about you, Emma Harding. I always have. The simple truth in his words penetrated deeper than elaborate declarations could have. Emma found herself shifting closer, drawn to his steadiness, his warmth, his unwavering presence amid the chaos of Sugar and Sage's ruins. We should probably leave soon, she murmured, making no move to actually stand. The supervisor has gone to lunch, Liam completed her thought. Told me to lock up when we're finished. How responsible of him to leave you in charge. I can be very persuasive when motivated. Their quiet banter created intimate space within devastation, a bubble of connection that made the charred surroundings momentarily irrelevant. When Liam's hand gently cupped her face, thumb stroking along her jawline with exquisite tenderness, Emma found herself leaning into his touch rather than maintaining careful distance. I don't want to take advantage, he said softly, his usual confidence tempered with genuine concern. You're vulnerable right now, emotional. Emma appreciated his consideration, even as she recognized her own clarity amid the day's emotional turbulence. I'm emotionally raw, she agreed, holding his gaze steadily. But I'm not confused, Liam. She was the one who closed the final distance between them, her hand coming to rest at the nape of his neck as she brought her lips to his. Unlike their first kiss in Grace's kitchen, tentative, questioning, this connection carried certainty beneath its gentleness. Emma poured weeks of growing feelings into the contact, communicating what words had failed to adequately express. Liam responded with matching intensity, his arms encircling her with careful strength that somehow made her feel both protected and empowered simultaneously. The kiss deepened naturally, comfort evolving into desire without clear demarcation between the two states. "Not here," Emma whispered against his mouth when his hands began exploring with greater intent. "Not amid all this." He nodded immediately, understanding her unspoken need for something untainted by destruction. "My place is closer than Grace's," he offered quietly, "if you want." The unfinished invitation hung between them, Liam clearly leaving space for her to redirect or reconsider. The absence of pressure, the consistent respect for her agency, solidified Emma's decision. "Yes," she said simply, the single syllable carrying certainty that surprised even her. "I want." They helped each other stand, dust cascading from their clothes as they navigated carefully through the ruins of sugar and sage. At the threshold, Emma paused for one last look at the damaged space that had witnessed her emotional unraveling and subsequent reconnection. "It's still here," Liam said quietly, correctly reading her thoughts. "The essence of this place. It survived the fire." "Like everything that matters," Emma replied, taking his hand as they stepped together into the bright afternoon sunlight. The walk to Liam's Harborview apartment passed in comfortable silence, occasional glances communicating more than words could express. When his door closed behind them, Emma felt unexpected certainty amid the day's emotional chaos, not about rebuilding sugar and sage or resolving complications with her father, but about this connection, this man, this moment of choosing vulnerability over isolation. Their coming together held tenderness rather than urgency, careful exploration rather than desperate consumption. Liam's reverent touch conveyed appreciation beyond physical attraction, recognizing the significance of Emma's trust as clearly as she offered it. Each barrier removed, literal and figurative, represented deliberate choice rather than mindless passion. "You're certain?" he asked once more when they stood beside his bed, sunlight filtering through gauzy curtains to bathe them in gentle illumination. Emma's answer came without hesitation, her body and heart aligned in unprecedented harmony. "I'm certain of this," she whispered, drawing him closer. "Of us." The remaining space between them dissolved with her words, constraints and hesitations falling away like the walls of sugar and sage, destruction creating space for something new to emerge from what endured. Afterward, they lay in companionable silence, Emma's head resting on Liam's chest, his heartbeat steady beneath her ear. Sunlight had shifted across the room, late afternoon gilding the simple space with warm amber tones that matched the contentment flowing through her body. Emma had expected awkwardness in this moment, had braced for the reflexive withdrawal that typically followed emotional exposure. Instead, she found herself relaxing deeper into the connection, her usual protective instincts noticeably, blissfully silent. Something had fundamentally shifted within her during this extraordinary day, starting with complete breakdown amid sugar and sage's ruins and culminating in this moment of absolute presence with Liam. The vulnerability she'd feared for so long had led not to devastation, but to unexpected freedom. "You're thinking very loudly," Liam observed softly, his hand tracing lazy patterns along her bare shoulder. Emma smiled against his skin. "Just noticing that I'm not overthinking for once." His quiet chuckle vibrated pleasantly against her cheek. "A significant development." "Indeed." She propped herself up slightly to meet his eyes, finding warmth and affection in his gaze. "Thank you for finding me today, for staying when you saw the mess," literal and emotional. Thank you for letting me. Liam tucked an errant curl behind her ear, the simple gesture conveying tenderness beyond words. For trusting me with your vulnerability. Emma considered how far they'd traveled since their first meeting at the Harbor Inn. From cautious attraction to misunderstanding, to this profound connection that transcended physical intimacy. The journey hadn't been direct or easy, yet each complicated step had somehow led precisely here, to this moment of unexpected clarity. I still don't have answers about sugar and sage, she admitted, or my father's building offer, or what rebuilding looks like, literally or figuratively. You don't need all the answers today, Liam replied, his voice gentle but certain. Some will come with time, others you'll create as you go. Emma settled back against him, allowing herself to simply exist in this moment, rather than planning 17 steps ahead, as was her usual pattern. The novel experience of present-focused attention felt simultaneously foreign and familiar, like discovering a talent she'd always possessed but rarely employed. Outside his windows, Braxton Harbor reflected golden late-afternoon light, boats bobbing gently at moorings, seagulls wheeling against the deepening blue sky. The town continued its rhythms beyond these walls, unaware of the seismic shifts occurring within Emma's carefully constructed defenses. Tomorrow would bring decisions and complications, conversations with her father, insurance negotiations, rebuilding considerations, both structural and emotional. But for now, in this quiet harbor of connection, Emma allowed herself simply to rest in the understanding that strength could sometimes mean letting someone else help carry the weight. Her mother had tried to teach her this lesson years ago, Emma realized. Lily had possessed the courage to accept support during her illness, rather than isolating in false self-sufficiency. Perhaps Emma was finally ready to embrace that inheritance, the strength found in connection rather than in separation. She closed her eyes, synchronizing her breathing with Liam's, allowing herself to be held both physically and emotionally. The shell she'd constructed around her heart had indeed cracked today amid Sugar and Sage's ruins. But unlike the bakery's damaged walls, these fractures felt less like destruction and more like necessary openings, spaces where light could finally enter places long kept dark. Chapter 9. Something New Begins. Emma leaned against Grace's bathroom sink, waiting for the kettle to boil in the kitchen downstairs. 3 weeks had passed since her emotional breakdown in Sugar and Sage's ruins, and the subsequent intimacy with Liam. 3 weeks of contractor meetings, insurance negotiations, and growing certainty about accepting her father's building offer. 3 weeks of dinners at Liam's harbor apartment, morning walks along the shore, and barriers continuing to dissolve between them. 3 weeks of feeling off. She splashed cold water on her face, trying to shake the persistent fatigue that had dogged her for days. The nausea that had awakened her this morning marked the third consecutive day of queasiness before dawn. Emma had initially attributed it to stress. Between rebuilding decisions and tentative reconciliation with her father, her plate overflowed with emotional complexity. But this morning's symptoms felt different, more insistent, less easily dismissed. "Tea's ready," Grace called from the bottom of the stairs. "Ginger with honey, as requested." "Coming," Emma replied, patting her face dry. In the mirror, her reflection appeared unchanged, yet somehow different. Cheeks perhaps slightly fuller, eyes brighter despite the shadows beneath them. Or perhaps she was imagining things, seeing differences because of possibilities she wasn't quite ready to articulate. The calendar on her phone, however, couldn't be dismissed as imagination. Emma had checked it 3 times already this morning, counting days with increasing certainty that coincidence couldn't explain her symptoms. Downstairs, Grace waited at the kitchen table, concern evident in her expression as Emma accepted the steaming mug gratefully. "Third morning of nausea," Grace observed quietly. "Have you considered—" "Not discussing it," Emma interrupted, sipping the spicy sweet tea. "I have baking to finish before meeting the contractor at the Marshall building." Grace nodded, respecting the boundary, while communicating volumes through her knowing gaze. "The ginger should help settle your stomach. I can handle the cafe this morning if you need more time." "I'm fine." The automatic response emerged with less conviction than usual. "Just tired from all the planning. The building inspector is coming at 10, and I need to finalize kitchen layout decisions before he arrives." Emma busied herself with toast she couldn't stomach, grateful when Grace retreated to open the bookshop. Alone in the kitchen, she allowed her hand to rest briefly on her abdomen, the simple contact both terrifying and strangely calming. The possibility she'd been avoiding acknowledging pressed against her consciousness with increasing insistence. Emma had always been meticulously careful, until that afternoon amid Sugar and Sage's ruins, when careful planning had yielded to emotional need. One afternoon of vulnerability after years of protective barriers. One afternoon that might have changed everything. Emma rinsed her barely touched breakfast dishes, decision forming as she reached for her phone. The pharmacy in the next town over would provide more anonymity than Braxton's singular drugstore, where Mrs. Henderson would certainly recognize her and inform half the town before noon. "I'm taking the morning off," she called to Grace as she grabbed her car keys. "Back by lunchtime." Grace appeared in the doorway between bookshop and cafe, expression neutral, though her eyes conveyed understanding. "Take whatever time you need." Emma nodded, grateful for Grace's perceptiveness and discretion. Some conversations could wait until certainty replaced suspicion, until she understood her own feelings about possibilities that had never featured prominently in her carefully structured life plans. The pharmacy bag crinkled too loudly in Emma's hand as she slipped back into Grace's guest bathroom. She'd driven 30 minutes to neighboring Crestport, made her purchase with sunglasses on and baseball cap pulled low. Unnecessary precautions, perhaps, but the last thing she needed was hometown speculation about Emma Harding buying a pregnancy test. Now, with the white plastic stick on the counter before her, Emma felt simultaneously foolish and terrified. Surely this was an overreaction. Stress explained her symptoms adequately. The timing coincidence with her night with Liam was just that. Coincidence. Yet her hands trembled slightly as she opened the box, reading instructions that seemed unnecessarily complicated for such a straightforward purpose. 5 minutes later, Emma sat on the edge of the bathtub, phone timer counting down with maddening slowness. 3 minutes to wait. 3 minutes to contemplate how one pink line versus two might completely reorient her existence. She'd never given much thought to motherhood. After watching her father abandon them, Emma had developed deep skepticism about traditional family structures. While she enjoyed her young customers at the bakery and always participated in community events involving children, she'd never felt the maternal yearning some friends described. Her life had centered around Sugar and Sage, rebuilding her mother's legacy, creating community through food, finding purpose in perfecting her craft. The possibility of that life expanding to include a child had remained abstract, theoretical, something for someday rather than now. Now, with reconstruction decisions pending and her relationship with Liam still in tentative early stages, seemed cosmically poor timing for life-altering news. The timer chimed softly. Emma inhaled deeply before rising to face the plastic harbinger on the counter. 2 lines. Unmistakable. Emma sank back onto the bathtub edge, legs suddenly unsteady beneath her. Pregnant. She was pregnant. The knowledge settled over her like a weighted blanket, heavy yet somehow comforting despite its unexpected arrival. Emma placed her hand on her still flat abdomen, trying to connect this abstract concept with physical reality. A child. Her child. Hers and Liam's. The thought of Liam brought fresh complexity. They'd known each other barely 3 months. Their relationship, while intense and increasingly significant, remained undefined in conventional terms. They hadn't discussed future plans beyond rebuilding Sugar and Sage, hadn't mapped timelines or expectations beyond taking each day as it came. Emma's initial reaction surprised her. Not panic or regret, but a peculiar sense of wonder mingled with determination. The same feeling she experienced when creating something new in her kitchen. Uncertainty about the outcome, but confidence in her ability to adapt, adjust, create something worthwhile from unexpected circumstances. Tears gathered unexpectedly, spilling down her cheeks in silent streams. Not tears of distress, Emma realized, but release, the physical manifestation of emotions too complex for immediate categorization. "Oh," she whispered to her reflection, watching tears track down her face while a tentative smile formed simultaneously. "Oh." The contradiction of crying while smiling seemed appropriate for this moment of beautiful complication. Emma allowed both expressions their space, understanding that neither alone adequately captured her response to this life-altering discovery. She hadn't planned this, hadn't sought it, yet now that it existed, this tiny, impossibly new beginning, Emma found herself fiercely protective of its potential. The realization shifted something fundamental within her. After years of careful control and measured risk, life had handed her beautiful chaos, a development no amount of planning could have anticipated or prevented. And rather than feeling derailed by this dramatic plot twist, Emma felt strangely, unexpectedly aligned with it. She studied her reflection, searching for visible evidence of transformation. The woman in the mirror looked remarkably similar to yesterday's version, yet Emma felt profoundly altered, as if some essential element of her being had recalibrated in the span of two pink lines appearing on plastic. Liam. The thought of telling him generated both anticipation and apprehension. They were still learning each other, still discovering the delicate balance of their connection. This news would accelerate everything, demanding decisions and commitments neither had articulated. Emma placed the test back in its box, tucking it into her purse for disposal elsewhere. Some private moments deserved protection, even in Grace's discreet household. She splashed water on her face, composing herself before facing the day ahead. Contractor meetings and building inspections suddenly seemed simultaneously trivial and critically important, the practical framework that would support this new life developing alongside Sugar and Sage's rebirth. Emma descended the stairs slowly, each step carrying her toward a future dramatically different from the one she'd envisioned upon waking. The weight of unshared knowledge pressed against her chest, demanding acknowledgement while requiring careful handling. Some revelations needed time to breathe before being spoken aloud. This particular truth deserved space to settle within Emma before sharing it with others, even those who would be most affected by its reality. "I need to speak with Grace," she whispered to herself, a plan forming amid the emotional turbulence. Grace would provide wisdom without pressure, perspective without expectation, one step at a time, one decision followed by another. Emma rested her hand briefly against her abdomen as she reached the bottom stair. "Hello, little one," she whispered, the quiet acknowledgement making the abstract suddenly, startlingly real. "We have quite the journey ahead." "You're glowing," Grace observed as Emma entered the bookshop's quiet back room where her friend sorted new arrivals. And not just from morning sunshine. Emma shut the door behind her, ensuring privacy from browsing customers. "Is it that obvious?" "Only to someone who's known you since you were 10. Grace set aside her inventory clipboard, giving Emma her full attention. "I take it your morning errand provided answers?" "Yes." Emma sank into the oversized armchair tucked between bookshelves. "I'm pregnant, Grace." Speaking the words aloud for the first time sent a shiver of reality through Emma's body. Grace's expression softened, her initial nod of confirmation transitioning to genuine joy as she observed Emma's demeanor. "And you're pleased about this development?" she inquired carefully. Emma searched for accurate terminology, finding conventional labels inadequate. "Overwhelmed, terrified, strangely certain, all simultaneously." Grace smiled, understanding dawning in her eyes. "That sounds remarkably like impending motherhood already." "I hadn't planned this," Emma continued, the words tumbling out now that she'd begun. Liam and I have barely defined our relationship, let alone discussed children. The bakery reconstruction is just getting started. My father's building offer is still being finalized. The timing seems cosmically terrible. And yet, Grace prompted gently, hearing the unspoken contradiction in Emma's tone. And yet, Emma admitted, when I saw those two lines, my first thought wasn't, how do I fix this, but how do I nurture this? It felt right, somehow, despite the complications. Grace reached across to squeeze Emma's hand. Your mother said something similar when she discovered she was expecting you. Terrible timing, but perfect baby, she used to say. The connection to Lily brought unexpected comfort, a sense of continuity amid dramatic change. I haven't told Liam yet, Emma continued. I needed to process this myself first, to understand my own feelings before navigating his. Wise approach, Grace nodded, though for what it's worth, I suspect Liam will rise beautifully to this occasion. He's not your father, Emma. The gentle reminder addressed fears Emma hadn't fully articulated even to herself. Victor's abandonment had shaped her expectations of men, creating deep-seated doubts about reliability and commitment that recent reconciliation hadn't completely erased. He's been steady through everything so far, Emma acknowledged. The fire, my emotional breakdowns, the complicated rebuilding process. And your gradual lowering of formidable emotional barriers, Grace added with characteristic directness. Not a simple task, I imagine. Emma smiled ruefully. Are you suggesting I'm difficult to get close to? I'm suggesting you're wonderfully selective about vulnerability, and Liam has consistently demonstrated worthiness of that selection. The observation settled comfortably in Emma's chest. Grace was right. Throughout their complicated beginning and evolving relationship, Liam had demonstrated reliability, integrity, and genuine care. His respect for her agency and independence had never wavered, even as their connection deepened. This changes everything, Emma said softly. The bakery plans, my living situation, my daily routines, everything I've carefully constructed. Life rarely consults our carefully constructed plans before introducing its most meaningful developments. Grace's tone held gentle wisdom rather than dismissal of Emma's concerns. The question isn't whether change is coming. It's already arrived. The question is how you choose to meet it. Emma rested her hand on her abdomen, the gesture becoming increasingly natural despite its newness. Sugar and sage was always my primary focus, rebuilding my mother's legacy, creating something meaningful from what she began. And now? Now I'm thinking about a different kind of legacy. Emma's voice softened with wonder. A person, someone who might have my stubborn chin and Liam's thoughtful eyes, someone who'll exist because of choices we made, for better or worse. That's quite a perspective shift in one morning, Grace observed with gentle humor. Yet it feels inevitable somehow, like pieces clicking into place that I didn't realize were misaligned. Emma leaned back in the chair, suddenly overwhelmed by possibilities unfolding before her. I could combine the bakery and living space in the Marshall building. The upper floor could become an apartment. It has that beautiful bay window overlooking the harbor. Already nesting, Grace noted with approval. Lily would absolutely love seeing you create home and workspaces that nurture both your passions. The mention of her mother brought bittersweet awareness. She won't meet her grandchild, Emma said softly. She would have been an extraordinary grandmother. She will be present nonetheless, Grace replied with quiet certainty. In your baking techniques, you'll someday teach small hands. In family stories you'll share. In traditions you'll continue or adapt. She paused thoughtfully. And your father will have opportunity for a different kind of relationship with this child than circumstances allowed with you. The observation created complicated emotions. Victor had been maintaining respectful distance since their cafe meeting, allowing Emma space to consider his building offer without pressure. Their interactions remained cautious but increasingly comfortable, as Emma processed decades of absence through adult perspective. A second chance at family, Emma murmured, the concept simultaneously appealing and terrifying. Life offers those sometimes, when we're brave enough to accept them. Emma nodded, gratitude for Grace's wisdom warming her chest. I have a doctor's appointment scheduled for Thursday, she said, to confirm everything officially. Would you like company? The offer touched Emma deeply, though she shook her head. I need to do this first step alone, I think, to make it real in my mind before sharing with others. Even Liam? Especially Liam. Emma met her friend's concerned gaze directly. This impacts his life profoundly. I want absolute certainty before initiating that conversation. Grace studied her with perceptive eyes. Certainty about the pregnancy, or certainty about your feelings regarding it? Both, Emma admitted, though I'm surprisingly clear on the latter already. That clarity will guide everything else, Grace assured her, rising as the shop bell signaled customers entering, including how and when to share this miracle with its father. The simple framing, this miracle, shifted Emma's perspective yet again. Not a complication or inconvenience, but a miracle. Unplanned yet already precious. Unexpected yet increasingly welcome. Emma followed Grace into the bookshop, hand lingering briefly over the place where new life had begun its journey. Unexpected chapter in a story still being written. The Marshall building hummed with activity as Emma approached that afternoon. Construction equipment lined the sidewalk, workers carrying supplies through propped open double doors. The building's potential had grown increasingly evident during recent weeks, as Victor's preliminary stabilization work provided solid foundation for Emma's vision. She paused across the street, observing the scene with new awareness. The historic storefront, with its large bay windows and strategic harbor view location, had initially represented professional opportunity, expanded kitchen space, additional seating, room for the baking classes customers had requested for years. Now Emma evaluated the property through maternal lens as well, noting the small courtyard that could accommodate a play area, the wide doorways that would allow for stroller access, the residential second floor that could become family living space rather than merely personal quarters. Her future had suddenly expanded beyond professional goals to encompass family considerations she'd barely acknowledged before this morning's revelation. Emma spotted Liam immediately among the workers, his tall frame distinctive as he consulted blueprints with the project manager. Though he maintained his position at Prescott and Shaw, Liam had taken personal interest in the Marshall building renovation, volunteering time and expertise during his off hours. The corporate attorney had gradually revealed more of the craftsman Emma had glimpsed in Grace's kitchen, the man who understood structure and function alongside legal clauses and corporate negotiations. She watched him now, seeing him through altered perspective, the gentle focus he brought to examining supporting beams, the easy rapport he maintained with tradespeople, listening to their expertise rather than imposing his own, the careful consideration he gave each decision, weighing multiple factors before proceeding. These same qualities, Emma realized, would translate to fatherhood: patient attention, genuine respect, thoughtful care. The recognition settled warm certainty in her chest, easing anxiety about his potential reaction to her news. Liam glanced up, spotting her across the street. His face brightened immediately, smile forming with unguarded pleasure that still surprised Emma after years of maintaining emotional distance in relationships. He excused himself from the contractor and crossed toward her, moving with purposeful strides that conveyed eagerness without pressuring haste. "You're early," he greeted her, leaning down to press a kiss to her cheek. "Inspector's not due for another hour." "Thought I'd observe progress," Emma replied, conscious of knowledge held close beneath casual conversation. "The facade restoration looks remarkable. Victor's stabilization work gave us excellent foundation," Liam agreed, using her father's name naturally, without the tension that had initially accompanied mentions of the man who'd offered the building. The original architectural details were preserved beneath later renovations. We're essentially revealing what was always there. The observations struck Emma as unexpectedly profound, applicable beyond mere construction. Life seemed increasingly to operate on similar principles, revealing deeper truths that existed beneath surface appearances, uncovering potential that awaited proper conditions to emerge. "You've done incredible work," she said, meaning far more than building restoration. Liam's expression softened, something in her tone, perhaps communicating deeper currents beneath simple compliment. "We're creating something special here," he replied, gesturing toward the building that would house Sugar and Sage's rebirth. "Something built to last." Emma nodded, fresh tears threatening at the unintentional double meaning his words carried. She blinked them back, attributing sudden emotionality to hormonal changes rather than overwhelming significance of their shared creation, both architectural and biological. "Are you feeling all right?" Liam asked, perception catching her momentary vulnerability. "You look a little pale." "Just tired," Emma assured him, not quite ready for deeper revelation. "Lots of decisions lately." He studied her with gentle concern before accepting her explanation. "The important structural choices are complete. The rest, finishes, equipment placement, those can wait if you need rest." His consistent prioritization of her well-being over project timelines reinforced Emma's growing certainty. Liam approached their relationship with the same careful attention he brought to restoration work, respecting original character while supporting necessary updates, preserving essential elements while allowing for growth and change. "Actually," Emma said, decision forming as she observed the building with fresh perspective, "I've been reconsidering the second-floor layout. The original plans focused on efficiency, but I'm thinking more about long-term comfort now." "Interesting shift," Liam commented, his expression curious rather than resistant. "What prompted the reconsideration?" Emma met his gaze directly, allowing genuine emotion to surface without revealing its specific catalyst. "Recognizing that Sugar and Sage is more than just a business rebuilding. It's a life rebuilding. My life. Our lives, perhaps." The implication, their potential future together, hung delicately between them, neither pushing for premature definition nor avoiding meaningful connection. Liam's eyes softened with evident pleasure at her inclusion of him in future considerations. "In that case," he replied, offering his hand, "let's walk through with fresh perspective, thinking beyond just business functionality toward creating genuine home." Emma accepted his outstretched hand, fingers intertwining naturally with his larger ones. Together they approached the building that would house new beginnings neither had anticipated months earlier when first meeting at the Harbor Inn. Life rarely consulted carefully constructed plans before introducing its most meaningful developments. Grace's wisdom echoed in Emma's mind as she crossed the threshold into future possibility, hand in hand with the man who would soon learn he was becoming a father. "Approximately 8 weeks along, Miss Harding. Everything looks perfect." Dr. Melissa Chen smiled reassuringly as she completed Emma's examination in her Crestport office. The 30-minute drive from Braxton had been worth maintaining privacy until Emma was ready to share her news locally. 8 weeks, Emma repeated, the time frame confirming what she already knew: conception during that emotional afternoon following her breakdown in Sugar and Sage's ruins. "And everything's normal?" "Textbook perfect," Dr. Chen assured her, making notes in her tablet. "Strong heartbeat, appropriate development. Your blood work shows excellent health markers, though I'd like to see you start prenatal vitamins immediately." The doctor's matter-of-fact confirmation transformed abstract knowledge into undeniable reality. Emma placed her hand over her abdomen, trying to reconcile the remarkable development occurring invisibly within with her outwardly unchanged appearance. "It doesn't seem possible," she murmured, "that something so significant is happening with so little external evidence." Dr. Chen smiled understandingly. "First pregnancies often feel surreal until physical changes become more apparent. Around 12 weeks, you'll likely notice your clothes fitting differently, and by 20 weeks, movement becomes perceptible." 20 weeks, Emma echoed, mental calendar extending beyond immediate bakery reconstruction timelines toward spring due date. May then? May 7th is your estimated delivery date based on your last period and examination findings. Dr. Chen handed Emma a folder containing information packets. Though first babies often arrive on their own schedules, regardless of our careful calculations. The observation elicited unexpected laughter from Emma. Like everything else about this situation, arriving on its own timeline, regardless of my careful plans. The doctor's expression warmed with recognition. Unplanned doesn't necessarily mean unwelcome, I take it. Unexpected, Emma corrected gently, but increasingly welcome. Dr. Chen nodded, understanding the distinction. The father's involvement? He doesn't know yet, Emma admitted. I wanted medical confirmation before having that conversation. Understandable. The doctor made additional notes without judgment. I'll provide resources for both scenarios, partner involvement or single parenting. Many mothers navigate both paths successfully. Emma appreciated the doctor's neutral approach, offering support without assumptions. I believe he'll be involved, she said with quiet certainty. But I recognize this news changes the nature of our relationship, regardless of his response. Pregnancy has remarkable power to clarify priorities and reveal true character, Dr. Chen observed, writing prescriptions while continuing conversation. In my experience, people generally respond as they already are. The reliable become more so. The unreliable reveal themselves quickly. The perspective eased Emma's lingering anxiety regarding Liam's potential reaction. Throughout their complicated beginning and evolving relationship, he had consistently demonstrated reliability and integrity. Even during misunderstandings and conflicts, his core character had remained steadfast. Do you have support beyond the baby's father? Dr. Chen inquired. Family? Friends? Emma nodded, gratitude warming her chest as she considered Grace's immediate understanding. The community that had rallied after the fire, her father's tentative but consistent presence since returning to Braxton. Yes, she replied with increasing confidence, more than I perhaps realized before this development. Excellent. Dr. Chen handed over prescriptions along with appointment cards for future visits. The practical aspects of pregnancy and parenthood receive most attention, but emotional support proves equally essential for maternal well-being. Emma gathered the materials, unexpectedly moved by the doctor's compassionate efficiency. This medical confirmation had transformed abstract possibility into concrete reality. A child was growing, developing, becoming within her body. A person who would exist because of choices made during emotional vulnerability, who would carry genetic heritage from both herself and Liam. Thank you, Emma said, emotion coloring her voice as she prepared to leave. Dr. Chen's smile conveyed understanding beyond medical assessment. Congratulations, Ms. Harding. The journey ahead contains challenges, certainly, but privileges beyond measure as well. Outside in the parking lot, Emma sat in her car for several minutes, processing the appointment's confirmation and implications. The folder on the passenger seat contained tangible evidence, ultrasound images showing tiny heartbeat, development charts mapping journey ahead, resource information for expectant mothers. Evidence she would soon share with Liam, initiating conversation that would permanently alter their relationship regardless of outcome. Emma started her car, determination settling alongside apprehension as she drove toward Braxton. Whatever uncertainties lay ahead, one thing remained clear. She wanted this child, this unexpected gift that had arrived amid reconstruction and reconciliation. Her hand drifted briefly from the steering wheel to rest on her abdomen. We're on our way, little one, she whispered to the passenger, only she knew accompanied her. One step at a time. Evening light bathed Liam's harbor apartment in golden hues as Emma stood at the window, watching fishing boats return home after day's work. Behind her, dinner preparation sounds marked Liam's movements in the kitchen, chopping vegetables, adjusting burner heat, humming occasionally, along with jazz playing softly from hidden speakers. The domesticity felt simultaneously novel and familiar, comfort underlying routine they'd established during recent weeks. Emma watched his reflection in the window glass, cataloging details with heightened awareness, the careful precision of his movements, his absorption in creating something nourishing, the occasional glance toward her with warmth evident even in reflection. The ultrasound image remained in her purse, tangible evidence of conversation that couldn't be postponed much longer. Emma had initially planned to share her news tonight, had rehearsed opening lines and possible responses during the drive from Dr. Chen's office. Yet something held her back. Not fear exactly, but recognition of watershed significance. This moment, before revelation, before knowledge shared, represented final moments of their relationship as currently defined. Once words were spoken, everything would fundamentally shift. Not negatively, Emma believed, but irreversibly nonetheless. "Wine?" Liam offered, appearing beside her with glass extended. Emma smiled, shaking her head. "Not tonight, thank you." He nodded without pressing, setting the single glass aside to stand beside her at the window. "Beautiful evening," he observed, arm slipping naturally around her waist as they observed harbor activity below. "Thinking about Sugar and Sage's progress?" "Among other things," Emma replied honestly, "mostly about how differently life looks now compared to 3 months ago. When I was the irritating stranger, solving crosswords at your favorite pub." Liam's teasing held genuine affection rather than mockery. "When I was certain I knew exactly how my future would unfold," Emma corrected gently. "Rebuild Sugar and Sage exactly as it was. Maintain independence above all else. Keep comfortable distance even in relationships." Liam studied her with quiet attention, perceiving deeper currents beneath casual reflection. "And now," Emma turned to face him directly, allowing unguarded emotion to surface in her expression. "Now I'm discovering that some uncertainties feel remarkably like certainty, that independence and connection aren't mutually exclusive, that the most meaningful reconstructions often involve building something new rather than merely replacing what was lost." Something in her tone must have communicated significance beyond philosophical observation. Liam's expression shifted from casual interest to focused attention, his hand finding hers with gentle pressure. "Emma," he said quietly, "is everything all right?" The simple question created opening for truth. Emma wasn't quite ready to speak aloud in this moment, not from fear of his response, but from desire to preserve this final evening of their relationship as it currently existed, the last hours of before irrevocable transition to after. "Yes," she answered honestly, squeezing his hand. "Everything is all right. Different than expected, but all right." She glanced toward the kitchen, where dinner preparation awaited completion. "Let's finish cooking. I'd like tonight to be just us. As we are in this moment." Liam nodded, respecting her evident need without pressing for elaboration. His kiss, gentle against her forehead before returning to dinner preparations, communicated patience and presence, qualities that had gradually earned Emma's trust despite complicated beginnings. Tomorrow, Emma decided, watching him move confidently through kitchen routines. After one more night of their relationship exactly as it had naturally evolved. After shared dinner and conversation, and eventual closeness that had become precious routine rather than novelty. Tomorrow she would share news that would fundamentally alter their connection, introducing both challenge and blessing neither had anticipated during that first evening at the Harbor Inn. Emma rested her hand briefly against her abdomen, still flat, showing no external evidence of internal miracle, before joining Liam in the kitchen. Together they completed dinner preparation with comfortable synchronicity that suggested capacity for partnership beyond current parameters. "I love you," she said suddenly as they carried plates to his small dining table, the words emerging without rehearsal or calculation. Liam paused, surprise and pleasure illuminating his expression as he registered her first verbal acknowledgement, a feeling that had been developing between them for weeks. "I love you too, Emma," he replied simply, the truth evident in both words and expression. The exchange, significant yet uncomplicated, eased final reservation about tomorrow's revelation. Whatever challenges lay ahead, whatever adjustments their unexpected creation required, this foundation would support necessary growth and change. Emma smiled, certainty settling comfortably alongside anticipation of tomorrow's conversation. Some revelations changed everything while confirming what already existed. The tiny heartbeat documented in her purse represented exactly that paradox: complete transformation built upon connection already established, already cherished, already evolving towards something neither had initially imagined, but both could embrace with courage and commitment. Something new had indeed begun, in Emma's body, in their relationship, in the future unfolding before them. Tomorrow's conversation would simply acknowledge what had already been set in motion when vulnerability created space for unexpected miracle. Chapter 10. Scarf and Rolling Pin. Morning sun streamed through Grace's bookshop windows, casting golden rectangles across well-worn floorboards. Emma arranged fresh pastries in the display case, her movements deliberate as she planned the day ahead. Today, she would tell Liam about the baby. She'd rehearsed the words a dozen times during her pre-dawn baking, trying to find the perfect way to share news that would forever alter their lives. "You're humming," Grace observed, appearing with a stack of new releases. "I haven't heard you hum since before the fire." Emma smiled, realizing she'd been unconsciously matching the melody from Liam's apartment last night. "I suppose I am." "Today's the day, then?" Grace's voice lowered, though the cafe remained empty before official opening. "Yes. Tonight, after the contractor meeting." Emma arranged the final cinnamon roll with unnecessary precision. "I've decided to invite him to dinner at the apartment. Neutral territory seems appropriate for life-changing news." Grace studied her with knowing eyes. "You seem settled with this development now, less overwhelmed." The doctor's appointment helped. Emma rested her hand briefly on her abdomen, a gesture becoming increasingly natural. Seeing the heartbeat made everything real in a different way. "Have you thought about how you'll tell him?" "Directly," Emma replied. "No elaborate announcements or clever presentations. Just honest conversation between two adults who created something unexpected together." Grace nodded approval, then glanced at her watch. "Speaking of your contractor meeting, shouldn't Liam have stopped by for coffee by now? He's usually here before 8. He had an early call with Boston headquarters, said he'd meet me directly at the Marshall Building at 10. Emma wiped her hands on her apron, nerves fluttering despite her outward composure. "Would you mind handling morning rush alone? I'd like to walk along the harbor before heading over. Clear my thoughts." "Take all the time you need." Grace squeezed her shoulder affectionately. "And Emma, remember what I said, he's not your father. Don't project old fears onto new possibilities." Emma nodded, grateful for her friend's perception and wisdom. As she untied her apron and gathered her things, the bell above the door announced the first customers of the day. Harold and Bernice Jenkins, right on schedule. "Morning, Emma. Those cinnamon rolls smell divine," Harold called, his usual enthusiasm warming the space. Bernice, however, seemed more interested in Emma than pastries. "You're positively glowing, dear. Must be all that time with the handsome developer. Quite the couple you two make." Emma managed a non-committal smile, accustomed to Braxton's gentle nosiness. "Grace will take good care of you both. I'm heading out for the morning." "Off to meet your young man?" Bernice's eyes twinkled with grandmotherly mischief. "Don't rush things, but don't dawdle either. Some boats are worth boarding before they sail away." "I'll keep that in mind," Emma replied, exchanging amused glances with Grace as she slipped into the crisp morning air. Grace hummed as she prepared a special order of Earl Grey tea cakes. The morning rush had subsided, leaving the cafe pleasantly quiet save for 2 college students typing at corner tables. She checked the clock, nearly 9:30. Emma would be preparing for her meeting at the Marshall Building, perhaps rehearsing her revelation to Liam one final time. The bell chimed, interrupting Grace's thoughts. She looked up to find Liam in the doorway, raindrops glistening on his dark hair despite the sunny forecast. "Unexpected shower blew in from the harbor," he explained, shaking water from his jacket. "Is Emma around? She's not answering texts." "She went for a walk before your meeting. Probably turned her phone off. She does that when she needs thinking space." Grace studied him affectionately. "Coffee while you wait? She shouldn't be long." "Please." Liam settled at the counter, his expressions suggesting preoccupation beyond weather concerns. "Strong as legally permitted." Grace smiled, reaching for her special reserve beans. "Rough morning?" "Boston executives with very specific ideas about the Northport expansion." He ran a hand through damp hair. "Nothing coffee, and seeing Emma can't fix." Something in his tone, the casual certainty that Emma's presence improved everything, warmed Grace's heart. She'd watched their relationship evolve from cautious circling to genuine partnership, healing wounds neither had fully acknowledged before meeting. "She's been working since 3, Grace mentioned, grinding fresh beans. "Morning sickness doesn't mix well with baker's hours." The words escaped before she realized their implication. Grace froze, horror washing over her as Liam's cup clattered against the saucer. "Morning sickness!" His voice emerged barely above a whisper, eyes widening with sudden comprehension. Grace set the coffee aside, mentally berating herself for the careless slip. "Liam, Emma's pregnant?" The question held wonder rather than accusation, his expression shifting rapidly through shock, confusion, and dawning joy. Grace sighed, recognizing irreversible damage to Emma's carefully planned revelation. "She wanted to tell you herself. Tonight, actually. I've made a terrible mess of things." Liam sat perfectly still, processing this unexpected information. "How long has she known?" "Not long," Grace assured him. Deciding honesty remained the only path forward. The test was positive a few days ago. She had medical confirmation yesterday. Yesterday. The single word held complicated emotions. "And she waited to tell me because—" Grace recognized the vulnerability beneath his question. "Because she needed to understand her own feelings first. Because this changes everything between you. Because she wanted to approach this conversation with clarity, not confusion." She paused, meeting his eyes directly. "Not because she doubted you, Liam." He nodded slowly, accepting her explanation. "How is she feeling about it? The pregnancy?" The question revealed volumes about his character, focusing first on Emma's welfare rather than implications for himself. Grace smiled gently. "Initially overwhelmed, as anyone would be, but increasingly certain." She chose her words carefully, respecting Emma's privacy, while offering Liam necessary reassurance. "She's approaching this unexpected development the way she approaches everything, thoughtfully, wholeheartedly, with quiet courage." Something settled in Liam's expression, determination replacing confusion, certainty emerging from initial shock. "I need to find her," he said, standing abruptly. "Before the meeting. This conversation shouldn't wait for contractor schedules and renovation discussions." "Liam," Grace cautioned, touching his arm. "She had a specific plan for telling you. Perhaps." "I understand," he interrupted gently. "But now that I know, every moment of not discussing this with her feels dishonest. She deserves my immediate reaction, not carefully rehearsed responses after hours of pretending nothing's changed." Grace recognized the integrity in his position. She often walks along the Eastern Harbor path, the quiet section past the fishing docks. Liam nodded gratefully, already moving toward the door. "Liam!" Grace called after him. "Remember, she's still processing this herself. Tread gently." He paused, expression softening. "Always with Emma." Then he was gone, leaving Grace to hope her careless words might eventually be forgiven by all parties. Emma walked slowly along the harbor path, wind carrying salt spray and the distant cries of gulls. She'd turned off her phone to avoid distraction, needing these final hours of private knowledge before sharing her news with Liam. Dark clouds gathered on the horizon despite the morning's earlier sunshine, matching the flutter of anticipation in her chest. Not fear exactly. She'd moved beyond that initial response, but awareness of profound transition awaiting her. Their conversation tonight would irrevocably alter their relationship, introducing both joy and complication neither had anticipated when sharing crossword puzzles at the Harbor Inn. Emma paused at a weathered bench overlooking the fishing boats, her hand resting lightly on her abdomen. "Your timing is cosmically inconvenient, little one," she murmured with gentle humor, "but increasingly perfect nonetheless." The sound of approaching footsteps registered dimly, then more insistently as their pace suggested purpose rather than casual harbor strolling. Emma turned, surprise registering as she recognized Liam's tall figure moving rapidly toward her. Her first thought was that she'd lost track of time, perhaps missed their scheduled meeting. But his expression, intensity mixed with something she couldn't immediately identify, suggested more urgent purpose. "Liam, is everything all right?" She stood as he reached her, concern mounting at his slightly disheveled appearance. "Did something happen at the building site?" He stopped before her, raindrops glistening in his dark hair, eyes searching hers with uncharacteristic uncertainty. "I saw Grace," he said simply. 3 words. So brief, yet containing volumes of meaning that registered immediately in Emma's expression. She sank back onto the bench, understanding dawning with crystal clarity. "She told you." The statement emerged flat, neither question nor accusation. Liam nodded, settling beside her with careful space between them. Not intentionally, it slipped out, something about morning sickness and baker's hours. Emma closed her eyes briefly. Of course it would happen this way. Her carefully planned revelation undone by casual conversation. Life's continual reminder that control remained illusion rather than reality. "I'm sorry," Liam continued softly. "I know you wanted to tell me yourself. In your own way, your own time." "I was going to tell you tonight," Emma confirmed, opening her eyes to meet his gaze directly. "After the contractor meeting, I had it all planned. Dinner at the apartment, honest conversation, space for whatever reaction emerged. And now we're having that conversation on a harbor bench with rain approaching." Liam gestured toward darkening skies. "Not what either of us planned." "Nothing about this situation follows my carefully structured plans," Emma replied with unexpected humor. "Why start now?" The gentle self-deprecation eased tension between them. Liam's expression softened, complicated emotions evident beneath his usual composure. "How are you feeling?" he asked, his voice gentling with genuine concern. "Physically and otherwise." Emma appreciated the simple question that acknowledged both practical and emotional dimensions of their situation. "Physically, tired, nauseous in the mornings. Otherwise," she paused, searching for accurate description. "Surprisingly certain, after the initial shock, of course." "Certain about wanting this baby," Emma clarified, the words emerging with quiet confidence that surprised even her. "It wasn't planned, wasn't even on my horizon of possibilities 3 months ago. Yet here we are, and I find myself embracing this development rather than resisting it." Liam nodded slowly, processing her response. Emma studied his expression, searching for clues to his reaction. The conversation happening in entirely different circumstances than she'd prepared for. "I understand if you need time," she continued when his silence extended. "This changes everything about our relationship, about future possibilities. It's reasonable to require space for processing." "Is that what you think I want?" Liam asked quietly. "Space? Distance?" Emma shrugged slightly, old vulnerabilities surfacing despite her determination to approach this conversation without projecting past abandonment onto present possibility. "I don't want to assume anything," We've been taking things one day at a time, discovering connection without pressing for definitions or timelines. This rather dramatically accelerates everything. Yes, Liam agreed simply. It does. Rain began falling lightly around them, gentle warning of heavier downpour approaching. Neither moved to seek shelter, the physical discomfort secondary to conversation unfolding between them. When did you find out? Liam asked, his voice matching the gentle cadence of raindrops on harbor waters. The test was positive 4 days ago. Doctor confirmed yesterday, approximately 8 weeks along. Emma met his eyes directly. The afternoon at Sugar and Sage Ruins, when everything changed between us. Understanding registered in his expression, recognition of moments that had altered their trajectory in ways neither could have anticipated. May then? May 7th, according to the doctor, though apparently babies follow their own schedules rather than medical calculations. Already demonstrating independent spirit, Liam observed, with the first genuine smile since appearing on the harbor path. Clearly takes after both parents. The simple acknowledgement, both parents, eased tightness in Emma's chest she hadn't fully recognized until its release. Liam wasn't running, wasn't creating distance, wasn't falling into stunned silence. He was engaging, processing, remaining present despite extraordinary circumstances. I have a sonogram, she offered, reaching into her pocket for the small printed image. If you'd like to see. Liam accepted the grainy black and white printout with reverence that brought unexpected tears to Emma's eyes. His fingers traced the tiny form with wonder, eyes widening at visual evidence of life they'd created together. That's our baby, he said, voice rough with emotion. Actually real. Actually real, Emma confirmed, rain falling more steadily now, dampening her hair and shoulders, heartbeat and everything. Liam continued staring at the image, expressions shifting across his features too rapidly for Emma to catalog. Finally, he looked up, meeting her eyes with intensity that momentarily stole her breath. I love you, Emma. The declaration emerged with absolute certainty. I know we've been careful about definitions and expectations. I understand why, given both our histories. But I need you to know with complete clarity that I love you, have loved you since you corrected my crossword technique at the Harbor Inn. This news doesn't change that except to deepen it, beyond my capacity to properly express. The simple honesty of his response, devoid of calculation or performance, broke something open inside Emma's carefully guarded heart. Tears mingled with raindrops on her cheeks as she reached for his hand. I love you too, she whispered, the declaration feeling simultaneously momentous and entirely natural, which makes this terrifying and wonderful in equal measure. Liam's smile warmed, despite increasingly heavy rainfall. We should probably find shelter before continuing this rather significant conversation, he suggested, glancing toward threatening skies. Though getting drenched seems metaphorically appropriate for our relationship thus far. Emma laughed, tension releasing through the sound, as Liam helped her to her feet. Together they hurried toward the covered gazebo at harbor's edge, reaching its shelter, just as rainfall intensified from gentle accompaniment to dramatic downpour. Wind-driven rain created privacy screens around the harbor gazebo, the world beyond its wooden railings transformed into impressionistic watercolor. Emma settled on the weathered bench, pushing damp hair from her face, as Liam paced the small circular space with uncharacteristic restlessness. You're thinking very loudly, she observed, echoing his frequent comment during their baking lessons in Grace's kitchen. Liam smiled briefly before resuming his circuit, attempting to organize thoughts that refuse orderly arrangement, a challenge for someone who values careful planning. I understand completely, Emma replied with gentle emphasis. Unexpected developments have thoroughly disrupted my careful plans as well. Liam's expression softened as he recognized their shared circumstance, both accustomed to control and structure, both navigating situation that defied careful management. He settled beside her on the bench, taking her hands in his. I'm not approaching this perfectly, he admitted, his usual eloquence replaced with raw honesty. There's no playbook for learning you're becoming a father while standing in Grace's cafe over unfinished coffee. Nor for planning to share life-changing news over dinner, only to have conversation relocated to rain-soaked harbor bench. Emma added with unexpected humor. We're both improvising here. Their shared laughter eased lingering tension, creating space for authentic discussion beyond shocking revelation and initial response. Tell me what you're thinking, Emma requested quietly. Not the carefully composed version, but the actual thoughts. I need truth, not performance. Liam nodded, appreciating both her directness and insight into his tendency toward measured responses. Initially, shock, obviously, followed almost immediately by wonder. Then practical considerations about timing, living arrangements, professional adjustments. His thumb traced gentle patterns across her knuckles. But beneath all that, primarily certainty. Certainty about what, specifically? That while I wouldn't have chosen this particular timing, I want this. With you. His voice strengthened with each word. A family. A future. This child we've created together. It's unexpected, but right. Somehow. Emma's breath caught at his articulation of feelings nearly identical to her own. I've been thinking the same thing, she admitted. That despite cosmically inconvenient timing, this feels strangely, unexpectedly right. We've been building towards something meaningful since that first night at the Harbor Inn, Liam continued thoughtfully. This accelerates our timeline, but doesn't fundamentally alter our direction. The observation resonated deeply, capturing essence of their evolving connection. Emma nodded, grateful for his perception and honesty. The Marshall building renovation takes on new significance, she observed. Both bakery and living space requiring redesign with family considerations. The upper floor has excellent potential for family quarters, Liam agreed, already shifting into practical planning. The eastern bedrooms would make perfect nursery space. Morning light, harbor view, adjacent to primary bedroom. Emma smiled at his immediate engagement with physical preparations. Already nesting? Apparently. He returned her smile before sobering slightly. I should clarify something important, Emma. My commitment isn't contingent on your accepting specific arrangements or relationship definitions. Whatever shape this takes between us, however you want to proceed, my support remains consistent. This isn't pressure for a particular outcome. The careful clarification, respecting her agency and independence, even amid life-altering circumstances, confirmed what Emma already believed about his character. Liam consistently demonstrated respect for her autonomy alongside his desire for connection. Thank you for that, she replied softly. But I'm not interested in separate but supportive arrangements, Liam. I want partnership, real partnership, with all its complications and compromises and unexpected joys. Relief washed across his features, suggesting she'd addressed unspoken concern. That's what I want too. Have wanted for some time, actually, though I've been careful not to push beyond your comfort with emotional vulnerability. Consider me officially pushing my own boundaries, Emma said with quiet determination. This situation requires courage rather than caution, from both of us. Liam nodded, reaching into his jacket pocket with sudden purpose. I've been carrying something for weeks, waiting for the right moment. This isn't exactly how I imagined the scene unfolding, but perhaps that's perfectly appropriate, given our unconventional beginning. Emma watched curiously as he extracted small velvet pouch, rather than expected jewelry box. When he carefully emptied its contents into his palm, her breath caught with recognition. A miniature wooden rolling pin, exquisitely carved with familiar design. The same flowers and vines from the cookie press he'd crafted weeks earlier, when their relationship was healing from initial misunderstandings. I made this after our croissant lesson, Liam explained, voice gentle with vulnerability she'd rarely witnessed in his careful demeanor. Not with specific timeline, just certainty that eventually I'd want to ask a particular question. Emma's eyes filled with fresh tears as he rotated the tiny rolling pin. revealing her name carved in elegant script along one handle, his on the opposite end. "This morning, I was planning to ask you to dinner tomorrow, our 3-month anniversary of meeting at the Harbor Inn," Liam continued, emotion roughening his voice. "I'd arranged everything, reservation at that little restaurant overlooking Braxton Point, where we could see both harbor and bakery reconstruction from one table." "Very symbolic," Emma observed softly, touched by his thoughtful planning. "I thought so." His smile held rueful acknowledgement of disrupted arrangements. "Instead, we're in rain-soaked gazebo, hair dripping, contractor meeting rapidly approaching, having conversation neither of us anticipated having today. Life rarely consults our carefully constructed plans before introducing its most meaningful developments," Emma quoted Grace's recent wisdom. "Perhaps that's exactly as it should be." Liam nodded, gratitude evident in his expression. "In that spirit." He took her hand, placing the miniature rolling pin in her palm before closing her fingers gently around it. "Emma Harding, I love you, not despite your careful structures and protective boundaries, but because of the extraordinary heart they've been safeguarding. I want partnership with you, through reconstruction and renovation, through early morning baking shifts and pre-dawn feedings, through whatever unexpected chapters await us." Emma's free hand moved instinctively to her abdomen as Liam continued, his voice steady despite evident emotion. "I'm not asking because of the baby, though I'm certain that will be the town's assumption. I'm asking because I want to build life with you, the life we've already begun creating together, both literally and figuratively." His fingers gently unfurled hers, revealing the tiny carved rolling pin nestled in her palm. "Will you marry me, Emma? Not immediately, not on anyone's timeline, but our own, but definitely, certainly, with intention and commitment?" Rain continued its steady percussion against the gazebo roof as Emma studied the miniature rolling pin, perfectly proportioned, meticulously detailed, created with same careful attention Liam brought to everything meaningful in his life, including her, including their unexpected, increasingly welcome future together. "Bittersweet," she whispered, thumb tracing the carved flowers. "Pardon?" Liam's expression reflected momentary confusion at her cryptic response. "7 down," Emma clarified, smile breaking through tears. "Our first night at the Harbor Inn, the crossword clue, tinged with sadness and pleasure, both." Understanding dawned in Liam's eyes, recognition of their journey from that first interaction to this moment of profound transition. "That's us, isn't it?" Emma continued softly. "Complicated beginnings, unexpected challenges, but ultimately something beautiful emerging through it all." She closed her fingers around the wooden token, certainty settling comfortable and warm in her chest. "Yes, Liam. Yes to partnership, to intention, to building something meant to last." Joy transformed his expression as he gathered her into careful embrace, mindful of both her still damp clothing and newly precious cargo she carried. Their kiss tasted of rainwater and promises, of challenges acknowledged and connection cherished despite them. When they separated, Liam rested his forehead against hers, their breathing synchronizing naturally. "Not exactly the proposal scene I'd planned," he admitted with quiet humor. "No," Emma agreed, smiling against his lips. "Better." Rain gradually subsided around their sheltered space, sunlight breaking through clouds to create glistening diamond patterns across harbor waters. Like their relationship, Emma thought, weathering unexpected storms to discover greater beauty in aftermath. "We should probably head to our contractor meeting," she said eventually, though making no move to leave their momentary sanctuary. "The kitchen design suddenly requires significant reconsideration." Liam laughed, the sound carrying uncomplicated joy that warmed Emma's heart. "I believe we've earned slight schedule adjustment under circumstances." He touched her abdomen with reverent gentleness. "This little one has already demonstrated impressive talent for disrupting carefully structured plans, a quality clearly inherited from both parents." Emma observed with matching humor. Together they stepped from the gazebo into freshly washed morning. Hands joined naturally as they walked toward future neither had anticipated when sharing crossword answers at Harbor Inn 3 months earlier. Emma's free hand closed around the tiny wooden rolling pin, its solid warmth against her palm, matching certainty warming her heart. Like the carved token, their connection had been shaped with care, detailed with attention, created to last through whatever seasons lay ahead. Chapter 11. Reclaiming Sugar and Sage. Emma stood in the center of what would soon be Sugar and Sage's new kitchen, early autumn light streaming through the freshly installed windows. 2 months had transformed the charred remains into a space that whispered of possibilities, marble countertops gleaming where ash had once settled, copper pipes tracing elegant pathways where wires had dangled like broken promises. "What do you think?" Liam's voice carried across the room as he entered, blueprints tucked under his arm. "The vintage tile arrived this morning. We'll start installation tomorrow." Emma smiled, her hand resting on the gentle curve now visible beneath her sweater. "It's beyond anything I imagined. The archway between cafe and kitchen. That was inspired. I wanted you to see customers enjoying what you create," Liam explained, wrapping his arms around her from behind, his palm joining hers over their growing child. No more hidden baker in the back rooms. The renovation had evolved significantly from original plans, incorporating not just rebuilding, but reimagining. The kitchen had doubled in size, equipment upgraded from reliable to exceptional. The cafe space now featured a reading nook beside a fireplace where the damaged storeroom had been, creating connection with Grace's bookshop next door. "The contractor thinks we're still on schedule for reopening next Friday," Liam continued, guiding Emma toward the new spiral staircase that led to their apartment above. "Assuming the health inspector approves everything on Tuesday." The upstairs renovation had been completed first, allowing them to move in 3 weeks earlier, a practical decision that felt profoundly symbolic. Their living quarters had been designed with both immediate needs and future expansion in mind: spacious primary bedroom, nursery with harbor views, and 2 additional bedrooms for possibilities they'd begun discussing during late-night conversations. "The backsplash tiles are perfect," Emma observed as they reached the apartment kitchen, smaller than the commercial space below, but designed with equal attention to detail. "Blue like the harbor at dawn." "Mayor Wilson called this morning," Liam mentioned, pulling 2 water glasses from cabinets still smelling of fresh paint. "He's planning some sort of proclamation at the reopening, very mysterious about details." Emma laughed, accepting the water gratefully. "Braxton loves its ceremonial moments. Remember the ribbon cutting when Grace added the cafe section to her bookshop? 3 speeches and a children's choir. I'm learning that small towns operate by different celebratory metrics than Boston development firms," Liam replied with the good-natured humor that had carried them through renovation challenges and pregnancy adjustments alike. Emma's response was interrupted by knocking from downstairs. They exchanged curious glances. The construction crew had finished for the day, and they weren't expecting deliveries. "Special delivery for Emma Harding," called a familiar voice from below. "That's Patrick from the post office," Emma said, already moving toward the stairs. "He never delivers personally unless it's registered mail requiring signature," Liam finished, following closely behind. They found Patrick standing in the almost completed cafe, holding a thick envelope and scanning the renovation with appreciative eyes. "Place looks fantastic. Hardly recognize it from the old Sugar and Sage." "That's the idea," Emma replied warmly. "Fresh start while honoring what came before." Speaking of what came before, Patrick handed her the envelope with unusual solemnity. "This arrived requiring signature from Victor Harding's attorneys in Charleston." Emma accepted the envelope with suddenly trembling hands. Her father's name spoken aloud in this space created uncomfortable dissonance, past intruding on carefully constructed present. "Thank you, Patrick," Liam said, his hand settling supportively at Emma's back. "We appreciate the personal delivery." After Patrick's departure, Emma stared at the envelope without opening it. The return address confirmed her father's longtime law firm, formal communication rather than personal reconciliation. After years of silence, why reach out now? "Would you like privacy?" Liam asked gently. Emma shook her head. "Whatever this contains, I'd rather face it together." They settled at the single table already in place near the front windows, a deliberate choice for their first furniture installation, creating space to review renovation progress over morning coffee and evening plans. The envelope contained 2 items, a multi-page legal document and a handwritten letter on heavy stationery bearing her father's distinctive monogram. Emma unfolded the letter first, heart accelerating despite her determination to remain emotionally detached. "Emma." Words feel inadequate after so much silence between us. Silence primarily of my creation, a fact I acknowledge with regret that deepens with passing years. I've followed news of the fire that claimed your mother's bakery through Braxton's online newspaper and understand you're rebuilding despite significant challenges. I also understand, through channels I won't burden you by naming, that you're expecting a child in spring and have formed connection with the developer overseeing your reconstruction. These personal developments aren't mine to comment upon, though I find myself hoping they bring happiness that eluded your mother and me, despite our initial intentions. The enclosed deed represents transfer of property at 24 Harbor Street into your name, not merely the building housing Sugar and Sage, which you've been renting since your return to Braxton, but the entire structure, including Grace's bookshop and residential apartments above both businesses. This isn't an attempt at reconciliation through financial gestures, though I understand it might appear that way. Simply put, the property belongs with someone who values Braxton's community and history rather than investment portfolio managed by distant attorneys. Your mother would have wanted you to have secure foundation for whatever you're building there, both business and life beyond it. There are no conditions attached to this transfer, no expectations of reconnection or forgiveness, though I would welcome either should you ever feel inclined toward them. My number remains unchanged, as does the door to my home should you find yourself in Charleston. With the respect and belated recognition of your remarkable independence, Victor. Emma read the letter twice before silently passing it to Liam, her thoughts too tangled for immediate verbalization. While he read, she examined the legal document, standard property deed transfer, already executed with her listed as sole owner effective immediately. "This is," Liam began after finishing the letter. "Unexpected, complicated, possibly manipulative," Emma supplied, emotions cycling between confusion, suspicion, and unwelcome flicker of hope. "Significant," Liam finished carefully, "both financially and emotionally." Emma nodded, appreciating his measured response. The deed represented substantial value beyond emotional implications. Prime harborfront commercial property with established businesses and residential income. "He's right about one thing," she acknowledged. "Mom would have wanted this protected from commercial development. She chose this location specifically for its central place in Braxton's community life." "Do you want to accept it?" Liam asked directly. "That's the question, isn't it?" Emma stood, needing movement to process complicated emotions. Accepting feels like opening door to relationship I've determinedly kept closed. Refusing feels like rejecting something that honors Mom's legacy more than my pride. Liam remained silent, giving her space to process aloud without inserting his perspective prematurely, a quality Emma had come to deeply appreciate in their relationship. "I resented him for years," she continued, pacing beside windows overlooking harbor waters. "For leaving, for choosing career over family, for his absolute absence after Mom's diagnosis, walking away when things required difficult emotional work rather than professional competence." "Understandable resentment," Liam observed quietly. "But refusing this gift punishes Sugar and Sage more than him," Emma reasoned, hand resting briefly over their growing child. "And affects not just us, but Grace's bookshop, the apartment tenants, our future family's security." She turned toward Liam, decision crystallizing as she verbalized competing considerations. "I'm accepting the property," she stated firmly, "not as reconciliation, but as a recognition that Mom's legacy and our future outweigh complicated history with my father." "Would you consider responding to his letter?" Liam asked carefully. "Not committing to relationship, simply acknowledging the gift?" Emma considered the suggestion, appreciating that Liam focused on communication rather than reconciliation, respecting her boundaries, while gently encouraging emotional courage that paralleled her professional determination. "A brief note," she conceded, acknowledging the deed without promising ongoing connection. She paused, surprising herself with additional words. "And perhaps sharing ultrasound image from last week. He is, despite everything, this child's grandfather." Liam smiled with evident pride at her willingness to extend minimal olive branch despite justified emotional protection. "Small steps create meaningful journeys," he offered quietly. Emma nodded, returning to the table and carefully returning both documents to their envelope. "Now that we apparently own the building," she said with deliberate lightness, "perhaps we should accelerate plans for creating connecting doorway between bakery and Grace's shop." Liam accepted her transition to practical matters, recognizing emotional processing would continue privately over coming days. "I'll speak with the contractor tomorrow," he agreed, following her lead back to renovation discussions rather than family complications. "The banner looks magnificent," Grace called from sidewalk, where she directed Martha Fulton's precise positioning of grand reopening silk flowers across Sugar and Sage's refreshed facade. "Higher on the left side. Perfect!" 3 days before official reopening, the entire town seemed determined to contribute something toward celebration. Floral arrangements lined walkways, hand-painted signs welcomed visitors, strings of lights created canopy between harbor-facing buildings. Inside, Emma arranged final displays, while 6 volunteers from Braxton Business Association cleaned windows and arranged furniture according to diagrams Liam had created. The transformation from devastation to restoration had accelerated in final weeks, fueled by community determination to reclaim cherished gathering place. "The mayor just confirmed brass band for ribbon cutting," Liam reported, entering with clipboard containing increasingly checked items. "Harold Jenkins insisted on providing sound system for announcements." "Of course he did," Emma replied affectionately. "He's been campaigning to MC the event since hearing reopening date." Their conversation paused as delivery truck arrived bearing final equipment component, custom espresso machine crafted in Italy, featuring brass fixtures that complemented newly installed vintage light fixtures. "Emma!" Bernice Jenkins bustled through front door, arms laden with fabrics. "We've finished the cafe curtains. 20 volunteers stitching day and night, matching napkins too." The community's enthusiastic involvement had initially overwhelmed Emma, generous but exhausting amid pressures of final renovation decisions and pregnancy adjustments. But Liam had helped create systems for channeling goodwill without overtaxing her limited energy, transforming potential stress into meaningful connection. "The oven temperature calibration is complete," reported Mrs. Henderson, retired culinary instructor, who'd volunteered technical expertise throughout kitchen installation. "Ready for tomorrow's test bakes." Emma smiled gratefully, consulting checklists that had guided their preparations. "That leaves only the menu boards and front counter organization." "Already handled," Grace announced, entering with triumphant expression. "Daniel from the frame shop finished the custom chalkboards an hour ago, and Charlotte's teenage volunteers are setting up register systems as we speak." The seamless coordination reflected weeks of communal planning, Braxton reclaiming heart of its downtown through collective determination rather than individual effort. Sugar and Sage's restoration had transformed from Emma's personal mission to town-wide commitment to preserving cherished tradition while embracing necessary evolution. "I've been thinking," Emma said quietly to Liam as they supervised installation of handcrafted wooden counter, "about names for the baby." His expression softened immediately, attention shifting completely, despite chaotic activity surrounding them. "Any particular inspirations?" If it's a girl, Emma continued, hand resting briefly on her now prominent curve, I'd like to consider Sage. Honoring the bakery, yes, but more importantly, what it represents. Wisdom, healing, continuity. Liam's eyes warmed with emotion. Perfect, he said simply. And if we're having a son? I was thinking Bennett, Emma replied. It means blessed. Understanding registered immediately in his expression. Recognition that despite challenges that had initiated their connection, despite complications still navigating, they'd found unexpected blessing through it all. Their intimate exchange was interrupted as Mayor Wilson arrived with ceremonial ribbon and oversized scissors, insisting on rehearsing precisely where everyone would stand during official cutting. Emma exchanged amused glances with Liam, Braxton's dedication to proper celebration protocol, providing comic relief amid meaningful transition. Final preparations continued into evening, community members rotating through, with contributions both practical and sentimental. Mrs. Abernathy delivered hand-embroidered napkins featuring Sugar and Sage's refreshed logo. The high school woodworking class presented handcrafted breadboards for cafe tables. Grace organized volunteer schedules for first-week support, experienced servers offering assistance, while Emma trained new staff. As twilight settled over harbor waters, Emma stood in doorway, watching Braxton transform from everyday fishing village to celebration venue. Storefronts glowed with welcoming lights, sidewalks transformed by potted mums and pumpkin arrangements, marking autumn's arrival alongside Sugar and Sage's rebirth. Amazing what determination and community can accomplish, Liam observed, joining her contemplation with warm coffee mug that smelled of cinnamon and nutmeg, her latest pregnancy craving accommodated through specially crafted blend. We're really doing this, Emma marveled. The reality of reopening finally penetrating weeks of exhausting preparation. Tomorrow's test bakes, health inspector's final approval, then Friday's grand reopening. Culmination of extraordinary journey, Liam agreed, his arm settling comfortably around her shoulders, though perhaps more accurately described as meaningful beginning rather than conclusion. Emma nodded, understanding his perspective entirely. Sugar and Sage's reopening represented not restoration of what had been, but foundation for what they were creating together, both professionally and personally. Either way, she replied, leaning contentedly against his solid presence, I'm grateful to be facing it together rather than alone. Sugar and Sage's reopening began at precisely 7 o'clock Friday morning with ceremonial unlocking of front doors. Despite early hour, crowds stretched along Harbor Street, loyal customers mingling with curious visitors drawn by extensive coverage in regional publications. Ladies and gentlemen, Mayor Wilson announced through Herald's unnecessarily powerful sound system, today marks not merely reopening of beloved business, but rebirth of Braxton's very heart. Emma stood beside Liam at entrance, overwhelmed by turnout, despite warnings from Grace that half the county planned attendance. Braxton's newspaper editor positioned photographers strategically while local television crew prepared live broadcast for regional morning show. Through determination, community spirit, and extraordinary partnership, the mayor continued enthusiastically, Emma Harding has transformed tragedy into triumph. Sugar and Sage returns not merely restored, but reimagined, connecting our cherished past with promising future through both architecture and enterprise. The crowd's applause washed over Emma like physical embrace, affirmation of connection she'd rebuilt alongside physical structure. Grace stood nearby, tissues discreetly ready for inevitable emotional moments throughout ceremony. Before official ribbon cutting, Mayor Wilson continued, producing official-looking document, I present this proclamation officially designating September 28th as Sugar and Sage Day, in perpetuity throughout Braxton Township. Fresh cheers accompanied presentation of framed proclamation, followed immediately by ceremonial ribbon cutting captured by multiple cameras. As doors officially opened, Emma found herself engulfed by well-wishers, congratulations, and promises of regular patronage. The morning proceeded in controlled chaos, display cases emptying almost immediately despite extensive preparation, coffee flowing continuously, every table filled with community members celebrating not just reopening, but connections Sugar and Sage had always nurtured. "You've created something extraordinary," Grace observed during momentary lull, gesturing toward diverse gathering. "Look, Mrs. Henderson sharing table with teenage skateboarders, town council members and fishing boat captains discussing harbor developments over cinnamon rolls, connection beyond mere commerce." Emma nodded, recognizing truth in Grace's observation. Sugar and Sage had always represented more than business enterprise. It created space where community found common ground, despite differences that might otherwise separate. "Your mother would be immensely proud," Grace added softly, "not just of rebuilt bakery, but of woman you've become while creating it." Unexpected tears filled Emma's eyes at mention of her mother. Pregnancy hormones, amplifying emotional response she might otherwise have contained. Before she could respond, Liam appeared with gentle redirection. "The kitchen needs your expertise," he explained, offering both practical task and momentary reprieve from overwhelming public celebration. "Second batch of sourdough loaves ready for expert evaluation." Emma followed gratefully into kitchen's relative quiet, breathing deeply of familiar yeast and butter fragrance that had defined her earliest memories. The space hummed with activity, temporary staff working alongside volunteers, systems functioning smoothly despite inaugural implementation. "Overwhelmed?" Liam asked quietly, passing steaming mug of ginger tea that had proven effective against persistent pregnancy nausea. "Productively so," Emma clarified, smiling despite evident exhaustion. "Good overwhelm, if such distinction exists." Their private moment extended briefly before duty reclaimed them, Emma evaluating bread while Liam coordinated additional seating arrangements for unexpected overflow crowd. The day continued in rhythm that felt simultaneously new and familiar, chaotic and perfectly orchestrated. By afternoon, Mayor Wilson returned with second ceremonial element. Presentation of restored photograph showing original Sugar and Sage opening 40 years earlier, featuring Emma's mother accepting similar proclamation from previous mayor. "Continuity and evolution," the mayor announced to assembled crowd. "Braxton's proudest tradition." Emma Harding honors her mother's legacy while creating her own, with support of partner who represents perfect balance between progress and preservation. Emma accepted photograph with genuine gratitude, recognizing faces still present in current celebration alongside those lost to time's passage. The moment crystallized something essential about her journey, not merely rebuilt business, but reconstructed connection with home she'd once abandoned. "Special delivery," announced new voice from doorway. Emma turned to find Patrick holding small package wrapped in familiar Charleston stationery. Her father's response to brief note she'd sent acknowledging property deed, arriving perfectly timed for reopening celebration. She accepted package with surprising steadiness, Liam's supportive presence beside her, creating safety for whatever emotions might follow. Inside lay vintage silver locket containing 2 photographs, her mother on one side, ultrasound image she'd sent on other. No lengthy letter-accompanied gift, just small card bearing single sentence. 3 generations of remarkable Harding women. The simple acknowledgement of her mother's legacy, her own determination, and future daughter growing beneath her heart, created unexpected moment of peace amid celebration's chaos. Not reconciliation precisely, but opening where before had existed only absolute closure. "You okay?" Liam asked quietly, witnessing emotional impact without demanding its articulation. Emma nodded, returning locket to its box for later consideration. "Better than okay," she replied, with conviction that surprised even herself. "Exactly where I'm meant to be." The celebration continued until evening, when final customers departed, amid promises to return for regular trading hours beginning tomorrow. Staff completed closing procedures with efficiency that suggested successful systems rather than inaugural implementation, leaving Emma and Liam alone in suddenly quiet space. "We did it," Emma said softly, surveying peaceful cafe with satisfaction that transcended physical exhaustion. Actually opened on schedule, despite every possible complication. Never doubted we would, Liam replied, gentle teasing underscoring genuine pride in their shared accomplishment. Together they completed final walkthrough, adjusting chairs, noting minor refinements for tomorrow, savoring successful culmination of months-long journey from devastation to restoration. When they reached spiral staircase leading to their apartment, Liam produced small package from his jacket pocket. Reopening gift, he explained as they climbed stairs together, though perhaps more accurately described as partnership commemoration. In their kitchen, warm with autumn-spiced candles Grace had arranged before departing, Emma unwrapped package to reveal miniature wooden display stand holding two perfectly matched rolling pins, one full-sized, one tiny, both carved with delicate flowers, identical to engagement token she'd carried in pocket throughout renovation. Symbolism rather heavy-handed, Liam acknowledged with self-deprecating smile, but sentiment entirely genuine. Emma traced carved details with fingertip, recognizing hours of careful craftsmanship invested alongside renovation management and partnership navigation. "They're perfect," she whispered, exhaustion temporarily forgotten in appreciation of thoughtful commemoration. "The stand has space for third," Liam noted quietly, "for when Sage or Bennett is ready for baking lessons someday." The simple statement, acknowledging family they were creating alongside business they'd rebuilt, perfectly captured journey that had brought them to this moment. From adversarial first encounters through partnership forged in crisis, they'd created foundation for future neither had anticipated when Sugar and Sage initially smoldered. "I have something for you too," Emma said, retrieving small envelope from dresser drawer. Less symbolic perhaps, but equally meaningful. Liam opened envelope to find ultrasound images from appointment earlier that week, more detailed than previous scans, clearly showing tiny hands and distinct profile. "Doctor confirmed this morning," Emma explained softly. "We're having a daughter." Joy transformed Liam's expression as significance registered fully. "Sage," he whispered, voice rough with emotion as he gathered Emma into gentle embrace. "Sage Harding Prescott," Emma confirmed against his shoulder, carrying forward legacies while creating her own. Outside their windows, Braxton Harbor reflected evening lights across gentle waters, fishing boats returning home alongside pleasure craft, working docks alongside tourist attractions, history alongside progress. Like Sugar and Sage itself, the view represented perfect balance between honoring what came before and creating what might follow. "Welcome home, little one," Liam murmured, hand resting protectively over their daughter. "Your starting place is ready whenever you are." Emma smiled, recognizing truth extending beyond bakery's reconstruction or nursery's preparation. They'd built foundation far stronger than mere physical structure, partnership created through challenge, commitment deepened through adversity, love strengthened through purposeful choice rather than convenient circumstance. Sugar and Sage had reclaimed its place in Braxton's heart. More importantly, Emma had reclaimed her place in life she'd nearly abandoned, enhanced rather than diminished, by sharing journey that had once seemed necessarily solitary. "Ready for tomorrow's first official trading day?" Liam asked, professional partnership seamlessly integrated with personal connection. "Absolutely," Emma replied with quiet confidence that encompassed far more than bakery operations. "For tomorrow and everything after." Chapter 12. Bittersweet December arrived in Braxton with pristine snow blanketing cobblestone streets and twinkling lights reflecting across harbor waters. 3 months after reopening, Sugar and Sage had transcended mere restoration to become the thriving heart of winter celebrations throughout the community. Emma stood at the bakery's front window, watching early morning flurries dance beneath antique lampposts. At 7 months pregnant, she'd finally acquiesced to Liam's gentle insistence that she delay her arrival until more reasonable hours, trusting her carefully trained staff with pre-dawn preparations. The compromise allowed her precious morning stillness in the quiet cafe before customers arrived. Time to savor accomplishments that sometimes blurred in daily operations. Holiday decorations transformed the space into winter wonderland without crossing into excessive sentimentality. Pine garlands interwoven with copper strands, vintage ornaments suspended from exposed beams, subtle cinnamon-orange potpourri warming near the fireplace. The seasonal menu had garnered regional attention, with food bloggers making special trips from Portland and Boston for Emma's signature cranberry sage breakfast bread and holiday spice lattes. "Morning, boss," Melissa called cheerfully, emerging from kitchen with fresh-baked cranberry scones arranged on vintage blue platter. "First batch ready for display. Marcus is finishing the gingerbread installation for the window." Emma smiled, watching her assistant manager, former paralegal who'd abandoned corporate career for culinary passion, arrange pastries with meticulous attention to presentation. Hiring decisions had proven among renovation's most successful elements, creating a team whose dedication matched Emma's own standards. "The Chamber of Commerce called," Melissa continued, consulting daily communication log. "They've increased their holiday party order. Apparently half the county plans attendance, after hearing about our cranberry almond tart." "We'll need extra hands for Thursday assembly," Emma noted, making mental adjustments to production schedule. Perhaps Charlotte's culinary students could use extra credit opportunity. The bakery's partnership with local high school had evolved into formal internship program, providing students professional experience while building staffing pipeline for future expansion. Another of Liam's inspired suggestions that balanced business sustainability with community engagement. The morning proceeded with practiced rhythm, early regulars arriving precisely on schedule, delivery drivers exchanging friendly banter alongside invoices, Grace appearing through connecting doorway between businesses to share daily news before shops officially opened. "The holiday window display competition judges are making rounds today," Grace reminded, accepting steaming chai latte Melissa prepared without requiring specific order. "Though I suspect sugar and sage has category locked, regardless of official decision." Emma laughed, acknowledging truth in Grace's assessment. Marcus's elaborate gingerbread recreation of Braxton Harbor, complete with working lighthouse and miniature fishing boats, had drawn continuous crowds since unveiling 3 days earlier. "Have you finished shopping for tomorrow's dinner?" Grace inquired with careful neutrality that immediately alerted Emma to underlying concern. "Everything's prepared," Emma confirmed, "though I maintain reasonable expectations regarding outcome." Grace nodded, understanding complex emotions surrounding tomorrow's carefully arranged dinner. Victor Harding's first visit to Braxton since departing 15 years earlier. "He's making effort," Grace observed quietly, accepting invitation for neutral territory dinner rather than pushing for immediate reconciliation, demonstrates reasonable boundaries. "Yes," Emma agreed, unconsciously resting hand on her prominent belly. "Though I suspect impending granddaughter provides motivation beyond mere relationship repair." Grace smiled gently. "Whatever his motivation, showing up matters. Beginning conversations matters. Everything else develops from those foundations." Emma nodded, grateful for wisdom that allowed space for complicated emotions without demanding immediate resolution. Like renovation itself, family reconstruction required patience alongside determination, accepting imperfect progress rather than demanding flawless restoration. "Speaking of showing up," Grace continued with deliberate subject change, "how's the nursery coming along?" Emma's expression brightened immediately. "Liam's finishing final bookshelf installation today. Window seat cushions arrived yesterday. Perfect shade of seafoam green." "Which means everything's ready for Saturday's baby shower," Grace concluded with satisfaction, "though you realize Margaret Henderson has been embroidering personalized blankets since November, regardless of your insistence on practical gifts only." "I've accepted defeat regarding Braxton's determination to spoil this child beyond reason," Emma acknowledged with affectionate resignation. "Community seems collectively determined to ensure Sage receives welcome worthy of royalty rather than small-town baker's daughter." Precisely as it should be, Grace declared with absolute conviction. Now, I believe your husband's looking for you. Emma turned to find Liam approaching through cafe, expressions suggesting significant developments requiring immediate attention. 3 months of marriage had refined their partnership, professional boundaries and personal connection strengthening simultaneously through mutual respect and shared purpose. The contractor just called, he reported, kissing Emma's cheek in greeting that remained affectionate, despite daily routine. They've finished installing storage cabinets in apartment basement. Final inspections scheduled for tomorrow morning. Perfect timing before family dinner, Emma noted, their synchronized planning another testament to effective partnership. One less logistical concern during potentially complicated evening. Liam nodded understanding without requiring detailed explanation. Another quality Emma increasingly treasured in their relationship. He simply shifted conversation toward practical matters, allowing emotional preparation to continue privately alongside professional focus. I should head back to complete bookshelf assembly, he said after reviewing Day's schedule with characteristic attention to detail. Unless you need anything from hardware store while I'm out. We're fully stocked for both renovation and dinner preparation, Emma assured him, though perhaps extra vanilla bean ice cream wouldn't be a terrible addition to tonight's dessert plans. Liam smiled, recognizing pregnancy craving disguised as menu enhancement. Vanilla bean ice cream, got it. He kissed her once more before departing, leaving gentle domestic affection lingering alongside professional competence. Emma watched his departure with appreciation that transcended mere romantic attachment, gratitude for partnership that supported rather than constrained, for relationship built through intention rather than convenience. 3 months of marriage had deepened rather than diminished connection that began through unexpected circumstances. You two remain disgustingly perfect, Grace observed with affectionate teasing, even after moving well beyond honeymoon period into practical marital operations. Emma laughed, accepting observation without denial. Balance of practical partnership with genuine affection, apparently possible despite my previously skeptical expectations. Love built on compatible values rather than mere convenience, Grace noted with knowing smile. Almost as though some of us predicted precisely this outcome months ago. Your smug clairvoyance remains wholly unattractive, Emma replied, affection nullifying any potential offense in pointed observation. Together they turned toward Day's operations, Grace returning to bookshop preparations, while Emma reviewed production schedules, both women moving through responsibilities with purpose that extended beyond mere professional achievement to deeper community connection. The farmhouse kitchen filled with savory aromas as Emma removed roasting pan from oven, cranberry chutney bubbling alongside perfectly browned chicken. Their apartment above Sugar and Sage had transformed through personal touches and practical adjustments, cookbook collection expanding along custom shelves, pregnancy pillows nestled against reading chairs, ultrasound images displayed proudly among family photographs. Need help with anything? Liam asked, entering kitchen with freshly showered hair still damp against his collar. Just company while I finish sauce, Emma replied, appreciation warming her voice. Their evening routine had developed comfortable rhythm over months, shared cooking when schedules allowed, quiet conversation connecting separate days' experiences into cohesive partnership. How are you feeling about tomorrow? Liam asked, setting table with careful attention to Emma's preferences, cloth napkins rather than paper, water glasses on left rather than right. Cautiously optimistic describes current emotional status, Emma answered after considerate reflection. Though subject to hourly recalibration based on hormonal fluctuations and catastrophic imagination scenarios. Liam smiled, recognizing humor masking genuine vulnerability. Appropriate approach to potentially complicated family dynamics. Their conversation continued through dinner preparation and shared meal, discussing bakery operations alongside nursery preparations, community events alongside personal appointments, The seamless integration of professional partnership with domestic connection had developed naturally over months, practical decisions strengthening emotional bonds rather than depleting shared energy. After dinner, they settled in living room where fireplace cast warm light across comfortable furnishings. Emma's pregnancy adjustments had necessitated frequent position changes, leading to creative seating arrangements throughout apartment. Tonight, she reclined against specially positioned cushions, while Liam rubbed her increasingly swollen ankles, domestic intimacy replacing earlier awkwardness about physical assistance. "I received interesting proposal today," Liam mentioned as he worked gentle circles against tight muscles. Regional Business Journal wants feature about Sugar and Sage's renovation, specifically highlighting community involvement alongside architectural preservation. "Sounds beneficial for Braxton tourism initiatives," Emma observed, professional consideration immediately engaging alongside personal comfort, though perhaps requiring careful boundaries regarding family narrative inclusion. Liam nodded understanding without requiring explicit explanation, acknowledging complex considerations regarding Victor's potential appearance in public narrative. They're interested in renovation process rather than personal history, focusing on community preservation rather than individual stories. Acceptable parameters, Emma decided, relaxing more fully into skilled pressure, relieving persistent backache, though requiring your participation regarding technical elements beyond my expertise. Partnership representation seems appropriate for partnership achievement, Liam agreed simply. Their conversation shifted toward weekend plans. Saturday's community baby shower requiring logistical coordination alongside emotional preparation for public celebration. Emma's initial reluctance toward elaborate festivities had gradually transformed into acceptance of Braxton's determination to commemorate significant transitions through collective participation. Grace mentioned Margaret Henderson completed hand-quilted blanket featuring harbor landmarks, Liam reported with amused resignation. Apparently, including miniature Sugar and Sage storefront with functional doors. Excessive community enthusiasm remains simultaneously touching and mildly terrifying, Emma observed dryly. Our daughter will undoubtedly develop unrealistic expectations regarding everyday gift-giving occasions. Special circumstances merit special celebrations, Liam countered gently. First community baby since festival committee chairperson's twins last spring. Braxton requires regular ceremonial occasions for proper small-town functioning. Emma laughed, acknowledging truth in his assessment of adopted hometown's operational requirements. Their conversation continued through evening routines, dishes, prenatal vitamins, schedule confirmation for following days' potentially complicated events. When they finally settled into bed, Liam's hand rested protectively over their active daughter, while Emma reviewed final mental preparations for tomorrow's dinner with her father. "Remember, we're meeting him on mutual territory," Liam murmured against her hair. "Neutral location provides natural conversation boundaries while allowing necessary beginning." Emma nodded against his shoulder, grateful for perspective that acknowledged both relationship importance and emotional protection. "Beginning conversations matters," she echoed Grace's earlier wisdom. "Everything else develops from that foundation." They drifted toward sleep, surrounded by home they'd created through intentional partnership, nursery waiting across hallway, bakery thriving below, community supporting beyond walls that contained their expanding family. Like Sugar and Sage itself, their relationship had been rebuilt with stronger foundations than original construction, every element deliberately chosen rather than merely inherited. Harbor Inn's private dining room offered perfect balance between public setting and conversation privacy, neutral territory for complicated family reconnection. Emma arrived early with Liam, reviewing table arrangements with unnecessary attention to detail that revealed underlying nervousness despite outward composure. "He'll be nervous too," Liam reminded gently, adjusting single candle centerpiece to provide light without creating barrier between dining participants. "You hold position of strength in this relationship dynamic." Emma nodded, acknowledging truth in his observation. Victor would arrive as petitioner rather than authority, seeking connection rather than offering judgment. When Mater D appeared announcing Victor's arrival, Emma unconsciously straightened, hand briefly touching pendant containing her mother's photograph alongside ultrasound image. Liam's steady presence beside her provided anchoring support without removing her agency in approaching complex reconciliation. Victor Harding entered with hesitation that contradicted Emma's childhood memories of commanding presence. Time had softened sharp edges, hair more silver than black, lines around eyes suggesting accumulated wisdom alongside years. He carried small package wrapped in simple blue paper, expression revealing nervous anticipation that mirrored Emma's own carefully controlled emotions. "Emma," he said simply, voice holding complexity beyond single-word greeting. "Thank you for the invitation." "Victor," she replied with matching simplicity, deliberate use of first name, establishing adult relationship rather than parent-child dynamic. "Thank you for accepting." Liam stepped forward with professional courtesy that created momentary buffer within emotionally charged introduction. "Mr. Harding, I'm Liam Prescott. Welcome to Braxton." Victor accepted handshake with evident appreciation for social script that eased initial interaction. "Congratulations on your marriage and impending fatherhood." The acknowledgement, focusing on current relationship rather than past estrangement, established promising foundation for evening's careful navigation. As they settled around table, initial conversation followed safe topics: travel details, weather predictions, architectural observations about Harbor Inn's recent renovations. "Sugar and Sage appears tremendously successful," Victor ventured, as appetizers arrived, careful tone suggesting genuine interest without presuming familiarity. "The newspaper articles mention waiting lists for holiday special orders." Emma nodded, professional accomplishments, providing safer conversation territory than personal relationship. "Community support has been extraordinary. We've expanded production capacity twice since reopening. The architectural preservation earned regional recognition," Liam added, supporting conversation while allowing Emma control over information sharing. Historical Society featured the renovation in their quarterly publication. Victor listened with evident interest, asking thoughtful questions that demonstrated genuine engagement rather than performative politeness. When conversation inevitably reached momentary lull, he gestured toward package he'd placed beside his water glass. "I brought something," he said quietly. "Not presumptuous gift requiring emotional response, simply historical document that belongs with Sugar and Sage rather than Charleston's storage facility." Emma accepted package with careful neutrality, unwrapping blue paper to reveal leather-bound recipe book with faded handwriting visible across yellowed pages. "Your grandmother's original recipes," Victor explained as Emma gently turned fragile pages. "Your mother took printed copies when leaving Charleston, but original journal remained in family archives. It seemed appropriate for collection to be reunited rather than separated across geographic distance." The thoughtful gesture, acknowledging family history without demanding emotional reciprocity, demonstrated understanding of boundaries Emma required for potential reconnection. Not presuming forgiveness, but offering meaningful contribution to legacy she continued building. "Thank you," Emma said simply, genuine appreciation transcending complicated history. "This belongs at Sugar and Sage." The exchange created opening for more substantive conversation, Victor sharing memories of Emma's mother during early marriage years, Emma describing bakery's renovation with increasing animation, Liam contributing architectural details that transformed potentially painful reminiscence into shared appreciation of continuing legacy. As dessert arrived, Harbor Inn's famous cranberry tart served with house-made vanilla bean ice cream. Conversation had developed comfortable rhythm that surprised Emma with its relative ease. Not forced reconciliation, but beginning steps toward potential relationship based on mutual respect rather than obligation. "I have ultrasound photos," Emma offered during coffee service, decisions spontaneous rather than planned. "If you'd like to see your granddaughter's most recent portraits." Victor's expression reflected complicated emotion, gratitude, wonder, regret for years already lost. "I would appreciate that very much," he replied, voice suddenly rough with feeling carefully controlled throughout evening. As Emma shared images recording Sage's development, conversation shifted toward future rather than past. Due date predictions, nursery decorations, community preparations for arrival. Victor listened with evident investment, offering occasional observations without presuming advisory role that hadn't been invited. "We're planning Boston baptism in spring," Liam mentioned as evening concluded. "When travel becomes practical for infant schedules, perhaps you might consider attending if circumstances allow." The invitation, extended without pressure yet offering specific reconnection opportunity, perfectly balanced respect for Emma's boundaries with acknowledgement of potential relationship development. Victor's expression registered appreciation for thoughtful navigation of complicated family dynamics. "I would welcome the opportunity," he replied carefully, glancing toward Emma for confirmation that invitation reflected mutual decision rather than merely Liam's initiative. Emma nodded slightly, allowing possibility without promising specific emotional outcomes. "We'll send details once arrangements are finalized." As they said goodbyes in Harbor Inn's lobby, Victor hesitated before addressing final observation. "You've created something remarkable here, Emma. Not just successful business, but genuine home." His gaze encompassed both physical location and relationship evident between daughter and son-in-law. "Your mother would be enormously proud of the woman you've become." The simple acknowledgement, recognizing achievements without claiming credit, honoring maternal legacy without appropriating emotional connection, provided perfect conclusion to evening that had progressed more comfortably than Emma's anxious preparations had anticipated. Not complete reconciliation, but promising beginning toward potential relationship neither had imagined possible months earlier. "Thank you for coming," Emma said simply as they parted. "Safe travels back to Charleston." Victor nodded, accepting modest farewell, without pressing for stronger emotional conclusion. "Thank you for the invitation and opportunity." As Emma and Liam walked home through gently falling snow, she leaned against his steady presence with grateful appreciation. "That went surprisingly well," she observed quietly. "Not perfect, not completely comfortable, but genuinely better than expected." "Beginning conversations," Liam quoted her earlier wisdom. "Everything else develops from that foundation." Saturday morning dawned with perfect winter clarity, sunlight transforming overnight snowfall into diamond-studded blanket across Braxton's landscape. Emma woke to sounds of preparation already underway downstairs, where Grace had coordinated volunteer decorating committee for afternoon baby shower. "Absolutely unnecessary commotion," she grumbled good-naturedly as Liam brought morning tea to their bedroom. At 32 weeks pregnant, mornings had become increasingly challenging, physical discomfort competing with anticipation as Sage's arrival approached. "Braxton requires proper ceremonial occasions," Liam reminded with affectionate humor. "Community baby showers rank marginally below weddings, but significantly above retirement celebrations in official celebration hierarchy." Emma laughed, despite lingering sleepiness, accepting both tea and reality of hometown's enthusiastic participation in significant life moments. "I suppose resignation represents only reasonable response to inevitable community involvement." Their morning proceeded with established weekend rhythm, shared breakfast, nursery organization, review of upcoming week's schedules. By 11, they descended to find Sugar and Sage transformed into winter wonderland, tasteful decorations in seafoam green and silver creating elegant celebration space rather than typical pastel baby shower environment. "Grace mentioned your aesthetic preferences," Margaret Henderson explained, noting Emma's appreciative expression. "Sophisticated rather than sentimental, though we reserve traditional elements for gift table." The thoughtful compromise, respecting Emma's personal style while honoring traditional celebration, perfectly captured Braxton's approach to community support. Individual preferences acknowledged within collective celebration, personal boundaries respected alongside shared traditions. Throughout afternoon, Emma found herself genuinely enjoying celebration that initially prompted reluctance. Childhood friends who'd returned to Braxton shared memories alongside newer connections formed since homecoming. Grace coordinated activities with characteristic efficiency, ensuring comfortable seating arrangements for increasingly uncomfortable mother-to-be, while maintaining festive atmosphere. "The handmade gifts are extraordinary," Liam observed during momentary privacy between official activities. "Remarkable investment of time and talent." Emma nodded, genuinely moved by community's tangible support. Handcrafted blankets, carefully constructed mobiles featuring maritime elements, cookbook containing welcome baby recipes from town's most accomplished home cooks. Not merely celebrating baby, she realized aloud, celebrating connections rebuilt since returning home, acknowledging belonging I'd forgotten existed. Liam smiled, understanding significance beyond mere festive occasion. Strengthening foundations for Sage's beginning, community creates safety nets barely visible until actually needed. The celebration continued through afternoon. Practical gifts balancing sentimental treasures, helpful advice offered alongside humorous warnings about impending lifestyle adjustments. When festivities finally concluded, Emma and Liam found themselves surrounded by physical evidence of community investment in their daughter's future. Resources extending far beyond material possessions to include promised babysitting, offered expertise, assured practical support. "I never expected this level of belonging," Emma admitted that evening as they organized shower contributions in nearly completed nursery. "When returning to Braxton, I anticipated professional restoration without personal reconnection. Life consistently offers unexpected developments alongside carefully structured plans," Liam observed, arranging handcrafted mobile above crib with meticulous attention to positioning, occasionally with significantly improved outcomes compared to original intentions. Emma nodded, recognizing truth beyond mere philosophical observation. Their entire relationship had developed through unexpected circumstances rather than deliberate planning, fire destroying original bakery, pregnancy arriving before established partnership, marriage preceding traditional relationship progression. "Speaking of unexpected developments," Liam continued, retrieving small package from dresser drawer, "I have something for you. Early Christmas gift, though technically eligible for immediate opening." Emma accepted carefully wrapped package, recognizing dimensions suggesting book rather than traditional pregnancy gift. Unwrapping revealed leather journal embossed with Sugar and Sage logo alongside familiar crossword grid. "Open to first page," Liam suggested quietly. Inside she found fully completed crossword, their first shared activity at Harbor Inn, reproduced with each square filled in Liam's precise handwriting. The final completion date recorded in corner. Today's date, marking exactly 9 months since that initial meeting over coffee and puzzle debate. 9 months ago, I corrected 7 down, Emma observed, finger tracing familiar clue. Tinged with sadness and pleasure, both. "Bittersweet," Liam confirmed, settling beside her on window seat overlooking snow-covered harbor. "Perfect description for journey that began that morning." Emma nodded, understanding layers contained within simple observation. Loss and discovery intertwined throughout, destruction creating space for rebuilding, endings facilitating beginnings. "The entire journal contains blank crosswords," Liam explained, turning pages to demonstrate, "for continuing tradition through whatever developments arrive next." The thoughtful gift, acknowledging past connection while creating space for future evolution, perfectly captured essence of partnership they'd built together. Practical framework supporting emotional growth, structured tradition allowing creative development. "Perfect gift," Emma whispered, leaning against his solid presence with gratitude that transcended simple appreciation, for continuing story that began with corrected crossword clue. Outside their window, Braxton Harbor reflected evening lights across frozen waters, fishing boats nestled against snow-dusted docks, holiday decorations twinkling from harborfront buildings, community preparing for seasonal celebrations that would soon include welcoming newest citizen into collective embrace. Bittersweet. Emma repeated softly, hand resting over active daughter, while snow continued falling beyond glass, perfectly describing journey that brought us here. Epilogue. 1 year later, Sage Harding Prescott celebrated her first birthday surrounded by extended family that transcended mere biological connection. Sugar and Sage closed early for private party, where Braxton's entire downtown population seemed determined to commemorate milestone with excessive enthusiasm and impractical gifts. "She won't remember any of this," Emma observed to Grace as they watched Liam demonstrating proper cake-cutting technique to their daughter, whose culinary interests already suggested Baker's legacy would continue. "Not consciously," Grace agreed, adjusting Sage's tiny apron embroidered with Sugar and Sage logo. "But foundations matter, regardless of specific memory formation." Emma nodded, watching interaction between father and daughter with appreciation that deepened daily, Liam's dedication manifesting through consistent presence rather than dramatic gestures, through midnight feedings and morning walks, through partnership that strengthened rather than diminished through parenthood's challenges. Across crowded cafe, Victor engaged in conversation with Mayor Wilson, tentative relationship with Emma gradually developing through monthly visits and regular video calls. Not perfect reconciliation, but genuine connection evolving through mutual effort and shared interest in Sage's development. "The Boston expansion plans look promising," Grace mentioned, referring to Sugar and Sage's newest development, satellite location opening next month in downtown Boston location carefully selected by Liam's real estate expertise. "Though I maintain Braxton Original will always remain superior product." "Obviously," Emma agreed with affectionate humor. "Original recipes require harbor proximity for proper flavor development." Their conversation paused as Sage's delighted laughter captured attention, tiny hands successfully plunging into birthday cake under Liam's encouraging supervision. The moment crystallized something essential about year that had passed since her birth, joy emerging through everyday experiences rather than extraordinary circumstance, connection deepening through shared ordinary moments. Later, after celebrations concluded, and quiet finally settled throughout both bakery and upstairs apartment, Emma found Liam completing evening crossword in nursery rocking chair. Sage slept peacefully in crib, surrounded by handcrafted treasures from community that had embraced her arrival with characteristic enthusiasm. "7 across," Liam whispered, as Emma joined their nighttime ritual. 5 letters, perfect happiness or great comfort. "Bliss," Emma supplied without hesitation, settling into matching chair, beside window overlooking harbor. Snow had begun falling again, gentle flakes transforming Braxton into winter postcard scene reminiscent of night they'd become engaged during unexpected storm. "Accurate description," Liam observed, recording answer in journal that had accumulated daily puzzles throughout year marking their family's evolution, despite midnight wakings and teething disruptions. Emma nodded, understanding distinction between idealized happiness and genuine contentment they'd discovered together, joy comprising both extraordinary celebrations and ordinary Tuesday mornings, connection deepening through challenges navigated alongside achievements celebrated. "Bittersweet has evolved toward primarily sweet," she observed quietly, watching snowflakes create temporary patterns against window glass, though maintaining complexity that prevents excessive sentimentality. Liam smiled, reaching across space between rocking chairs to clasp her hand in familiar gesture that had remained consistent through pregnancy discomfort, newborn exhaustion, and business expansion demands. "Exactly as it should be," he agreed simply. Together they watched gentle snowfall transform Braxton into gleaming wonderland, while their daughter slept peacefully nearby. Sugar and Sage below thriving in both hometown location and expanding enterprise, partnership evolving through mutual respect alongside deepening affection, family created through intention rather than mere circumstance. Not storybook perfection, but something infinitely more valuable. Authentic connection built through determination and commitment, legacy extending forward rather than merely honoring past, Love creating foundations strong enough to support whatever challenges might appear beyond tonight's peaceful snowfall. Bittersweet journey transformed through conscious choice into something predominantly, undeniably sweet.